Welcome everyone to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 1 to the story that many of you have been looking forward to for a long time. But before we get into it, as usual, before we get into today's video, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, so that way you don't miss any updates, videos, etc., and comment your favorite series or what ifs on the channel as of now, as well as future recommendations for stuff that you want to see happen on the channel. Once you guys get all that done and out of the way, we shall begin part 1 to What If Rick Grimes Found Lightning McQueen. A story that many of you have been looking really forward to, and I've been looking really forward to bringing it about. Just ignore the black smudge because I accidentally put 2 founds and I noticed it. You guys pay no mind to it. Now I can tell from people who haven't been paying attention to updates and that kind of thing, how does this even happen? It's Lightning McQueen in The Walking Dead. How does that even happen? But trust me when I say you'll understand how I make this actually happen. It's going to be a story thing. Not like Jason, not like Jigsaw, not like all the other crossovers I've done. I plan to do one with John Wick just the same as this. You'll understand when the time comes. Now, as always, let's set the scene. We open up at the start of The Walking Dead. Rick Grimes has just been saved by Morgan after waking up in the zombie apocalypse. He approaches the little farmstead where there's a horse that he's about to take into the city to find his family. And there he stares at the horse. But just as he's about to go over to the horse and take it, he hears something. Deeper behind the horse, deeper in the grass, more into the behind area of the farmhouse. And it's coming from deep in the grass. So, he goes past the horse, and he goes into the grass to see what the noise is. And once he sees, he gasps. There, broken down, in the grass, is a car. Broken down, battered, beat up, and with the weirdest and most unique paint setup ever seen by Rick. Because he's never seen a car like this. But that's not what catches Rick's eye. This car seems to have a mouth. And eyes? He can't tell if he's delusioning this and it's another coma-based, thing. He's really confused right now. But he proceeds to take a few more steps forward to further analyze the car. Just then, the car opens its eyes and very injuredly and quietly asks, "Who are you?" Except it's very weak, and it's obvious that this car is in serious damage. Rick wants to respond, but this car just spoke to him. He's honestly scared. He doesn't know whether to speak, shoot the car, or race on that horse to find his family as fast as that horse can gallop. But he doesn't move. He can't take his eyes off this extraordinary vehicle. So, he takes another step forward with the utmost caution, his hand ready for his revolver to shoot the car, and he introduces himself as Rick Grimes. The car, still very weakly and injuredly, says his name. "My name is Lightning McQueen." Except it's very hard to understand him because it's obvious once again that this car is in deep pain and he's very broken down. But even his name surprises Rick. Such an out of their place name. And speaking and eyes, he doesn't know what to make of this. This is such a mind-blowing moment to Rick Grimes, as would be anyone. But he knows that if he wants to get more information, he has to fix this car. because if he's sentient like him, he could die in mere moments. So he goes into the farmhouse and reluctantly goes inside, because remember, he avoided going inside because of how soft Rick was at this moment and the dead bodies inside. And he looks every which and where and manages to find a small set of tools, as well as whatever he would have at his disposal before his car ran out of gas. Now, we all know that Rick is by no means, absolutely no means, a car person. We know that even from the ones who live. But I feel that in this moment, he would be able to put Mcqueen at a sort of, kind of, better state than he was in. So, he is able to at least repair some little parts of Mcqueen. Enough to where he can move more, and he's definitely more awake whenever Rick actually puts him in a good enough condition where he can be. And once he is awake, he looks all around and is very scared. He doesn't know what's going on. But Rick once again introduces himself as Rick Grimes and said they spoke earlier, but he was very, very injured. So Rick did his best to fix him up, but they don't really have much, as the world that they're in, it's very run down, as Mcqueen, can plainly see. And he wanted to know more about him, but he didn't want him to die if he was sentient like him. Now, he goes up to Mcqueen more and bends down to get on his eye level and asks him to reaffirm his name, who he is, like where he came from, and if he can remember how he got in that grass and so beat up. Now, originally, when Mcqueen woke up, even while Rick was speaking and before that, he woke up very scared because he didn't know where he was. He didn't know what he was looking at. A talking car staring at a human being. It was very weird for both of them, even weirder for Mcqueen. But whenever Rick began speaking to him, Mcqueen realized that Rick was not harmful. He helped him, and he wants to know about him. He doesn't want to hurt him or anything. So, after some calming down and understanding the situation, very, very kinda, Mcqueen speaks up, actually talking in complete sentences, which once again takes Rick by utter shock. And he reaffirms his name is Lightning McQueen, and honestly, it's very hard to tell him where he came from, but he will tell Rick what happened and how he thinks he got there. Last thing he remembers, he was racing with a car named Jackson Storm, and he was going really, really fast because he was almost getting beat. He was really on the edge, and then all of a sudden, he just crashed, or he was starting to crash. And the last thing that Mcqueen remembers is out of the corner of his eye, right before he started flipping all around and crashing and all that, and he lost control, he saw a blue sort of circular light right out of the corner of his eye, right in front of him. And then the last thing that he saw was just a sort of shade of grass. It was kind of dark, and Mcqueen couldn't really tell or see what was going on. He was in deep pain of crashing, and yeah, that's really all Mcqueen can tell him because he doesn't remember anything else. And he's really confused on where he is or if he's even still in his home, because he's staring at a completely different kind of person or being than he's familiar with. And Rick just listens, and he has never heard such an amazing story. And this really captivates on the whole, like, wanting to help this car. And honestly, part of Rick just wants to not believe this entire story, find his family, and just ignore that this ever happened. But honestly, he really can't. For one, he really wants to help this car, and there's no reason why he shouldn't believe him. The dead are literally coming back to life and eating other people. So a talking car, especially when he's staring right at it, he's talked in complete sentences and told him this amazing story. And he hasn't even gotten into his whole future and like his life, Mcqueen. So Rick has no reason not to believe him. So Rick makes up his mind. He tells Mcqueen that he is going to help him any way that he can. He is on a journey to look for his family. They're in a world of the dead, pretty much. And it's definitely not filled with talking cars. So yeah, he doesn't know about this whole other world thing, and he really doesn't know whether to truly believe it or not. But Rick says that it doesn't matter. All that matters is that he will help Mcqueen any way he can. Not only can Mcqueen possibly help him to find his family, sometime in the future, depending on how their world is in the near future, maybe Rick can actually get Mcqueen back home. And they can both help each other in the end. And Mcqueen is very happy to hear this and feels like he's starting to have a friend in Rick Grimes, and says he's all down for helping him. But whenever he tries to start up his engine, he can't. He's completely out of gas, and he's still too broken down to be able to drive fully. Oh, he can move, but not enough. He can barely move a couple meters without him sort of shutting down and not being able to drive fully. So Rick finds whatever disposal that he can again to fix him to a certain point where Mcqueen can at least move at a slow pace, but he knows that he'll still be able to not get in Mcqueen because of his design, and that he won't be able to drive and keep up. So Rick makes a decision. He decides to find the nearest big piece of rope that he can and tow Mcqueen to Atlanta while still remaining quiet to get into the city. Now, what will happen down the line? How will this affect Rick meeting Glenn and the Atlanta camp? And how will Mcqueen fit into this entire story?
Why am I asking you all these questions?
Find out in the next episode on the Omniverse of Nick.
I carry within me the pride of a... Bullshit.
Welcome everyone to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 2 to What If Lightning McQueen was in The Walking Dead, aka What If Rick Found Lightning McQueen. But before we get into today's episode, be sure as always to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and comment your favorite part about the current What If, and your favorite series on the channel, and future what ifs and stories and recommendations for discussions to possibly be featured. With all that out of the way, let's get into this part of the story. With Rick finding Lightning McQueen instead of pursuing the horse, and hearing an amazing tale which is not even fully McQueen's story, and offering to take him on his journey to find his family and travail the dead world of the Walking Dead. And with this, they enter the city of Atlanta, a desolate city full of death and destruction and a few walkers, but they haven't encountered the horde that Rick originally saw. And with this, there is still noise, but it's not much. But Glenn still hears a car slowly but surely going, And this causes him to meet Rick a little bit sooner than he did. Not too much of a big deal, but he does recognize, hear, and then see Lightning McQueen being pulled with Rick, and it's a big reaction, especially from Glenn Rhee. And he can't believe his eyes when he sees what he's looking at. But Rick says that if he's with other people, especially if it's his family, he doesn't have time to explain right now. But he wants to bring McQueen along regardless, to not only find his family, but to show other people that he could be the key to helping them with this whole mess. Glenn, he doesn't know about that, or what to make of this whole prospect, but he does agree to keep McQueen a secret for now, and knows of a nearby car garage to keep him at, safe away from the walkers until they get everybody on board about what's going on, back where he's at. And Rick meets T-Dog, Andrea, Morales, Jackie, and all the people there, except under better circumstances with less noise and less walkers drawn to their location. With that change in mind, and the fact that Glenn met him a little bit earlier than in the canon story, Rick still has the bag of guns. But, and this is big, he doesn't have the grenade, because the grenade came from the tank. And in canon, this would drastically hurt the story and basically kill them off. But with McQueen here, it's not going to happen. You'll see what I mean in the next few parts. But for now, just be left in suspense. You'll see why it's not going to end the story. Glenn lets everyone know about what he saw, heard, and who this Rick guy has brought with him. And he doesn't call him a dumb A-word because he's not really in this situation. And says that Rick thinks that this car could be the key to helping them end this whole ordeal that they've found themselves in, and possibly even save the world. He actually believes that. But Andrea, along with everybody else, mainly Andrea, is very, very, very not so sure of the prospect. And who could blame them outside because of the whole prospect of talking about a talking car, and a sentient car at that. But Rick tells them all that he knows how far-fetched it sounds, and even he was unsure of the whole deal. Thought it was a coma-based, dream that he was basically having, or he was going crazy because of the world he woke up to. But it is far from a lie, and that they all need to listen and get on to this whole deal, especially with how big this discovery is. But for now, they have Merle to deal with, who begins shooting at the walkers, thus drawing attention for the first time, and not Rick's fault this time. Rick cuffs him and puts him at gunpoint, like he does, except under a bit better circumstances considering the implications. And Rick says that now more than ever before, he wants to show the McQueen, and tells them where Glenn put him for safekeeping, so that it wouldn't draw walkers and everything like that. And with that, Rick says that they still got to keep people here to guard Merle, but he wants to take the majority to see Lightning. And thus, they go to the car garage in Atlanta, where Glenn and Rick took McQueen for safekeeping. And with this, the people that go there are Rick, Jackie, T-Dog, and Glenn. And Andrea and Morales opt to stay behind because of the whole circumstance, not really believing it to a level, and to just guard Merle in general. It's the best case. And once they get in there, and Rick says that McQueen can come out of hiding because he can still move, he's just not fully able to drive on his own. They pretty much just towed him there, and he's basically just moving around slowly, checking out the place. And once Glenn and everyone sees McQueen truly, they all have a mixed amount of reactions and emotions tied to seeing a sentient, talking, moving car. And Glenn especially is so dumbfounded and amazed by this revelation. And It's just completely mind-blowing for everyone concerned, and why wouldn't it be? And T-Dog, he brings up that he once saw a movie about an automatic, sort of sentient car, Kit from Knight Riders. And, by the way, I never knew what that was until a family member of mine brought up the reference. I feel like T-Dog would be the one to mostly bring up that kind of reference, and honestly, it fits. If any of you are familiar with the whole prospect, and everyone would basically be looking at T-Dog like, really? Really? That's completely almost unrelated. It's barely relatable to the subject, outside of automatic vehicle, and that doesn't even cut corners with what they're seeing and looking and acknowledging. And Mcqueen, he doesn't get what any of them are saying either. Barely. At least they're speaking his normal language. And honestly, Mcqueen right now, staring at all these people, even Rick, who he's been around for some time, is scared. But Rick tells him he doesn't have to be scared. Rick's brought him along for quite a minute, and he wouldn't have done this if he didn't care about Mcqueen, about saving him, about listening to him. But he does tell Mcqueen that him and eventually finding his family and the people here, he wants to find people and his family who can help him. And he asks Mcqueen if there's anything that he wants to tell Rick and everybody else about his past and remember more details and everything so they can analyze him better and help him and make him fixable to the point where he can actually drive. And Mcqueen, still distrusting and scared of looking at different beings outside of his own. Even Rick, who he's been with for a minute, he finally opens up. And it's mainly because Rick, like I said, not around for a true long time, but enough that he can trust him to a level. And he begins to open up more about his past. He says he lives in a world very different than this one. Much more, not so much people, but cars, sentient cars like him, which is why whenever he woke up and even when he was fixed, he was so discombobulated and confused at the prospect of different beings and creatures outside of what he's seen, heard of, and everything. In his world, talking vehicles, planes, helicopters was all the rage, and he was one of the best. Even if he was a rookie, he was actually a race car, if they couldn't tell from the paint. And he was one of the best for a long time, and he had many people to help him along the way to get that milestone also. And he also pulls out a signature ka-chow to implicate this, but it's not as good because he's not completely 100% and just because of what he is at this moment in time. But then the story starts to turn sour when he mentions, he's done mentioning like radiator springs and some other details. He doesn't get too full into it, but after he explains a good majority of the details about his past life and everything like that, he starts to dim down the mood by saying what truly dove his career down from a great race car. The biggest race and failure of his life, seemingly. The race against Jackson Storm and futuristic cars. And he just wasn't enough anymore. He tried so hard in that race, but in the end, he just ended up busting himself apart after everything he had been through, and all the people that helped him, and everything that he achieved, he just failed. And somehow he wound up here, and he doesn't even know how or why or anything. And it doesn't help that he doesn't know if he's ever going to get back home, what everyone at home has thought about what has happened. They could think he's dead, missing, or anything. And he doesn't know if he'll ever get home, what this place truly is, or what his goal in life now is, being seemingly a broken down car. Just like a late Doc Hudson, who he name drops. And everyone there is astonished. Their minds and everything are just so unbelievably touched with this amazing story. Never in every one of their lives had they heard such a great story from a car. Even Rick, who's finally made up his mind about what to do, about what to actually do when it comes to Lightning McQueen. He looks at Lightning McQueen with all seriousness and said, it doesn't matter what happened. He is going to help Lightning McQueen. He meant it whenever he said that he was going to fix him and help him out, and how he thinks that he would help out too. But now, he's making a pact and giving his word to Lightning McQueen, and says that he will be his caretaker, his friend, and his guide along the way to make him a better car and to try and get him home, no matter the cost. He doesn't know if Lightning will be able to fix the world that they're in, but they can dang sure try. And he will try with everything in his power to make sure that Lightning McQueen is 10 times, 20 times, and 30 times the car that he ever was, get him home, and make him one of the best cars in the world again. And this, for the first time since Lightning McQueen has been in this world, makes him smile, the biggest smile that he has ever exuded off of his face since he landed in the Walking Dead world. And he feels like he has truly found a great friend in Rick Grimes already. Glenn brings up the fact that along the way of Rick finding his family and them all fixing him and getting back to the Atlanta camp, there is one thing that might be crucial into helping McQueen further along with fixing their world. Merle Dixon. Because of his knowledge about tools and just his knowledge in general, military, etc., he might be, well, erratic and unstable. But with Daryl, it can't just leave him on that roof. And who knows when Daryl's going to be back at their Atlanta camp and mentions Merle's brother. And he could be a decent help. And Rick has to admit, he was going to think of letting him go eventually and going back there, just making sure that Merle was under control, but Glenn brings up a very good point. And so, they get back to the rooftop, Rick holds Merle at gunpoint and uncuffs him, but makes sure that he is definitely not a threat, and tells Merle that if they can actually trust him, that he will help Rick and everyone else not only get back to the Atlanta camp safely, but help his friend, Lightning McQueen. Maybe they'll actually think of him as a different person than how they all did before. But Merle, he just thinks of this as just a ruse from a cop, and Officer Friendly just trying to mess with his mind, and talking car, really? But once they get down to the underground of the building, Lightning McQueen is there, drives up straight in front of Merle with all fluster and everything, and just casually smiles, looks in the direction of Merle, and says, "Hey." And Merle is utterly dumbfounded. He cannot believe what he is staring at. And honestly, he's thinking about just going up and cuffing himself back up to that roof just to get away from whatever the frick this is, but it kind of sells him on board with the whole thing, because who wouldn't be on board with a talking car, or at least who wouldn't be scared enough into submission because of a talking car, you know? So, Glenn finds his same red car, poetic. Lightning McQueen drives on his own, fixable enough to a degree, or he would just be towed. And the rest get the truck that they did, and they all return to the Atlanta camp with no blaring alarm horn, and the horde being less of a problem, even if they were following it last minute. Then, once they get back to the Atlanta camp, Rick reunites with his family, and that all goes the exact same. And after some time, give or take like 10 minutes, Rick decides that everyone here, including Shane and his family, decides he's ready to let them meet Lightning McQueen. And he calls out from behind him for Lightning McQueen to come out, and there's no reason for him to be scared or hide anymore. And he wants him to meet his family. how will Shane, Lori, Carl, and the rest of the Atlanta camp react to Lightning McQueen? Will they react the same as everybody else and agree to help? Will others disagree and try to kill him? Will Lightning save the Walking Dead world and get back to his own? Or is this all just a bad idea?
Why am I asking you all these questions?
Find out in the next episode on the Omniverse of Nick.
Now it's time. Get out!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 3 to the McQueen Walking Dead crossover story. I'm your host, Nick. Before we get into today's episode, be sure to like, subscribe, and comment so that way you don't miss anything on the channel. You stay updated, you can comment your own what ifs and see them come to reality, or just general discussion, and just generally support and recognize the future potential that this channel may and will have to offer. With all that said and out of the way, let's get into today's part of the McQueen tale. Now, Rick and everybody has gotten to the Atlanta camp, with Rick finally ready to introduce McQueen to the Atlanta camp and to his family and Shane. Lightning McQueen drives up and introduces himself in a very cool, casual, and completely Lightning McQueen way, and hopes the same, or at least a really amazed reaction, but everyone is just perplexed, scared, and completely dumbfounded at what they just saw. To be fair, the people in Atlanta, and more like less than with Rick, were the same, but Rick calms them down and says, you don't gotta be worried or anything, and Rick explains what happened ever since he got out of the hospital, with Morgan finding McQueen and pursuing to take him instead of the horse he found, and what's happened since then in his goal to help Lightning and maybe him help them. But Shane just sees this all as not so much a facade, but like a joke. It's some kind of twisted joke from Rick to try and... he thinks Rick's lost it from being in the hospital. But seeing that Merle and everyone else in the Atlanta camp is actually really believed on the whole prospect, seeing it right in front of their faces, Shane and Merle actually get into a scrap, which would be the first time I ever did that in any of my stories. And they actually get into a fight, with Shane attacking first over Merle arguing against Shane about the whole prospect and Lightning being very, very real. But Lightning just revs up his engine really hard and angrily and says to both of them, stop the fighting, and shows them how real he really is. More directed at Shane because he knew that Merle was siding with him and he doesn't want anyone fighting over his behalf. But him asserting his authority was probably the worst decision he could make, because Shane just backhands Merle and gets his shotgun and aims it straight at McQueen, now seeing he's a threat. But Rick, just from behind him, aims his gun square at Shane to protect his newfound friend and show that he's really McQueen's friend and his protector. And Shane looks back at Rick, dumbfounded, and angrily shouts at Rick that, really? He was about to shoot him? For that car, that threat, that abomination, after everything he did to protect his family and what he's done? He's really gonna do that? And Rick said, no, but I'm pretty much this car, Lightning's protector and friend. I promised myself that I would stay there for him and that we would both help each other. And he's not a threat, and tells Shane to verbally calm down. Shane voices his opinion on the matter, though, and says, this car is a threat. It's a talking, sentient car. There's no way that it can be trusted. And just before he's about to take action, or anyone else, they hear a voice agree with Rick and them on the whole prospect. It's Daryl, who makes his debut and says, if the dead can come back to life and eat people, then surely a talking car isn't too out of the question. And he says that he's willing to help out and he believes in the whole thing, even though it completely comes out of nowhere and all that. But he thinks that it's real enough that he'll stick around to help along with his brother. It's definitely intriguing to Daryl. And Rick, he thanks Daryl and Merle for this, especially considering the fact he never expected them to side with him on the prospect, especially against his friend Shane. But now he says that not only will he be taking charge of making sure Mcqueen is better than what he was before he ended up here, he's also going to be his friend, his protector, and just his general caretaker. And he wants to not only help him become a better car, but he wants to make sure that everyone can trust that Mcqueen will help them try and get their world back to the way it was and possibly get him home. Daryl says, it sounds reasonable, just completely crazy. And Rick, he agrees with this on a level. He's surprised at how much he's agreeing with Daryl, who just basically showed up out of nowhere. But he looks to Mcqueen to see what he has to say about all this. And Mcqueen, he agrees with it and thanks Rick for believing in him so much and wanting to help out to this level, and really thinks of him as a great friend. But before they can think about anyone else to help out with Lightning, who's really a car specialist or a tool specialist, the walker who originally was in the Atlanta camp from the start makes its debut, weirdly, and Lightning is scared, seeing the first walker that he really gets to see. But Rick tells him he can't be scared. There's no reason for him to be scared. He's a car. There's no way that a walker, if all it can do is bite, can damage or turn Lightning McQueen into some zombie car or anything. So all he has to do is just ram it. That doesn't take it out. They got it. And Lightning McQueen just smiles, and he's right. He can just take it out by himself. And with that, Lightning McQueen just drives straight up to the walker, rams it so hard and so fast, it sends it flying way out into the woods and into a tree where it would either get impaled, get hit, and then fall down and die, or it would get hit, fall, and then the rest would just take it out. It really doesn't matter. Either way, Lightning McQueen has killed his first walker. And Glenn's like, yeah, this car is freaking impressive. And he agrees to be one of the first to volunteer to help out the cause of Lightning McQueen. After that, Daryl and Merle decide to put their heads on truly getting the job done with Lightning McQueen and stick around to help out, because even they have to admit that Lightning McQueen is impressive. After that, Rick says they've gotten a decent amount of people so far, and already T-Dog and a few others too. They just gotta keep on going with the rhythm they got going there and keep the Atlanta camp secure, and yeah, just pretty much keep doing what they're doing. While all that's going on and they're all, chillaxing, Lori and Carl get a first-hand experience of being around Lightning McQueen. Carl especially, it's like a little kid's dream, getting to stare face to face at a sentient car. It's amazing. And Lori, she can't not be amazed, even for Lori. And she thanks Lightning for giving her husband the drive after he got out of the hospital and really giving him a sense of purpose after all of what's happened. And Lightning says that he honestly never expected to happen either, or meet any of these people, but he does really appreciate the gratitude and all the friends that he's making so far. But then he looks down, seeming rather sad. And Lori notices this and asks him, what's wrong? And Lightning says it's nothing, but he's just remembering someone who's really close to him back where he came from, Radiator Springs. Someone who honestly changed him for the better and who he was with. Another car, a girl named Sally. And he just really got a vibe from her whenever Lori just came up to talk to him. And it just makes him think back at home what everyone must be thinking. If he's dead or missing, what happened to him? And he just doesn't know, like, what's going on back there. And it's really messing with his head. But he does fondly appreciate everyone being so compassionate and Rick taking up his own bond with Lightning McQueen to fix him and become his friend. It really shows the kind of man Rick is. And honestly, Lightning thinks he's probably the nicest person he's ever met besides another old friend of his, Doc Hudson. Lori says their love ain't perfect, even if they are back together. And even with all this, she knows that Rick and everybody here, herself included, they'll find a way to fix Lightning even better than what he was, and they will get him home. And also try to fix their world in the process, you know. An eye for an eye. So we got Daryl and Merle, we got Glenn, and we got T-Dog, and Shane reluctantly offering all of them so far from the people that we have to fix Lightning McQueen and continue the work on him, and so on and so on. With Rick leading the charge, obviously getting much more better into cars than any canonical version of him ever. And Lightning, he's even pretty much back to the same point he was after his wreck in Cars 3. So, he's pretty much back to normal, and even pulls off a signature ka-chow in response. Rick's never seen McQueen this happy, and it honestly makes him feel really good. But then Dale comes up to him and voices his opinion and reasoning for not helping yet. Because he feels uneasy with what went on not too long ago when McQueen was brought into the camp. With Shane and the whole fight with Shane and Merle, he just feels uneasy that having McQueen here might create more tension than, you know, good. And he honestly just wants to leave behind the prospect of helping for now, just to wait to see if tensions die down. But it's not that he's against Lightning. He knows why Rick did it. He just wanted to tell Rick how he felt. And Rick, he's honestly surprised at Dale for thinking this way and thinking more will come out of it, because sure, there might be, but he's acting like truly bad things will start happening. And everyone's pretty much on board besides Shane, kind of. And he honestly thinks Dale's kind of right, but not at the same time. So honestly, Dale just leaves with Rick to stew on these thoughts. And McQueen was near the area, so he heard like bits and pieces about what just happened. So he decides to ride over and ask Rick what's wrong, because he seems really deep in thought and concerned about something. And he knows it's about the talk they just had. And Rick says not to lie to his new friend, that Dale just wanted to tell him about his reasoning for not helping yet. And that Dale, he's a very perceptive person. He thinks about things in a really, really big way, so to speak. And he just thinks that with what the tensions have been brought here since McQueen arrived, Dale just didn't want to help out until they died down, which Rick blames McQueen not a speck for. It's just Shane and him being the way he is outside of others' beliefs. But he knows that the tensions will die down, and he'll make utter sure of it, and he will continue to lead everyone to not only trying to fix their world, but get McQueen fixed and back to his. And McQueen, he is concerned about this, sure, because what he saw of Shane earlier. He aimed a gun at him, for Christ's sake. But he believes and trusts Rick very, 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 very much. So he just says okay and smiles and rides off. And I also want to bring something up. we have the bag of guns. And that means no trip back to the city. And that means everyone has all their ammo. And that's because they didn't give any to the Vatos gang, who they also didn't meet, which I'll touch upon in a very short minute. But anyway, just figured I'd bring that up, because it's gonna put a little bit of a weird spectacle on the story, so to speak. We get to Lori telling Shane to stay away from the family, and Rick being there for it, sort of, and her telling Shane with even more gusto about Mcqueen, and it basically boils down to Lori being even more on Shane's case, but logically so. Even more so in this story, which makes Shane even angrier when he beats the ever-living tar out of Ed, almost actually killing him, much more so than in canon. Speaking of canon, which I just mentioned a short minute ago, we're not getting the Vatos gang because they didn't meet them because they had no reason to. But that doesn't mean with all this we're going to get dry story, because what I just mentioned, that stuff. It also means the Vatos gang's just going to die the way they did before in the deleted scene. Merle is also with the Atlanta camp and has both of his hands. So that was the main reason why they went back in the first place. So yeah, quite a bit has changed, obviously. And Merle and Daryl talk about the whole prospect of Mcqueen more and staying and not thinking about just doing their original plan of robbing the camp blind. And while Merle says that honestly, he would have rather stayed up on the roof and just wondered what he would have done from there, rob the camp like Daryl just recommended with the original plan, or just gone off on their own. But that was before Officer Friendly brought a talking car into the mix, and now he's pretty much endeared to wanting to help, which Daryl can agree with, and it fully signs him into the cause too. Then we get the situation with Jim digging the holes, and Rick is there along with T-Dog, Daryl, and Glenn, since they don't have to go to the city, and that situation would be dealt with a lot easier and honestly better. Not to say it was totally out of control, but it was a bit, serious, especially for what happened next. Then we get the Atlanta camp pretty much chilling down in the night like they were, with Lightning, along with a few others, obviously, being there to see, especially Lightning, how peaceful everything is right now. And Lightning, he really loves it. But then he sees something out of the corner of his eye, a walker. And this actually scares Lightning, but he doesn't act until he sees who it's going towards. Amy, who just opened up the RV and was walking out slightly because, bathroom. And at this point, Lightning McQueen just screams and tells Amy to watch out. She successfully does, and this puts the Atlanta camp on edge since they now know they're being overrun in the camp with walkers. But it doesn't go as badly as you might think it does. Ed, oh, for sure he dies. I've got some Ed what-ifs planned for the future, but this isn't about Ed. And what would he do with Lightning McQueen? He is basically just dead meat. After that, Lightning, along with extra hands, helps to get rid of any and all walkers in the area. Which Lightning doing it would be frigging awesome, especially ramming into them and everything. And Rick and them being there and not going to the city and actually being there the whole time, that means basically no one besides Ed and the random people that were unnamed would die. Maybe even not even all of them. And it also means Jim would not get bit, and Amy, who I just mentioned, doesn't get bit either, because she was the first one to get saved by Lightning. And even if she wasn't able to get out of the way, Lightning would have already seen the walker and rammed to show that things were getting serious. Either way, Amy's living here, which would help Andrea's character. And also, we then get to the morning where everyone would take out and burn the bodies, and Carol would take out Ed and, that. But not everything's all peachy. Merle. during the night attack, he was the only one to get bit. He was bit straight on the back end of his hand. The same hand that he lost in the original. Daryl sees this, and he's honestly worried for what might happen to his brother now. But Merle, he doesn't want Daryl to have to do it, so he'll just do it. And he gets an axe and prepares to chop off his arm if it's not too late. And honestly, he was expecting to have to do something similar like this as a last-ditch effort if he remained up on that roof. But thankfully, Officer Friendly had a change of heart and brought him to the cause here. So, honestly, this was just a simple mistake on his end with everything that happened. So, he just does the deed himself. He takes the axe and he slams it down onto his arm. Kind of like Rick did in The Ones Who Live. Poetic in this story. And yeah, even if there wasn't the same exact prosthetic that Merle got, I do feel that they would have something similar lying around. Something that would be very much acquainted to Merle's prosthetic. So just for the sake of the story and for consistency's sake and with Merle, I'm gonna say it's gonna be the same prosthetic. Just the blade part of it will just be added at a later point, or it would just be a different blade. Anyways, Lightning is very glad that he got to save the group, basically, and got to participate in doing all that. But he is sad for those who did die, even if they were just random unnamed people. And he's sad for Merle having to take off his arm, especially with how much Merle's been on his side. But he tells Rick and everybody he's going to do even better to not only show what fixing him will do for the greater good of their group, but he will show that he's ready to make sure that every one of them stays alive as long as he can help them. And Rick, he definitely sees a new sense in Lightning since he saved him. It's really built up his character, and says that now he can actually put his plan into action, go to the CDC, which they mention, and maybe even there, they'll have even better stuff to make Lightning McQueen better than before, since he's pretty much at where he was probably before he wrecked, right? And Lightning McQueen would agree on this and say, yeah. And is once again very compassionate and grateful for everything that Rick and everybody's done for him, especially Rick. Once everything gets set to go to the CDC, Morales and his family decide to still go to Birmingham, which, in my opinion, unrelated note, is probably one of the most stupid decisions in the entirety of writing in The Walking Dead. Yeah. So, they're gonna die. Well, not Morales, we all know that. And Amy and Jim are saved from death. So, they're going to be tagging along for the ride alongside Merle and Lightning McQueen on the journey to the CDC. And things can go a lot differently here, especially with Lightning, because it could actually turn around the tables of what Dr. Jenner plans to do. But that's all for today. Now, what do you guys think will happen next? How did you like the episode? And what's your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, be sure as always to like, subscribe, and comment your favorite part, series, Ladies and
future
gentlemen,
requests for what ifs and general
to the
discussion
Omniverse of
on
Nick,
the Omniverse of Nick.
And
with all that
part
out of the way,
4
guys,
to the
truly hope you
McQueen
enjoyed this
Walking
episode
Dead
and the new
story.
intro, outro
I'm your
aspect
host,
of the channel,
Nick,
and I'll see
and
you guys
before we begin,
next time.
just want to tell you guys all to make sure you smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and comment your favorite what if or future requests for what ifs in the comments section down below to possibly see your own ideas appear on the channel and just generally support the channel and share your ideas and opinions on what you want to see and how you've seen everything up until this point. With all that out of the way, let's begin the next part to this series. We open at the CDC. The group has just arrived there. And just when they arrive, Rick is trying to get someone to notice him, and the place is starting to become a little bit overrun, but with Mcqueen and a bunch of other people there, it's not that as much urgent as it was, but it's still kind of, scary. And just before people are about to start getting on Rick's case, before they even pull him away, Lightning McQueen sees the door open and Jenner greet them once they get inside. And this was down to seeing something very strange within the group. And now that he's looking at said group, it's not the people in the group that he sees that surprised him enough to let them in. Oh no. He is staring straight at Lightning McQueen, the source of what instantly caught his attention and why he let them in. To be completely freaking for real with you, he was thinking about just ignoring it and just shooing them away somehow, some way, but he wants to know instantly who and what is that? Because he's scared, perplexed, and amazed at what he's looking at, as it has everyone so far who's seen him. But Rick tells Jenner the whole story about what has happened since he met Lightning and they've been on their journey, and his resolve to help McQueen as well as him help them. And Jenner, he is amazed at this story, but even to someone like Jenner, it really sounds far-fetched, even if he's staring right at it. But to be honest, if there's anyone who would think logically of this scenario, it would be Jenner, even if it does seem impossible. And he agrees to let them in, but it's gonna be, if they stay in here, they can't get out. Like, the doors will shut, they will not open again. And looking at Lightning, he thinks that he actually wants to work on him since people are asking him to, like Rick and a few other people. And it actually does take Jenner's notice. And he's even reconsidering his whole plan to die, but it's really 50-50. But overall, he hides this from everybody and says he'll let them in and look at Lightning when the time comes. Everybody's let into the CDC properly. Andrea is in much better spirits because Amy is alive, so nothing to do with Andrea's mood there. And Jim is still around, which I've only ever had Jim at the CDC in my original outing of What If Jim Survived. So, change up. As for Jenner, he, like I said, it's a few of the people that takes his attention, but after some time and talking with other members of the group, Lightning is the main center focus of his attention that draws him away from his plan to die and changes his mood entirely. He is staring at a lifelike car. And after some time, Rick and several others talk to Jenner about fixing Lightning and making him like a lifelike car, putting car doors on him, making him much more of a car than he was, which they explain more about his backstory. And it's for the best because Rick wants to help McQueen get home and help him through his world as much as he wants McQueen to help him through theirs. It's an eye for an eye, and he tells Jenner that also. And Jenner, he keeps thinking about dying and everything, but he can't help but focus on this amazing car. So he agrees, and he is willing to go ahead with the procedure. And Lightning, he sees the doubt and sort of held back nature in Jenner. Of course, he has no idea about Jenner wanting to die, but he sees this as a too scared to operate on a sentient car and not wanting to get into his design. But McQueen, he's trusted Rick and every human that he has never met before in his world. So he looks straight at Jenner with the utmost seriousness and says he is ready for making himself better than he ever was. And Jenner, he's still perplexed at staring at all of this, a car talking to him and wanting to operate on something or someone that could possibly end up killing him or something, but he says he's going to do it. Meanwhile, we get the whole Shane going into Lori's room and trying to rape her thing with Lori scratching his neck. So, you know, that happens, but there's really nothing to make that not happen. Anyway, moving on. With the whole procedure, we got a lot of people. Rick, Shane, Jenner, T-Dog, Daryl, Jim, Merle, Dale, and Glenn, all together, not just Jenner, work on Mcqueen together, and soon enough, with a good bit of time, they manage to make car doors. And actually, whenever they open it up, all they see is bolts and wires and cables, and it's very kind of wrong in a way to be messing with Mcqueen like this, because it could kill him. But honestly, the cars in the Cars universe had been wrecked and damaged before, with many of their designs being damaged. So this would hurt a lot, but Jenner says that even with this, he's going to try to sedate Mcqueen in a kind of way to make sure that he instantly doesn't die. But he does say if they want car doors and car seats and to make him like a lifelike car, that's the best that he thinks he wants to and can do without killing Mcqueen. So he's going to try his absolute best to make Mcqueen the car that all of them want to be and Mcqueen wants to be. So, with Jenner mainly at the helm, he and everyone else manages, through the bolts, wires, cables, and everything, and managing the car door completion to wire them on successfully, manage to also put car seats onto Mcqueen's design. That of which being color coordinated, yellow and red, mainly red in kind of the outline and yellow as the base, because we can't take away from Mcqueen's design. After some time and a lot of working and a lot of messing around with the design, Jenner says that it worked being able to sedate Mcqueen enough so he wouldn't feel any of the pain, because he didn't want to put a sentient car especially through that, because it's a very weird process in general. It would just make it harder. And he tells Mcqueen he's able to wake up now. And Mcqueen, he opens his eyes, still alive. And Rick asks Mcqueen, how does he feel? And out of nowhere, Mcqueen flips open up top his car doors, because with Mcqueen's design and the way that it worked with the wiring and everything, Mcqueen got scissor doors. And I know that's very futuristic, but think about it. It's the Cars universe. You gotta give him that, pretty much. And Lightning says he's actually never felt better. And honestly, he tells everyone that he thought he was gonna die, because never before, besides getting gas and fixing his tires, has his design ever been that much tweaked with. But ever since he got out of that grass back in Atlanta, he had trusted Rick and every human he had come across, and he kept that trust into believing not only Jenner, but everyone could do their jobs. And look at him now. He has car doors, scissor doors, and he feels better than ever. And while he's gloating and showing off Mcqueen way, and everyone's having a good time seeing this discovery, a gigantic sound appears above them, and a 30 marks on the timer above them also, hinting at Jenner that, yeah, his suicide attempt was still there. He never got rid of that because he couldn't. Yeah. Now, he looks at everyone with the shocking realization setting in that, yeah, all of him that forgot about doing this, yeah, they're not going to be too happy finding out the realization now. And Rick asks Jenner what that timer is and why they were not told of this sort of thing anytime soon. What is it? And Jenner, he can't lie to them. He says, for the longest time, and even when they got here, and while he was working on Mcqueen here, he'd planned to just end it all. End the suffering and everything, and end the world that he was a part of, but he changed his mind without realizing he had still went through with it, even if he didn't want to after all this. Shane, in a very Shane way, yells at Jenner and says,
What the fuck is wrong with you?
and even if he didn't care too much about Mcqueen, the way that it happened now with the reveal of the bomb to go off in the CDC, setting Shane a lot more now. And Jenner says he didn't realize or know that it would come to this. Honestly, he never thought about letting anybody in. But Mcqueen, everyone here, this change for their world and the talk of other worlds, it really caught Jenner's interest, and he forgot about wanting to die. But now that it's happened, he can't take it back, and he's just willing to accept his original fate. But with Mcqueen, they have plenty of time. They can try to get out, but he places no kind of hope that they'll be able to with what's built here at the CDC. But Lightning, he's the one getting the most angry, and he can't keep his rage contained any longer, feeling betrayed by the person who helped him out the most besides Rick. And he speaks and yells out. The first time, and he didn't yell at Cruz in this timeline, so this would be the first time he really yelled out besides Mater. And he yells at Jenner and says, not only did you lie to us, but you lied to me. After everything that you did for me and letting us here, giving me these new designs and all this help, I thought that you wanted us here. But now you're pretty much giving us our own death sentence and wanting yourself to die too. You should want to leave as well. What's the point in staying where you're going to die? We have a chance to not only help out this world, but get back to mine. Why would you pass that up? And he's just basically throwing shade the right direction of Jenner's way. And Rick, he's sensing victory here because he feels that Lightning, he's spitting right now, not even lying. So, Rick comes up with his own pieces of advice for Jenner, saying that, yeah, you let us in, you helped Mcqueen, and you're willing to throw all that away for something that you honestly should have never thought about to begin with? And Jenner says to Rick that he's right, but he's also wrong. Out there is just death, ruin, and mayhem. Even if there are other worlds, who's to say that will ever happen again? It was sheer coincidence that this all happened, which it really was. But he says that while that might be the end that he wants for his story, it doesn't have to be the end of theirs. They still have time. They can try to get out, but he places no kind of hope that they'll be able to. And he says that this is their one chance to try and leave, but he won't leave. He doesn't want to. And he didn't even lock the doors, so he says, you can go. And he whispers something to Rick. The secret that we know, he whispered they're all infected. But he also whispers something else. And Mcqueen overhears this, and he knows what was whispered. Also, Jackie, something goes on with her. because even though she wants to die here, we have a very big change. Jim is at the CDC along with T-Dog, and he's not died or ever got bitten. And Jackie was really close with Jim. Not in the romantic way, it felt more like she and T-Dog were a thing. So I feel that Jim, T-Dog, and Lightning would convince Jackie to remain alive. So Jackie is gonna go with them. As for Andrea, like I said, Amy being there, which I've touched upon before, means that Dale doesn't have to stay behind and with Andrea to force her out of the CDC. So they all go no matter what. But then we get a big problem. The one that I touched upon in the second episode. Rick didn't get the grenade. So this puts our group at a very perplexing spot. But what was whispered to Rick that Mcqueen also knows about? Do they have another way to escape? But that's all for now. Hope you guys enjoyed. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you guys like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, be sure, as always, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and comment your favorite series or videos on the channel so far, and requests for future recommendations on the channel. With all that out of the way, I truly hope that you guys enjoyed this episode and are even more stoked for the future of the Mcqueen Walking Dead story, because we've got a lot more to share and much more secrets to uncover. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and Part 5 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story. I'm your host, Nick, and like always, before we begin, just want to let you guys know and remind you to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and comment your favorite story, part of a story, or future recommendations for what if stuff that might happen in the future on this channel, and just generally all the above to support the ever-growing future of the Omniverse of Nick. With all that out of the way, we shall commence with the 5th part to this ongoing tale of Mcqueen in The Walking Dead. Let's proceed. Last point we left our characters, things were looking bleak. They didn't have the grenade, and even with Mcqueen, things were looking like everyone wasn't getting out of the CDC. Even Mcqueen was looking at things and trying with his might to burst out, but even he knew that things were pretty much, they could die. And just whenever everyone was losing hope, Mcqueen nudged back, and the minute that he did, to the side of his front, a missile just ejected from the side. And at that moment, all the glass in the area, not just a small area like the grenade did, but literally all the glass around them just completely shattered. And everyone just stares in awe, confusion, and like, what just happened? Did he just shoot? They don't have time to question it. They just make a beeline out of there because they don't know how much time they got left. And they reach out just in time to see the CDC explode. And Lightning, he's never seen an explosion, possibly at all. And seeing this is just terrifying. And the survivors that we get out of this, along with Mcqueen and Merle being in tow, are Jackie, Jim, and Amy. Jim and Jackie, I've never really used in stories before, really, so change there. But now on to the big burning question that everyone here, as well as everyone in the group, is asking: what in the Safari Sam Hill was up with that missile? All Mcqueen did was move, and it just popped out of nowhere. And Rick is the first one to ask, did you know that you could do that? How long could you do that? And they're just drilling him with questions. Rick mainly. But it's not so much out of, like, anger. It's, like, confusion. But Mcqueen, he doesn't know. And he says he's just as much confused about it as the rest of them are. He didn't know that he could do that. And, geez, if he knew that he could do that sooner, then it literally would have been useful to use, especially during the Atlanta camp attack and, like, so on. He knew about others in his world that could use weapons that are ejected from them, but he never had anything like that, and Jenner didn't say he did anything like that. So he honestly has no freaking idea. And Shane, he's got a different opinion about this. He's not looking at Mcqueen as a threat anymore, and he's not looking at him as a powerful car ally. He's looking at Mcqueen as a car with too much power and not enough smarts to use it. Rick, after this, tries to contact Morgan with the same little, success that he did. And the whole reveal that Jenner said something to him. And Mcqueen, after, talks to Rick, still trying to figure out what the frick the missile was, and asks Rick if they're ready to go to Fort Benning with a mischievous smile, and Rick already knows what Mcqueen has in mind. We then get a scene of Rick Grimes driving inside of Lightning McQueen. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with how this happened, watch the past parts to see what I did to make that happen. Anyways, I'm pretty sure that every one of you can probably say, this is freaking awesome. Just imagine that image, even if it be cursed. We then get to the highway scene, and pretty much everything there goes per normal so far, with the only exceptions being added characters, Mcqueen, Merle, Jackie, Jim, and Amy. So, besides that, nothing changes. And whenever the Horde does come, T-Dog's not going to get injured because Daryl is right next to him, which he already was, but Merle is there to back up both Daryl and T-Dog in silently, yet doing it in a Merle way, taking out the walkers that were near them. So it would be silent, but not so much with Merle. But this doesn't really put T-Dog in a grateful mood, because at this point, him and Merle would still have bad blood. So, yeah. He's like, about the whole saving thing. But at least he's alive. Jim, he would be either hiding or in the middle of trying to silently fight off walkers, getting himself into a dangerous situation. But Jackie, for the first time in any of my stories, is beginning to perk up a sort of character development in helping Jim, either to get away or fight off the walkers that are near them. And even if one of the former happened, Daryl would be around helping him out, so no one gets bit or dies or anything like that. It's really not that big a deal. Then we get Andrea in her RV, well, the RV, Dale's, and she notices the walkers outside and is like, oh, that's a thing, because that's pretty much what happened. Except Amy in this story is the one to point that out, very scared, because Amy, and literally points to what's outside very quietly and, frighteningly. And Andrea, in an attempt to make sure that her and her sister do not die, even more so her sister, they go into hiding, and with little trouble are able to take out the walker that enters the RV much more handily than how it was in canon, because Amy is around, so it wouldn't be that big a deal. After that, Mcqueen is the next to spot the Horde, and he's not looking pretty happy at all those walkers coming towards them. But Rick silently says to him that while he thinks that Mcqueen would have absolutely no difficulty taking them all down because, one, the missile that they all saw, even if it's just random and they don't know how it happened, and Mcqueen is a talking, sentient car that could ram all of them, it would alert and possibly kill them all in the process. So he tells Mcqueen to just not do anything. And Mcqueen just shuts his eyes and does not move. Basically like an actual car in their world, to blend in. And while this is happening, Sophia, runs off and Rick has to go and save her, and that begins to progress as it does in canon. And whenever Mcqueen opens his eyes, and the horde is long gone by this point, now he's angry because now he doesn't know where Rick or Sophia are. He feels like he should just go after them, and it's his fault because he really should have, not listened to Rick that time. But Lori says that Rick was right. If Mcqueen had acted, that might have backfired not only on himself, but everyone else. It possibly would have gotten them all killed. Because even Mcqueen couldn't take out that horde alone the way he is now. He's not truly a fighter car, even if he is able to ram all of them. And everything. Rick was right, and she's sure that he and Sophia will be back. They just have to sit here and wait. But Shane begins to monologue to himself and to everyone that Rick brought this on himself. Not only letting in this car, but trying to stick his nose out for Sophia when, in reality, she was just dragging him down in that regard. And yeah, Shane's beginning to show some colors a little bit earlier, mainly because of Mcqueen. And Mcqueen knows this and just angrily glares at Shane because he knows about Shane and who he is and his anger, especially at the CDC. And the fact that he is more and more starting to fight against Rick. Best friends, right? But he stops himself from doing anything or saying anything specifically to Shane because he knows how much Rick cares for him, and in this moment, it's not really right to do, given the circumstances. Meanwhile, in the woods, Rick and Sophia are there, and Rick goes to hide Sophia and come back to her like he did, leading to Sophia stupidly going out. And after that, Daryl comes into the woods, and that whole escapade pretty much goes the same way. Except Rick would get more into the idea of, getting into, the gut hole deal of the walkers, since they didn't do that in Atlanta. The whole deal about covering themselves with guts, except it would be kind of different because they ain't ever done it. So it would just be an idea to use for the future. And then, once their results wield nothing, they get back, and Rick has an idea, which they can actually now use. He tells Mcqueen to drive as fast as he can every neck of the woods to try and find Sophia. Scour every single place that he can, because Mcqueen can do that. And he won't have to worry about the horde, and if he sees any walkers alone, he can handle those. And Mcqueen, he doesn't have to be told twice. This is his way to make up for what just happened, because he feels kinda to blame. And with that, Mcqueen shows off his skills, saying a signature ka-chow before roaring off into the woods as fast as he can go, looking all over the entirety of the woods near them to scour for Sophia. But before he can find any one, besides maybe a few walkers in his way that he just rams out of the way, he finds a church, which we know to be the church with those fake bells. So, yeah. Once they get there, though, Shane, he feels as though he's had enough. This Shane is far more into his Season 2 past mentality than ever before. You got Mcqueen, who doesn't know his own boundaries and can shoot missiles randomly out of nowhere. It's a sentient car, for Christ's sake. And not only that, but they're sticking their necks out for a girl who's most likely dead. And Shane, with no Andrea to speak of in the regards of wanting to leave the group, this means that Shane is actually going to leave the group here. Now, this not only came to my mind because of how the story went with Mcqueen and just everything that's happening, and Andrea's character being better, and the fact that I never acknowledged Andrea's character being better as a way for Shane to leave in this way, because I never thought of it, but you guys helped make that decision too, with a community post. So, there you go. But that will be way in the future we talk about that. Once everyone is finished at the church and begins to go onwards, Rick, he begins to notice that Shane is nowhere in sight. Now, it's very possible that he could just be back with the others or scouring some part, but after some time, and more time, especially whenever him, Mcqueen, and Carl go on their section to look for Sophia and find a deer, he begins to see that Shane, he might have left of his own accord. And Rick and Mcqueen, while Carl admires a deer randomly, Rick and Mcqueen not paying attention to it this time, well, Rick mainly, because Mcqueen was never there, they begin to talk about it when Carl gets shot, snapping them out of their Shane focus to Otis, the accidental shooter. And Mcqueen, while it's very possible to be focusing on the whole Shane thing because of what Mcqueen knew about him and Rick needing to know some of that stuff, Mcqueen, he snaps out of that whole trance to tell and angrily yell at Otis where he came from so they can save his friend's kid. And Otis doesn't need to be told twice. It's a talking car. And Mcqueen also yells at Rick to get in, and they need to go now. And with that, Mcqueen roars with the utmost speed that he's ever exuded, ever, at least in this world, because we know he can go faster. And soon enough, they reach Herschel's farm, where the Green family is going to be coming face to face with Mcqueen. How will they react to Mcqueen? How will the whole entirety of this saga go down and the rest of it without Shane there? When will we see him return? And how will the rest of the story go with Mcqueen being very much so, slowly but surely, stronger than any version of him? But that's where we leave off for now. So, what do you guys think will happen next? How'd you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, be sure as always to smash the like button, comment your favorite part or parts or stories or future suggestions for the future of this channel, and subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick so you don't miss the ever-growing future that this channel has to offer, especially with your guys' help. But with all that out of the way, I hope that you guys truly enjoyed this 5th part to the tale, because it's only going to get even bigger and exciting from here on out. So I will see you guys next time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 6 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead crossover story. I'm your host, Nick, and before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and comment your favorite story, part of a current story, or future requests for stories or reviews or general discussion, so you can see your stories and discussions maybe pop up on the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, let's get into part 6 of the ongoing Lightning McQueen Walking Dead story. Last we left our characters, they were on to the Green farm, and going with McQueen leading the way and Shane leaving the group to save Carl's life, and the Green family approaching from their porch to see what's going on. Herschel can't tell if he's getting way too senile or if he's high or something, because it looks like he's seeing a sentient car driving towards his farm. But his main concern is the man, who seems to be a cop, running with an injured boy. And he wastes no time in making that his top priority. So, like canon, everything so far with Carl getting fixed or healed or whatever you want to call it goes the same as it did. Except Otis is the first one without Shane there to mention going to the hospital to get things to help out Carl. And that's just it. That's the big thing. Without Shane there, what's going to happen? Since he has left the group, which we're going to get into a major thing with him later down the line, that's the big thing. Without him, who's going to go with Otis to the hospital? Because he can't go alone. That would basically be a suicide run, knowing how Otis went even with Shane. Lightning McQueen wastes no time in saying that he wants to be the main one and that he wants to help out his best friend, his son, and he wants to be able to do this. And Rick is definitely very surprised once again at Lightning McQueen's charisma and him wanting to do this. And he does agree that this would be a very good decision. But he wants McQueen to do something else. He wants McQueen to go get Lori because she needs to be with her kid and everyone else and bring them here. At least the people that he can. And he even looks down while he's saying this, knowing how sad McQueen's going to be because he won't be able to go and do what he wants to help out. But he says to McQueen, he's still helping out, even if Rick isn't asking him to go to the hospital or the school, whatever. McQueen is sad about it, but still happy that he gets to help out Rick, even if he's not directly going to the school. He's still helping out in a great way to get Lori and the people that he can here, and whoever else would be helping him get the people to the farm. So with that, he drives off really fast and proceeds to get everyone that he can and bring them to the farm. But we still have the burning question, who's going to go with Otis? We still haven't gotten a person. Well, given the scenario, no Shane, we're going to take a page out of Destiny's. Maggie is going to go. Except it's not with Shane, it's with Otis. She speaks up about it and says she's the most likely one. Not only is she fit for the job, and she knows where it is just as much as Otis, but there really isn't anyone else. There really isn't a choice. And they haven't got time, especially on Carl's case. She will make sure to come back alive with Otis, with as much, even more than what they need, and assures her father of this. Herschel definitely is against this, being it's his kid, but he does really not see another way to get this done, and Maggie is right. So, he allows it, and says that Maggie and Otis better come back alive. And it doesn't matter how much they get, they just need to get enough so that they can get this procedure done, and they need to get it fast. So, Maggie and Otis make haste, and they make their way to the school to get what they need. And, with that, McQueen and Beth or whoever else would be at his disposal alongside him return to the farm with Lori and everyone else in tow, because you can't expect McQueen to get everybody. He would get close to everybody, but it's not likely that he would be able to get everybody. Now, at the school, sorry I called it hospital earlier, Otis and Maggie get what they need. Even more so because it would be Maggie instead of Shane. So, yeah, think it'd be likely that they would get more than what they originally got, depending on how much more specifically would be there. But, even after all this, Otis knows that he would slow Maggie down, and being that it's Maggie and not Shane, Otis decides to sacrifice himself for Maggie to be able to get away. And I don't think that Maggie would hurt herself as much as Shane did. So, Maggie just stares and shouts in utter pain and frustration as Otis sacrifices himself to save Maggie and get her out of there. So, Maggie returns, heartbroken and tearful as she returns to the farm and has to break the news to everybody that Otis sacrificed himself for her. And it would be true this time, unlike Shane's lie. So Maggie would have no reason to lie because it actually happened. And Herschel says not to say anything to Patricia, and they go along, except it would be a much different circumstance and situation, being that it's Maggie and not Shane, and the way it happened would be much different, obviously, to what I just said. Mcqueen really is angry at himself for not going and just going himself. He could have gotten them both there and they would have gotten out with Otis alive. He feels really guilty and responsible, even if he did something good. But Laurie says to Mcqueen he needs to stop beating himself up for every little thing because it's become a pattern. Even if he had gone, something bad still could have happened. The school was overrun. Even though they've dealt with hordes, Lightning McQueen's never dealt with very big hordes, especially like with him and just a few people. They've had groups. That's why McQueen has been lucky. And he needs to stop beating himself up because we're still here and Carl will get out of it alive. So even if Otis is dead, that's a sad thing. But McQueen got them here, got Laurie to see her kid. Good came out of it, and Otis's sacrifice ultimately meant that not only is Maggie still alive, but Carl will come out alive too. So she assures McQueen that everything's alright and he needs to chill and control himself. And McQueen, he sees a lot of Sally in Laurie. I mean, it's like a on that because Laurie is definitely a lot different than Sally, but she makes sense, at least to him. And sure enough, Carl makes it out alive, even better because of how much more Maggie and Otis would have gotten. And Rick gives Carl the hat, like canon. But now that there's actually a given opportunity and much different circumstances, Rick finally catches on fully and completely, rather than before where it was just small nods, that Shane still is nowhere to be seen. And McQueen, he's starting to pick up on it too, along with several others. He even notices and says it to Rick that it's true. The whole time, even when he went to go pick up everyone else, the people that he could, Shane was still nowhere to be seen ever since the church, pretty much. And Laurie overhears this being near them, and she is surprised at this, but also she noticed it too. Ever since they went past the church and everything, they haven't seen him. But McQueen, he sees this as an opportunity to say something that he had been holding back specifically because of Shane being near them. So, with Shane obviously supposedly left the group, no one said so yet or deduced it, but McQueen finds it a perfect opportunity, deducing it for himself that he could have just left, and says that he needs to tell Rick something that he avoided telling him for quite a while now because of Shane being around. And Rick is surprised, but he urges McQueen to spit it out. McQueen says he's angry at himself for not saying something sooner, but seeing as how he knew how Shane acted and how he really wasn't Rick's friend from what he has seen, he didn't want to say anything to Rick for fear of what Shane would have done. I mean, Shane aimed a gun at him, but back at the Atlanta camp, in canon, Shane had almost shot Rick at the Atlanta camp, and that scene still happened. There's a reason why I didn't say it earlier parts. Dale was there. He saw what Shane did, just like canon, but McQueen was there too. He was right behind Dale. He saw pretty much the whole thing like Dale. And Dale overhears this conversation, and he confirms with McQueen that he saw it too. And he, like McQueen, had avoided saying anything because even back then, he knew how Shane was beginning to get. With Ed, with the CDC, it was just becoming more and more obvious. So if anything, even if it was sort of bad to keep it in. Dale and Mcqueen were right to keep it in, because who knows what he would have done, especially since it seems like he's never coming back. He could have very well left of his own volition. And Lori, especially, she takes all this in. Rick is taking it all in a different way, but Lori's taking it in kind of more seriously, because they're not the only ones who were hiding something. And with this coming out from the Atlanta camp, she takes a deep breath and knows that she has to speak up too, and says, Mcqueen and Dale, that they're not the only ones who are hiding something from back then. She takes a deep breath and says, at the CDC, Shane had confronted her and tried to rape her, and that they had been together for some time during when Rick was in the hospital before he met Mcqueen, and begins to elaborate more on that whole thing. And to Mcqueen and pretty much everyone else, this is a big revelation to everyone who would be near, mainly Dale, Mcqueen, kind of, and everyone else. But Rick, he knew it to a degree, just like canon. But hearing about the rape, which he never heard about, and other details, this just makes him infuriated, much more so than he was when he found out about them being together in canon. So, with the rape included, that just makes things even worse. But Dale stops his rage and says, it doesn't really matter now. Seeing as Shane has seemingly left of his own volition, probably because of Mcqueen's influence, everyone sort of just kind of differentiated from how Shane acted. Shane could have very well, after Sophia left and they haven't been able to find her, just left, abandoned them. They don't have any idea where he is, but it doesn't matter what they say or do now, because who knows if he's dead or will ever come back. And Rick, as mad as he is, Dale's got a point. So, taking all this in, he just wonders if Shane will ever come back, but says that if he ever does, he doesn't know if he'll ever be able to live with them again, and everyone can understand it, especially Mcqueen. Now let's get on to everything past that. Maggie and Glenn's relationship, that's not going to happen. Not yet. It's going to happen a little bit later, not too much later. It's just going to happen a little bit later than it did, like a few episodes, something like that. Because Maggie would still be reeling from seeing Otis die firsthand, and that would sit with her and affect her getting into that relationship beginning with Glenn. And we all know how that went in the comics and in the show, mainly the show, because I'm not a comic person, as you guys know. So she would still begin to have sort of feelings for Glenn, but they would take longer to unfold because of Otis, and you guys know how that would go in that situation. Jim, something interesting happens with Jim. He begins to see things and have another dream, but this time it's about the barn right down from them and a bunch of walker bodies, specifically a little girl. But he doesn't say anything yet, just like he didn't back at the camp. Meanwhile, Daryl still vows to find Sophia with every fiber of his being, and Merle, he agrees to help out his baby brother, but he's much more hesitant about it, especially since he's still around. He's got a knife hand like Cannon, he's been around since the start pretty much, and Light and McQueen's changed him, but he's still old Merle and doesn't believe that Sophia's still alive. Sort of like Shane, but much more dialed down. And I mean, he's got a point, but we all know all too well about the whole situation. And yeah. Meanwhile, Lori finds out that she's pregnant, and Rick continues with everybody to hunt down Sophia the best way that they can, with little success, as we know. But it's much different given the people and how they would go about it. Kind of. They would pretty much have the whole thing, except it would be different pairs and different ways of looking. Daryl and Merle would keep Daryl from falling and everything. And the funny thing is, he would be around and it wouldn't be a hallucination, so that would definitely change things up a lot. But he wouldn't be the same old Merle, because McQueen would definitely have changed his influence and made him kind of not so much gooder earlier on, but sort of better. Herschel would begin to grow skeptical of the group in some aspects and start to pay more attention to Mcqueen being around, but still not really paying attention to his existence. Glenn and Maggie would finally begin to hook up, and Glenn would find the barn with the walkers, and he would tell Dale about it, just like canon. After that, we get the whole Glenn and Maggie at the pharmacy scene, except it would be much more Maggie being madder at Glenn, not for spilling the secret, but just because they aren't totally together yet. Because, like I said, taking a few episodes longer for them to get together. Soon enough, Glenn would spill the beans to everybody about the barn, and Mcqueen would get very angry about the whole prospect of them being around here, and saying that they should just go at this point, especially if they've got a danger. Or, better yet, just bust down the barn and see what's truly in there, how many walkers are in there. Maybe Sophia's held up in there or something, but they either need to just take them all down or leave, honestly. He doesn't know why they're still here, and he doesn't know. And he's making a good point, and Rick understands this, but he still stands by the fact, like canon, that this is Herschel's land and that he'll talk it over. And this would be a much better conversation than when Shane was around, because there was much more tension. But with no Shane, it wouldn't be as tough or tensified as it was when Shane was around in canon. Sure enough, Rick talks to Herschel, and them taking the snap poles and luring the walkers into the barn, that would still happen, except one big difference. Merle would be the one replacing Shane, but he wouldn't hand out guns, he wouldn't find Dale, because Dale would have no reason to take the guns out into the woods, being Merle is a lot different than Shane, and a lot different than his canon counterpart, especially being around the group and Lightning McQueen's influence. And he wouldn't be like Shane at this point in the story at all, because of all of what I just mentioned. But he would say much of the same as Shane did, except much more dialed down, still take out the walker that Shane did, saying almost all the same stuff. Rick would get mad at him, not as mad, but Merle would say, "Officer Friendly, I'm just doing you a service. In fact, I'm doing everyone a service. Taking care of a threat that we should have a long time ago." And we can very well expect Merle to have done this, especially since I've never included it, nor have we ever really gotten a situation like this, but hey, it's Merle. What more could you expect? And Lightning McQueen, he agrees with this, and Merle would have done this a lot softer than Shane, but he still would have made almost the same amount of sense. He would have still been nicer about it than Shane. And McQueen would agree with it full on. They should have done this or seen it or, thought of this sooner, especially since it was right in front of them all along. And McQueen says to Herschel and speaks up to him directly that they need to take care of this and they don't want to leave. He doesn't want to leave. They just want to make Herschel see sense of what's actually going on. And this is the first time that Herschel and his family would full on pay attention to McQueen's existence. They haven't had time to, because of Rick and Carl and what's been going on. Sophia haven't had time to pay attention to what's right in front of them, not just the walkers, but McQueen. So very, very, very reluctantly, he decides to let them do it. Actually, it wouldn't be as reluctantly, because he's staring at a talking car telling him about this. So if anything, he would just let them, being so surprised, just like Merle was. And they would take out the walkers with even more success given the people at their disposal. And sure enough, Sophia would be in the barn. And Rick would put her down just like canon. Except it would be almost more impactful, possibly just a tiny bit more, if not around the same amount of impactfulness given the different amount of characters. The reason I say more impactful is because Merle, he would feel much more remorse than Shane, because even though he didn't bust down the barn and he wasn't as ruthless as Shane was, it would still impact him because he's responsible. He's the one who almost pretty much started this, even though Mcqueen was on his side and he kind of sparked it. But Herschel, even though he doesn't truly blame either one of them for this, he still finds the whole concept of a talking car completely ridiculous. But if anything, it helped kind of open his eyes, and he should have paid attention to it sooner. If there's a talking car and everything, as ludicrous as it looks and sounds, then the whole Walker deal, what Rick explained, it really actually makes sense to him now. And he actually apologizes, and actually starts to make sense to him. It'd be a much more different Herschel a few episodes early. And Rick explains the whole story about Lightning McQueen to Herschel and his family, especially Herschel, and says Lightning McQueen means absolutely no harm. But Herschel, even though he wants to believe this and is listening, he's still reeling over his family, and his mind is all over the place and discombobulated. So he still goes to the barn to think all this over. Not so much as canon, but still to a good degree. Meanwhile, Beth still goes into the catatonic shock. Lori tries to help out. Given a different Andrea since Amy is alive, and much different circumstances, that means that the whole Beth situation would be dealt with a lot smoother. And Lori would still go to Daryl to try and get Rick back and Glenn, but Merle would be alongside Daryl, and that would make the situation different, especially considering there's not as much tension or hostility, but Merle would still snap at Lori for the whole thing, feeling that him and Daryl are both, they've done way more than enough, especially with the whole McQueen thing. So if anything, it would be around the same hostility as Daryl gave Lori as canon, if not maybe a bit more so because Merle's around. Meanwhile, like I said, Rick and Glenn would still go to Herschel, except it wouldn't be as big because Herschel, he just saw a talking car for Christ's sake. So he'd definitely be much easier to persuade to come back. Possibly. We can't tell, especially with Herschel, how old he is at this point in the story. You never know, but it would definitely be easier. Lightning McQueen would be outside, obviously with Rick, standing still trying to blend in as a normal car for walkers or people. But his eyes, out of the corner of them, he sees two people begin to enter the bar. Two people that do not look friendly at all. They have armed weapons, and they don't look like they're going in there to have a good conversation with his friend Rick and Glenn and Herschel. He has a choice to make. Ride in there and save his friends, especially Rick, or stay and see if they can handle themselves, especially if there's more people. What will McQueen do? And will it be a good decision or a bad decision, whatever happens next? But that's the end of this episode. What do you guys think will happen next? How'd you like this episode? And what is your favorite part of the story so far? With all of that said, please be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and be sure to comment your favorite part or parts or future recommendations for stories and regular discussions on the channel so you can see your favorite stories or discussions maybe appear as actual things on this channel. But that's all that we got time for in this episode, and I will see you guys in the next part of this great tale. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and Part 7 to the McQueen Walking Dead tale. I'm your host, Nick. Before we get into today's episode, be sure, as always, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite parts, or future requests for what-ifs and general discussion to be said on this channel to see your stuff possibly happen here and just generally support the channel. With all that out of the way, let's get into the next part of this ongoing tale with Lightning McQueen. Last time we got into it, we were at the bar with Rick, Glenn, Herschel, and McQueen, who saw Dave and Tony go into the bar. He doesn't know what to do. doesn't know whether to let them be dealt with by Rick and everybody else in there, or to help. But while he does know that these people are the farthest thing from friendly, and he knows that he could very well help Rick and everybody else, he doesn't know how these new people will react to him, or if he'll instantly get shot or targeted or something. He could put his friends at risk, especially Rick. So he just opts to do what Rick told him to do, stay completely still and just be a car. But within 5 minutes, he hears shots from inside and to the side of the bar, because Dave and Tony got swiftly dealt with by Rick and company and Herschel, as well as a few of the men outside of the bar whenever Mcqueen saw them approach. So at this point, with shots being fired and a definite threat among them, Mcqueen, he's starting to show true fear here, because this would be the real first group that they've had hands-on experience with, because Novatos gang. So whenever more shots start to come his way, an actual fight goes out, Mcqueen, he's getting scared, and he wants to help, but he doesn't know how, and he doesn't even know if he's been noticed. But he goes to turn a direction in which to run to Rick or to help in some way, when suddenly he jolts a certain way and a missile flies out from his side, creating a decently sized explosion, killing off Randall and all the rest of Randall's group, which were there. So that means nobody gets away, nothing, which really doesn't matter. Now, whenever Rick, Glenn, and Herschel come over to see what just happened, because who could not hear that explosion, even if it wouldn't be that big, Rick now knows for sure that if that was the same incident that happened at the CDC, because obviously, then there's no mistaking that Mcqueen has something hidden within him. But he's very glad they just possibly got their lives saved by that. But Mcqueen says they can't worry about it right now, because even if he seemingly got rid of the threat, who knows if more will show up, and they got what they came here for, getting Herschel back. They need to get back to the farm now. Alright, so we pretty much surmised that, like my Madison story, Randall's group is out of the equation. So, yeah, really no big a deal, because they were nothing to begin with. Now, we're going to get on to a trend, which I always do at certain skips in the stories that I make. Survivors. Because we haven't talked about it in a minute, and just to catch people up. We have Dale, Amy, Jim, and Jackie. They have all survived. Now, of course, I've made Dale and Amy survive before, but the two main ones, if you guys hadn't caught on, is Jim and Jackie, with Merle and Mcqueen being side characters. Now, Carl would still play with the walker, and it would get onto the farm, but with no Randall group, and no threat or tension with Shane and all that, that means that Dale and Andrea would be present on watch, along with Mcqueen, Merle, and just others in general, and one walker would definitely not be a problem, so no one dies. Meanwhile, Lori has a talk with Rick about what to do next, where they should go, and what should happen, since Sophia has unfortunately been discovered, and they got Herschel back, and everything seems to be okay. Rick thinks on this for a long moment. He honestly doesn't know what to do now. They could always try to go to Fort Benning, but even if they were enemies, those people said that it was a lost cause, and we of course know that. So he decides to make a decision. They will stay here on the farm, fortify, and make sure that they make this their eternal new home, because it can be. But first things first, before they fortify, grab supplies, do all this, that, and the other thing, they need to find out what Mcqueen has hidden in him. Why has he conveniently twice so far been able to shoot out missiles? They never knew of that. And Mcqueen, he overhears this being around, and even though he has been picked and prodded far more than he's ever grown used to at all, he's only grown used to it because of him and Rick's friendship and wanting to become a better car for when he returns to his world. So, he's all down for it, especially since he himself doesn't know about what's happened either, because he was sedated to whatever could have happened to him to make him shoot out missiles. So, he's opened up by everyone in the farm area who is good with tools. We already discussed those specifics. And through all the gears and wires and rods and everything, everyone in the area, even the people who aren't car experts, look all around for something. And Rick, he notices something and tells everyone to pay a really, really close attention to the side of Lightning McQueen, because he saw something. And everyone, they look in for a closer look. And sure enough, they find something astonishing. Now, I want you guys to pay close attention to this. It's not too big of a revelation, but it's still a big one, so pay attention. So, you guys know at the CDC, and just now, McQueen's turned a certain way and a missile's popped out, right? Well, there's a reason for that. You see, at the very side of Lightning McQueen, the front side, not the actual side, but the front side, to his left, is a missile launcher, a hidden, small missile launcher. Because even if Jenner wasn't a gun expert or any kind of weaponry expert, he didn't do that kind of thing, he wasn't that kind of doctor, secretly, with McQueen's design, he was able to convert a small missile launcher with missiles that could do a good amount of damage, but it's not the hugest thing. And Rick, Jenner actually whispered that to him. He didn't whisper, oh, McQueen has a missile launcher, you know. Besides the infected thing, he told Rick that McQueen is much more special than what they all made him. So, Rick didn't know what that meant, but now he actually says this out front and he confirms that, yeah, that definitely seems about right. So now, they've got to keep working on McQueen, make this place their new home, and continue on to actually building something at this farm. And with McQueen having this is great! They can utilize this. And with that, the group prepares for a harsh winter to come and a new life at Herschel's farm. But we're going to pause on them for a good minute, especially in the next episode. What we're going to talk about is a poll that I discussed with you guys before I began actually uploading the series. I asked you guys, where should Michonne go? Should she find Shane and both join Negan? Should she find Woodbury alone? Should she encounter the Claimers? Or should she find the farm? Now, if she would have gone with Shane, that would have been basically a canonical hallucination canon event, along with Shane joining Negan in several of my stories. If she found the farm, that'd be like my Madison story. But you guys, I listened to the people, and you guys chose that she should encounter the Claimers. And that's what she is going to do. But that's not all I'm going to do, because I thought of something, a good twist to add on, to converge parts of the poll ideas into one. Not all of them, but two of them. And you'll see what I mean at the end of this episode going on. Now Michonne, she remains on her own, much better than she did without having to worry about a second person, Andrea, but soon enough, Joe and the Claimers find her, and they introduce themselves in the Claimer way. Michonne attacks Joe first, and Joe, he pulls out a landline saying that he likes them wings, and he basically says some very, let's just say, not appropriate things to say, because we all knew what they were going to do to Michonne and Cannon and Carl, so we could expect that here. And Michonne senses that it's not good, and she doesn't see anyone else around, but she tells Joe and whoever else might be around, it'd be wise to stand down. And she is not as innocent as she might look just because she's a girl. And just whenever she says this, her two pet walkers are taken down by Len. Now, pretty much confirming to Michonne that she's gonna have to kill them. And this is not a problem for her. She draws her blade, and honestly, she puts up a tremendous fight by herself. And the claimers are left dumbstruck and surprised at this lady's sword abilities. She kills Lou. She kills the claimer Tony that she did in canon. How ironic is that? And so far, yeah, the claimers actually have to try against her, very surprisingly. Then Dan is killed, and last but not least, Billy. But 4 claimers is all she's able to kill. But still, with Michonne by herself, this is very impressive. But even with all this, Harley and Len, even with Michonne's still dark nature and her sword's expertise, Harley and Len are able to get the jump after Michonne kills the 4 of the other claimers and draw their weapons and fire, crippling Michonne to the ground at the mercy of the claimers. And Joe walks up to her saying, "Now, not gonna be so easy," implying that they're gonna do a lot more than just, kill her. And that was already planned, but now it's gonna be even worse, and we can expect Joe to say this. Michonne fears for her life, actually, and snaps out of that dark trance before Harley is then shot in the head. And who might have done this, you might ask? Well, Michonne's savior is Shane Walsh. After some time on his own, after leaving the group, he has found Michonne facing the claimers. But since it's obvious that Joe and Len stand no chance against Shane, especially with the help of Michonne, who's not completely crippled, what will happen after they take down the claimers? Will they work together? Will they kill each other? What will happen with the rest of the story, especially at the farm? But that's where we're gonna end things for now, with this very decent cliffhanger. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, please be sure, as always, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and comment your favorite parts, or just future requests for stories and general discussion for the future of this channel. Because you never know, you might actually see your requests appear and become a reality. And I hope you guys are enjoying this ongoing tale with Mcqueen, especially with the revelations of his missiles. And I will see you guys in the next episode. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and Part 8 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead crossover tale. I'm your host, Nick. And before we get into today's episode, I want to remind you all to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite parts, or future requests for stories and general discussion for the channel that you might even see in the future, depending on what it is. With all that said and out of the way, once you guys do all of that fun stuff, we shall begin today's episode of the ongoing Mcqueen Walking Dead crossover tale. Last we left off, Michonne was almost done in by the claimers, only to be rescued by Shane, who had left the group, who are still at the farm, and has been on his own for a good bit now, and came to the rescue at a conveniently ironic twist in fate. Len, instantly, after Harley is shot down, tries to fire, but gets instantly exploded with a shotgun bullet to his face. Then, a gun is aimed straight at Shane's head, and he turns and sees that he missed one. And Joe stands up over him in a mirror image of what happened to Rick, and tauntingly says that he might have taken down the last of his men, but he's still here, and Shane's not going any, and he gets cut off from a sword slash that decapitates Joe's head clean off. It was Michonne, who, even though she was shot and targeted by Len and Harley, and she didn't get, truly, deeply injured, she still had to exert a lot of strength to get up just for that slash, and now targets her attention to Shane, not knowing what he's gonna do or who he is. Shane, he reciprocates the emotion because he doesn't know whether to trust her either, even though he saved her skin. But he quickly sees that Michonne is very capable, and he sees that many of the dead bodies here, those were her. And he actually finds her to be quite a formidable woman, probably the most formidable he's ever seen, and asks her, hey, do you need some help, or do you want to join me? And Michonne, she doesn't feel like she owes him anything, or wants to go with him, or anything like that, just because he saved her skin. She didn't ask for help, even though she does admit she was kind of toast there. So, I mean, she agrees and yet disagrees and doesn't really want to be associated with anybody, let alone have to owe someone a debt. Shane, I mean, he kind of gets it because he sees that Michonne's a lot like him. Not trusting and very ahead of the game in many aspects, but he says he doesn't want her to have to owe him anything, and he reciprocates the emotion. All he's saying is that they both are a lot alike. They're both very formidable people. They can take down decent-sized groups. They're very skilled, and they know what's going on in the world, and more are ahead of the game than most others. But Michonne, she still doesn't want to be associated with anybody because her mind, it's still in that dark place. But she is willing to die that down because even though she's been on her own with no Andrea to help her with her moral compass, she does admit that nearly being close to death by another group and what they were going to do to her, and how Shane's very like her, seeing it to some aspect, Shane more than Michonne. She agrees with him enough to say that she'll go along with him, but as just an ally. Nothing serious, nothing like they're not true friends or anything close like that. She's just with him. Call it acquaintances or an ally, something like that, which we obviously all know what it means by this point. And Shane's like, whatever, and smiles and is like, he didn't want anything to come out of it either. He was just simply asking her to come along with them since he's seen how capable she is. And for you Shane and Michonne fans from past stories, yeah, you can see this coming from a mile away. This will go into something. Spoiler alert. Now, Shane, of course, doesn't really care to get into anything with Michonne and just sees it as the perfect opportunity for two people that are so similar and so ahead of the world to basically conquer it in a way, in a manner of speaking. Because we can see Shane thinking like that, especially if he saw half of what she did to the Claimers. So, they both traverse on an ally ship sort of thing bonded between the two, and they go on. Soon enough, they find the random little hitchhiker dude and the origin of the orange backpack. Orange backpack. It's kind of funny. Shane, he would just see the hitchhiker as weak, not really worth saving. And if they did bring him along, it would literally drag these two down. And just before he's about to make his decision, Michonne, in her quick thinking, slashes the guy's torso open and promptly takes the backpack. Yeah, we can pretty much infer that she would do this, and it's kind of poetic in a way that you can also infer that this is how it happened in the hallucination of if she didn't meet Andrea in season 10. That whole drug-induced thing that Virgil did. We can only infer that happened, so it'd be kind of poetic and ironic here. And Shane's surprised by this, but then again, when he thinks about it, not really, because he would have done the same thing. Or just left him to die. Because he really didn't amount to much. He was just a hitchhiker who seemed on his last leg. Michonne asks him very quizzically, where are they going? What are they gonna do now that she's with him on this journey? And this is the Michonne in the dark place talking, because, like I said, without Andrea, she's just going along with Shane for the ride. Nothing really paternal or, like, anything like that. Shane says they're just going. They don't have a destination in mind. So they're just basically going till they find a group that fits their kinds of mindsets, or just be on their own forever. It doesn't matter to him. And soon enough, they find a very trapified, very big setup trapified area and seemingly habitable area of Atlanta. And Shane, he cocks his shotgun almost immediately after seeing all this, because it's very obvious that someone was here. There's no way that all these traps were set up and they were just conveniently left behind. Someone is here. And his assumptions are proved correctly whenever shots rain down from the rooftop, and this leads into a gunfight. And Shane, he would prove much more destined to pull off better shots at this point in Atlanta, because we all know who it is that's firing from the rooftop. Shane would prove much better in even nicking a few shots at the assailants. Michonne would try to get up to the rooftop, but would see the assailants no longer there. But Shane already knows, and instantly he hears the footsteps, and boom, goes down Morgan. I mean, honestly, who the frick did not know there was Morgan Jones? I mean, come on. I'm just trying to make it more dramatic because it's Shane and not Rick. So, you know, had to make it dramatic in that sense. Now, Shane, he would not recognize Morgan Jones, but he would obviously have heard from Rick that someone of this guy's seemingly familiar description saved his life. And Shane wouldn't pick this guy to be that guy, Morgan Jones, but he does look a lot like what Rick said. And even though he doesn't want to admit it, he hasn't been through the phases that the canon Shane was through. And even if Mcqueen and Merle are set in the story, he still cares about Rick. And he especially cared about him before he died, as we know from the hallucination in season 9, even if it was a hallucination. So he still cares about Rick and kind of wants to let Morgan just be. But he doesn't want to say this outright and says they should take him back into the apartment to see if anybody else is in there or see if any traps are in there. He's hiding the fact that he secretly just wants to let this guy be. Michonne unsheaths her sword and prepares herself to attack if need be. So they get up to the top of the apartment and they find it stocked to the utter brim with weapons, grenades, ammo, stockage. We all know what was up there. And for Shane and Michonne, it would be an even bigger revelation than Rick, Michonne, and Carl. And then Shane would see the signs and the writing all over the apartment. And it clearly indicates, along with seeing Rick's house burnt out and all of this clear and nonsensical writing, that if it's Morgan Jones, the guy who saved his best friend Rick and all that, the guy's clearly crazy. He is literally mad. Traps, writing, trying to kill them? Yeah, Shane wanted to let this guy be, but his mind's starting to click a little bit, and honestly, he makes a decision. They're going to confiscate every single weapon and article that they can, almost leaving the apartment dry of any weapon that this guy can use, and they're going to take it for themselves, which will be a huge bonus, and just let the guy die with nothing. Because, yeah, Michonne says, why not take him out? And this is where Shane would say they could take him out, but then he actually says to what group he used to be in, and it was his best friend Rick Grimes. He left that group of his own accord. It wasn't right for him. Their mentality, the way they did things, he doesn't bring up Mcqueen. He just says that the group was far, from what he needs to be in to conquer the world that they are in. And he chose to leave. And this guy matches the description of the man who saved his best friend's life, who he still cares about even if he left them. Michonne, she's still in that dark space, once again, sorry for repetition, and she honestly, just like Cannon, kind of wants to just end him, because he tried to kill him, and look at all this writing and his craziness. And true, they couldn't confiscate everything, and it would be a huge bonus for them, especially if they come across a big group. But who's to say he just won't find another weapon or bunch of weapons? What if we meet him again? Who cares if he meets with a friend again or whatever? And Shane says, once again, valid points, but if they confiscate every single weapon here and the guy's already crazy, true, it could find him again at some point or something like that, but he honestly just wants to leave another group, possibly even Rick or any of them, to just deal with it on their own or have the guy die on his own. And he just feels it for the best. But he gets cut off mid-sentence from Morgan Jones waking up and instantly going to attack. And that pretty much nixes the whole plan. Michonne instantly is like, nope, he's gonna die. Slashes his torso, and Shane just instinctively shoots Morgan with the shotgun, crashing him into a huge crate of stuff on the side of the apartment and covering his body, which is seemingly dead. But they don't know. But they don't waste time to find out, because after this, waiting a few minutes, they just start loading up every single bag and wholly just empty the apartment of every single weapon and everything, while watching to make sure Morgan does not get up, because yeah, he definitely was shot already and got up, so this means if he gets up again, they got like pretty much a Walker-fied mutant guy on their hands, so to speak. But after seeing he has not gotten up, especially considering the fact his stomach was slashed and he was shot with a shotgun, Shane says they gotta empty everything. Everything. And they could see this as a perfect opportunity to say screw joining groups and go on their own. While all this is going on, Rick and Carl and everyone else is still at the farm, and it's past Season 3 territory for Shane and Michonne, but we're now getting into Season 3 territory with Rick's group. But that's where we're going to leave for this episode, with this revelation. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you enjoy this episode? And what is your favorite part of the story so far? Don't forget, as always, to smash that like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick's channel, and comment your favorite parts, or future recommendations for stuff, meaning stories or general discussion that you might get to see happen in the future of this channel. With all that said and out of the way, hope you guys liked the Shane and Michonne episode, because we'll be bouncing back and forth between multiple groups, including this, throughout the rest of the story. And I'll see you guys in the next episode. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and Part 9 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead tale. I'm your host, Nick, and before we get into today's episode, be sure, as always, to smash that like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite parts, or future request for suggestions, be it what if or general discussion. With all that out of the way, once you guys get that done, we shall get into this next part. But it's going to be a shorter one, just to tie in the loose ends of what's been happening while Shane and Michonne have been on their own team, and what's been going on at the farm, and something interesting to be happening at the end of this episode. It will tie in nicely. We get to Season 3's territory with the farm people. Lori, pregnancy evolves, and Maggie, Herschel and Carol are all there, no conflict, and Judith is safely born, and Lori is actually around for it. It's kind of a running theme at this point. I even surprise myself that I'm writing in Lori longer term to these stories, but makes it better since she is a better character in pretty much all those. And Rick and Herschel put their mind on the most important thing of all besides managing the farm, Mcqueen. Now this is where the most attention to detail is going to be taking place. First, his engine, the inside of it, and the workings of it. That is worked on heavily by Jim and Merle. Next, his tires. That is left to Daryl to work on. And next, and pretty much last, is being able to put under Mcqueen like Jenner did, since they would probably know how to do it by this point, and Mcqueen be able to withstand pain from being basically picked and prodded so many times. And now it's for the reason of looking into his full-on mechanics and in him, basically. And Dale and Glenn and anyone else who would have to would pay attention to that part. And they're actually able to make a top machine gun turret for Mcqueen, as well as move the missile launcher that he already had in him from the top left side down to his complete left side, just for easier management with it, really, and just because you don't want it to get destroyed if it's in the wrong place, and you never know in this world that they're living in now. Rick and Carl look at Mcqueen, who could not be happier. He looks like an entirely new car, and he's honestly very, very, very happy. And Rick, he's very happy to see his friend this happy and different. And Lightning McQueen goes down, or looks up, rather, and talks to Rick and says he can't thank him enough for all he's done. The way he saved him, the way that he never thought it was possible he would meet one of their kind, and honestly, he's changed him. From the moment he was saved, he didn't know whether to trust him or not. But he took him in. He's taken him this far, and look what he's done now. They're literally on top of things. And if him or someone like him were in his world, he could have won his race, but that ultimately would have meant that none of this would have happened. There's something to think about right there. And McQueen just can't express enough how thankful he is to have Rick Grimes as a friend. He really deserves it. And Rick, he just can't stop smiling and says that he really owes McQueen, because if it weren't for him, he doesn't know if he really would find his family or what would have happened. Honestly, McQueen brought meaning to him after he got out of that hospital. Sure, he had Morgan, but who knows? They still haven't even seen what has ended up with him. So honestly, McQueen not only has had his life changed, but they've both changed each other for the best. Look what's happened. They're at the farm still and thriving. And he feels that if they keep up this route, not only will their friendship and the family they've got here grow, but they can save this world and get back to his like he's been promising. And it honestly is a great goal to strive for, and they keep on doing it. But Dale, soon enough, he says they might want to look out on the farm. And once they do, the horde that came at the end of season 2 has finally arrived, because there was nothing to draw them at that point. So now they finally are here. Rick, he knows that everyone here is more than likely enough to take them down, especially with McQueen. But he warns them all to be at the top of their game and asks them all if they're ready for this. Herschel, he ain't gonna give up the farm. And McQueen, he is looking forward to testing his new parts and weaponry and showing Rick and everybody else here what good having him here and being on their team is really about. So everyone at the farm positions themselves right at the center front of it when the horde makes its way straight towards them. And with this, Rick draws his revolver and yells for everyone to rain fire, which they do. And Lightning McQueen, he initiates the most fire with his machine gun turret and missiles if it were absolutely necessary. Because if it weren't obvious with the loadout of the group, the loadout of McQueen, and the state of everything that's happened, they win. And that's a first. Because in my Madison story, I made it to where they looked like they were standing a chance, but they just couldn't stay long enough. But here, they actually managed to get through. I mean, they have McQueen, for Christ's sake, so I can't not make them get through this. So this means that for the first time in any of my stories, the group is going to stay at the farm. And this is going to be the thing for a while now. They're going to be staying here for quite a significant minute. Now, it might not seem like much in episode time, but story-wise, it's going to be a minute. And Herschel, he is very surprised, proud, and honestly mind-blown that his farm is still here. McQueen, everybody, they've saved his farm and his family. And he's the one who's thanking McQueen and Rick especially, and everyone. But mainly Rick and McQueen, because if it weren't for them, Herschel getting to see a talking sentient car, his farm would have probably been destroyed. And McQueen, he pulls out a titular ka-chow to show that they're in this as a family, and he is going to definitely show how influential he is as not only a part of the family that he is now a part of, but what this farm is eventually and the group is going to grow into. Speaking of, that's where we're ultimately going to leave this kind of group for now. Again, after a one-episode pull-up, pulling the farm into a basically armored and armed up farm. It's going to be big for what they're doing. Meanwhile, at a prison, the prison that we all know and love, the 5 prisoners, led by Tomas, get encountered by Tyrese and his group. Now, with the prison not fully taken care of because of no Rick, a later point in the story in which the prisoners and Tyrese's group are being brought in, and the fact that this also puts the governor's story at a weird angle, and the claimers already being dealt with, Shane Michonne off God knows where, and Morgan seemingly dead. What is the story going to turn up in terms of all of these changes? Will it be good, or could it make things infinitely worse? But that's where we're going to leave things for now. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you enjoy this episode, and what is your favorite part of the story so far? With all that out of the way, do not forget, as always, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick's channel, and comment your favorite parts, or request your own ideas, be it what if or general discussion, in the comments section below. With all that out of the way, guys, I hope that you guys are enjoying this story, because there's a lot more big moments and surprises and definitely awesome moments to come in this story. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick and Part 10 to the McQueen Walking Dead tale. I'm your host, Nick. And, as always, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite parts of a series, or just your favorite series on the channel in general, as well as future recommendations for series and what ifs and general discussion to be had on the channel. With all that out of the way, let's get into part 10 of this tale, getting into what's going to be happening at the prison. Last we left off, the prisoners who had been at the prison just a little bit later than in canon come across Tyrese and his group who have stumbled upon the prison, but even Tyrese knows that this prison is bad. Not even just the area they barely managed to get by, but the whole prison looks bad, and yet they're staring at 5 people who have just been hiding and somehow still alive. Tomas, he is not really getting on to who these people are or what they're thinking about, but all he cares about is these people are in his prison, because it's Tomas, and he asks, who are they and where did they come from and why are they here? Tyrese, sensing a lot of hostility, says they're not here to intrude and they didn't think that anyone was still alive. And he tries to explain, obviously being the friendly Tyrese that he is, but Sasha says that they can just leave. They don't have to worry about the prison. It's clearly there are people here who are at the prison. This must be their home or something. They might be, she doesn't know. Nobody knows. But Tyrese says, no, that's not it. And he notices that these 5 here, they'd been there before it started, which is starting to click in his head that he doesn't think that they know about what's going on out there. And he says, but he doesn't say that right away. All he says is, why can't they just all live together? But Tomas, he says, why should they or want to really accept their help to get out of this prison? If they really wanted to, they could have gotten out a long time ago. But they were told to stay here, and they have ever since. And there it is. Sasha now knows, and Tyrese, Sasha, Alan, and Ben know, these guys have been in this little broom closet, this cafeteria, for the better part of before the apocalypse, or during it, whatever. And Tyrese then has to tell Tomas basically about the world. And yeah, pretty much all of what Rick and Daryl and T-Dog said, except worded into the way of Tyrese, Sasha, and all of them. But even after trying to talk to Tomas, trying to make a deal, trying to stay here, trying to talk to him, he sees that Tomas, he's just a bad dude. He doesn't want any part of them. And he's honestly just a power-hungry jerk of a prisoner. He was meant to be here, supposedly. And even if Tyrese doesn't want to go with it, he decides to make him understand, to make him listen, to make sure that they all can get this prison and actually get something out of it, because he wants him, Sasha, and everyone to be here. He's going to knock some sense into Tomas, but not kill him. And Tomas, being surprised by this, he gets into his fight mode, which was not hard for Tomas. Because even though Tyrese is not going to kill him, he is going to beat some sense into him to make him realize the world that they're now in, and just to share the prison, because why wouldn't they want to? It's overrun. But Tomas is not budging. Seeing Tyrese is ready to fight him, Tomas is ready to put up a fight and tells Tyrese they're not going to win this. There's 4 of them, 5 of them. They're outnumbered by 1. And Alan says, no, they're not. And he goes over and shakes Tomas's hand and says, you got 2 more. Now Tyrese, he's utterly shocked by this. Alan and just signed himself and Ben up with these guys? Why? For the prison? Why can't they just all have it together? But Alan just scoffs at this and brings up Donna to Tyrese, who, by the way, would be same where she died the same way. So Alan was always against Tyrese for that in canon, so he would be just as much against it here. And with the prisoners, this is Alan's chance, like he did with the governor, to join the side to actually fight against Tyrese and get some kind of lasting vengeance. So Alan and Ben, they're with the prisoners now. So now it's just Tyrese and Sasha. Tomas, sensing the true upper hand of the situation, aims his gun square at Tyrese and Sasha and says, "You're not getting this prison. We were here first. So, dead outside or not, you better get walking before you end up with your head full of lead," or something like that. We can only infer what he would say to Tyrese. And Tyrese is actually getting mad at this, mainly at Alan and Ben for betraying them. Sasha says it's not worth it. If these prisoners want to keep this prison all to themselves with seemingly no plan as to get rid of the dead all around them, and now Alan and Ben want to sign themselves up with a bunch of jerks who were obviously meant to be in this prison, then it's not worth it to stay here. If anything, they would have been better off going on the road still, or like going down in one of the lower parts of the prison and never meeting these jerks. Alan and Ben probably would have been with them still. And Tyrese, he really doesn't want to leave Alan and Ben. Mainly Ben, but Alan's like, because we all know how Tyrese and Alan felt about each other. But ultimately, Tyrese unfortunately has to agree with Sasha on the fact that they really can't do anything. So, with that, they both just go out the way they came and go away from the prison. Soon enough, managing to survive just barely, they stumble across a town. A very familiar town. A town that's the story has deeply affected. Meanwhile, the prison now has 2 new members, Alan and Ben, with Tomas and Andrew being alive still, as well as Big Tiny. So, Tomas is ultimately gonna think of a way that they should just kill all the walkers, which by think, I mean they're going to literally go and kill them just the way they did before Rick could control them, or try to at least. Also, meanwhile, Rick, Lightning McQueen, and Herschel and everyone on the farm are fortifying the farm to a great degree and living, ultimately, the best that any story of the farm has ever seen. Also, meanwhile, Shane and Michonne are clearing out Morgan's apartment of every scrap of weaponry, ammo, and just stockage, and once they're all done, they look like highly trained military soldiers. Shane most of all. And the apartment after, it almost looks completely barren. Michonne, after they've pretty much armed themselves to the teeth, says, now that they know that that Morgan guy isn't getting up, how does Shane feel since he said that that was the guy who supposedly saved his best friend? And besides the point of that, they're not going to be joining any other group, are they? That plan's kind of out the window with them armed to the teeth. Now they're just in it for themselves. And Shane honestly says that he never thought that this would happen. Him meeting someone else, doing all this, he honestly thought he would just be on his own. That's kind of what he wanted. But meeting Michonne, seeing how they're a lot like, getting all of this, it's worth it to not meet another group. Because if Morgan showed anything to them about this world, it's that no group, no person can be trusted in any relative sense. That way is done. And the two of them, they can basically just take all this, go on their own, and basically make the world theirs. And they leave with that very thought in their minds. Little do they know, a bloody, very dark hand grips at the rubble that he's laying in, barely alive, but furious. And Shane and Michonne don't even know it. Meanwhile, again, Tyrese and Sasha are approaching the town, Woodbury. How will their entrance go here without Alan and Ben? How will Alan and Ben get in with the prisoners since the prison is ultimately Tomas's? What about all the other groups? But that's where we end this episode. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode, even if it was a short one? And what is your favorite part so far in this Mcqueen tale? With all that said, be sure, as always, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite parts, or just favorite series as a whole on the channel, as well as future recommendations for stories and general discussion that one day you might just see pop up here on the channel. But with all that out of the way, guys, I hope you enjoyed this episode, and I will see you guys in the next one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and Part 11 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead tale. I'm your host, Nick. And, like always, before we get into today's episode, just want to tell you guys to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite parts of a series, or just series in general, and future requests for stories and general discussion to be happening here on the channel, and you might even see it in the future. Once you guys get all that stuff out of the way, we shall begin the next part, which will focus on the prison and a definite Woodbury versus prison build-up twist. Spoiler alert. Tyrese and Sasha have just arrived at Woodbury after basically being kicked out after Alan and Ben turned traitor and joined Tomas and the prisoners. The governor greets them, and here's the thing with the governor. With no Merle, nothing's really happened at Woodbury. And there's no Michonne, no Andrea, no Merle, nothing. Woodbury has just been existing, more or less. So it's kind of been an empty plot going there. So Tyrese and Sasha, even if it's not with Alan and Ben, are a definite build-up to the Woodbury community. And the governor greets them, both of them, and introduces himself and everybody around, and asks where they came from. Tyrese said that they had more people, and they were basically not going anywhere specific. Recent place they were at was a prison, where the last two besides themselves of their group, Alan and Ben, got into a team up with the prisoners that were there, and they were not nice, at least the vast majority of them. The governor, this piques his interest because not only were they kicked out of a place well they didn't really need to be, but the prisoners are, so to speak, dangerous, and two of their own went with them. And he asks to know more about the prisoners specifically. Maybe they can get them back, Alan and Ben, maybe. He doesn't really say that because we can only infer what the governor would say at that point. Tyrese mentions that there was a long, black-haired man with a gun and a demeanor that said, "I'm the leader here, this is my prison," with a lackey named Andrew, supposedly. The others didn't seem truly bad, but the two of them, yeah. Alan and Ben, two of their own, fell in line with them, and they kicked himself and Sasha out, and that's how they got here. And he just says he wants to be a part of a community that actually wants them. The governor thinks about this for a minute and says, "Well, you're more than welcome here. We'll see what we can do, maybe try and get them back, but if these prisoners are really dangerous, then best to stay away from them." But we all know that the governor, hearing all this, is going to be thinking the complete opposite. At the governor's home, there's a meeting held between the governor, Martinez, and Milton. By the way, hope you like the little chair home decoration pic. It's when I was starting to get really in-depth with the picture overlay on the collage thing. Anyway, they're all sitting down having a meeting about what to be done at the prison, maybe getting Alan and Ben back, and so on. Martinez says best left to deal with other things besides the prison. It's not even worth their time for just two people, even if it is a kid and another guy. And the governor, he agrees to a fault, but the description and everything that was being said about these two prisoners, Tomas and Andrew specifically, and the fact that they basically not so much have two with them or like kidnapped, it's just, it unnerves him. And they killed the military soldiers already with no one else to be around. So they killed them because they were a threat. So even if it's 2 men, they have people, and now these 2, it's just, they need to take them down. And Martinez, he ain't got no qualms against it. So Martinez, Schumpert, Tim Crowley, and Gargiulio are all in a group along with several other soldiers, unnamed ones, obviously. And they all set out to go to the prison and kill the prisoners and get back Alan and Ben, whether forcefully or, just the normal way, even if they wouldn't want to come back, It's more or less a opinion on that matter again, too. Meanwhile, at the prison, Big Tiny, Oscar, and Axel are having a fallout to, discuss what their allegiance is here with Tomas and everything, and what's been going on. Axel says that he really doesn't want to be a part of this group with Tomas anymore. It's just gotten too out of hand. They've been here too long. And Tyrese and Sasha, they seem nice. Oscar concurs, agreeing with Axel for the first time in ever, but he says that they're in no place, even with 3 of them, to make any kind of stand against Tomas and Andrew, specifically because they've been with them for so long, and they know each other so well. Why should they want to fight, even if they could? Big Tiny says he agrees with Axel. He doesn't want to be a part of it anymore either, but he also agrees with Oscar that they can't really do anything. Even if they outnumber them, more or less, it's kind of like the same thing. It's 3 on 3, 4 if you count Ben, so they can't do anything. Axel says, speaking of, what about those 2, Alan and Ben? Can they really be trusted? I mean, they've more or less half trusted Tomas and Andrew, mainly because they had to put up with them. But what about those 2? Oscar says that best to wait and see what happens rather than just think about what can happen. They just have no choice but to go along with whatever happens. It doesn't matter. Not to him. And Axel, unfortunately, he can't think of anything to say. Meanwhile, Alan is getting in with Tomas, a decent friendship. They actually have a lot of things, not so much alike, but they definitely share characteristics of anger spikes and definite throwing out of Tyrese and Sasha. And Alan mentions to Tomas about Donna and how he felt with Tyrese after that, so he actually applauds Tomas on kicking Tyrese and Sasha out because they could do the hard thing only when it's right for them. And if they were here, they probably would have just made it worse for not only them, but himself and Ben too. Tomas says he understands, but he does say one thing. Just because Alan and Ben, they might be cool on his part, definitely cooler than those other 2, they still have to abide by his rules, because after all, this is his prison. So, he was originally, if they had actually listened, he would have let them take a spot down by the river. But since Alan and Ben seem like much more nicer people than Tyrese and Sasha, he's willing to help clear out a cell block. But that's it. The rest is theirs until Alan and Ben can prove themselves, because he definitely thinks they can. So they go to a cell block, and Alan, he's having trust issues right now. I mean, sure, Tomas brings up a lot of good points. He needs to basically prove himself if he wants to be a pal, if he wants to stay here, yada, yada, yada. But it just feels like maybe Tyrese and Sasha were right in how Tomas and everyone was, and maybe he should have gone with them with Ben. It might have been better even if he didn't like them at the moment. So they go to clear out the cell block for Alan and Ben to stay in, and Big Tiny gets bit as canon, except to be a tiny bit later in the series, and a different way, obviously. And Alan, he's having Donna flashbacks because it was very recent. I mean, it was recent in the show even when he died in canon, but you get my point. Anyway, Alan, he's definitely sad at this because him and the prisoners, they were getting along, especially Big Tiny and the rest. But nothing could compare to what he actually feels when he sees what happens next. After seeing and knowing about what will happen to Big Tiny from Tyrese, Sasha, and Alan, Tomas just takes Big Tiny down and mercilessly beats at his head. And yeah, this is to show his superiority and that it's his prison, but this time it's not Rick and a bunch of people, it's just Alan and Ben. So Tomas actually has the full superiority here and says, let's just get on with it, as if nothing had happened. But Alan, he's not willing to let that go. And like with the governor, he aims his gun squarely at Tomas, signifying that whatever ties or friendship was going on, that's done. Tomas looks shocked and a tiny bit hurt at this, but really, it's Tomas. He doesn't care. Heck, we could all know that he barely cared about Andrew for all we know, and aims his gun square at Alan, and basically, they're about to shoot each other, except Tomas isn't instant like the governor, so it's almost a standstill with either side prepared to shoot each other whenever Martinez's group arrives at the prison and starts gunning down every single walker in the front yard and all around, signifying that the prison is finally starting to get cleared for the first time in the series. And Martinez and his soldiers go to the entranceway once they clear all the walkers and aim their guns square in the direction of the prison and say for everyone who's in there to come out and that they know they're in there. And Tomas, this signifies to him that those Tyrese and Sasha people, they must have found a town or somewhere or gotten friends to take his prison from him. And this turns his attention away from Alan. And he says to all his friends that they need to show these people what happens when they come into places they're not wanted. And Alan, he almost just wants to go over and, because he knows that this is most likely Tyrese and Sasha's doing, he wants to go and help them and be on their side still, but he changes his mind and decides to still help Tomas and everything. But he does say to Tomas, once they take care of these people here, any bets or friendship that they had are long off. This is a true team up, but just once. And Tomas says, that is perfectly fine with me. Because he honestly was about having Alan in his prison anyway. So, Tomas, Andrew, Alan, Ben, Axel, and Oscar all prepare to gun up and arm up for a fight against Martinez and his group. Which side will win this? Will Alan help Tomas actually? Or will he actually go to Tyrese and Sasha in Woodbury? And what about everyone else in the story? But that's where we leave off for now. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? And don't forget, guys, to, as always, smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite parts of series or ongoing stuff or etc. and future requests for stuff, be it story or general discussion, that you might even see happen here in the future. But with all that out of the way, hope that you like this prison and Woodbury featured episode, because it's only going to get even more crazy, especially with this. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick and Part 12 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead tale. I'm your host, Nick, and like always, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-if stories and general discussion that you might happen to see on the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, today's episode will be capping off the governor at least for an episode or two and the prison storyline, then resurfacing back later. But It's decent even for a 10-minute episode. Let's get in. Tomas, Andrew, Alan, Ben, Oscar, and Axel have all geared up, ready to defend the prison from Martinez's group, who have been sent to terminate all prisoners except for Alan and Ben. So, with that, Tomas and Martinez come face to face. And this would honestly be a very cool interaction, because this is the first time that I've ever had Tomas take anything of a center field in any kind of plot. But wait until the Tomas survived and other things. That's when you'll really start to see him shine. He aims his gun square at Martinez after talking for a minute and looking at him all intensely, and says, "You'd best get out of our prison," or my prison, one of the two. "We were here first." Martinez says he doesn't care. He doesn't care that this guy Tomas thinks that it's his prison. Nah, Martinez, he doesn't care about that. He doesn't even care if Tomas and everyone thinks that they're here because of Tyrese and Sasha, which Tomas or him would point out, because it would be obvious, especially towards Alan and Ben's case, Alan mainly. But he does care about what he was ordered to come here and do, which was take down every single person here except for Alan and Ben. And that is exactly what he intends to do. They can either surrender peacefully, or they'll just take him down forcefully. But Tomas says, if you really think you're going to take my prison and kill any of us and come into my yard,
then you must have coral wedged in your frontal lobe.
Just kidding, he doesn't actually say that, but he basically says that they are not leaving, they are not going to go down without a fight, and they for sure are not going to give up any sort of ground or prison anywhere within this radius. And Martinez says that is perfectly fine. And he tells his men to rain fire. And that they do. Guns are blazed right in the direction of all the prisoners, only scraping a few of them. And everybody ducks and hides behind one of the walls of the prison, showing that this is officially war. Tomas basically says to Andrew and everybody concerned to get the ants out of their pants and get ready, because this is their home. Alan, Ben, but this is their home. They're gonna defend it, whether they want to or not. Axel, being the only one to speak up about this, says, Big Tiny's already died. Why can't we just surrender? But Alan, yeah, he shuts him up pretty quickly on the side of being on Tomas's side still 50%. And Tomas shuts him up by saying that you're either with us or you're against us. And with that, that's a done deal. Tomas says on his count, they're all going to return fire and take back their home. Or keep their home. What the frick ever. They do. Tim goes down first on Martinez's side. And this is when the prisoners fully take into action a fight. This is an utter gun war between Tomas's prisoner side and Martinez's Woodbury side. A complete gun war rages out, which would once again be very awesome. Ben, Axel, Crowley, and Gargiulio are all taken out in the ensuing frenzy, leaving Tomas, Oscar, Alan, and Andrew. So they outnumber Martinez's group 4-2. And Tomas, feeling that he has the high ground now, Star Wars reference, says that once again, they are not leaving this prison. And honestly, he knew that this was going to happen. And he aims his gun square at Martinez and Schumpert, saying that they have one last chance. Get out of here right now, get off his prison, and never come back, or he will end them personally right now. Martinez he looks down, seeing as though him and Shumpert are outnumbered and outmanned, and he is about to get out. It seems like they're about to leave, but just like Rick did to Tomas, Martinez catches Tomas by surprise and guns down Tomas, Andrew, and Oscar all at the same time. So he didn't just catch Tomas and Andrew by surprise, he caught Oscar by surprise too. Which isn't much of a big deal, but, you know, it's different anyways because of the circumstances. Give me a break here. Alan raises his gun, being the last one left. Shumpert tells him that they have no means. They have no ill will against him. They're not going to hurt him. Then, honestly, Martinez butts in. They didn't even want to kill Ben. Alan and Ben? They didn't want to shoot at them. They were ordered here specifically to kill the prisoners on behalf of Tyrese and Sasha, who, yes, they did join the town, and they didn't come here to kill them. They came here to bring them back because Tyrese knew he was on the wrong side. And Alan, feeling immense remorse and anger and lack of options, he just decides to go, because if he doesn't, he could just lose his life, and they're not trying to kill him, so why do it? Once they get to Woodbury, the governor introduces himself to Alan and apologizes for Ben's loss and says, like Martinez and Shumpert said, Ben was not supposed to die, nor was there any ill will towards him and Ben. He just wanted to get him back here on behalf of Tyrese and Sasha, who wanted him back on their side. But try as they might, the governor, Martinez, Shumpert, Tyrese, Sasha, nothing is making Alan feel okay. He's not only got Donna's death to deal with, but Ben's, and this time it's, in his eyes, Tyrese's fault. So now he has even more of a reason to hate Tyrese. So he honestly wishes that they would have just killed him. Better that than be stuck here with all of this. But Tyrese says no, that would not be the better thing. Ben was not supposed to die. Donna was not supposed to die. And certainly Alan is not meant to die. He told Alan, he warned him about what those prisoners would do. He chose not to listen. He told him about what would happen to Donna, what they had to do. He chose not to listen. They're just trying to do right by Alan since they've been together. And the governor says, well, no more better reason to do that than to stay here in Woodbury, enjoy their time here, and get back on the field that they had before they went to that prison in the first place. Because that's all they really can do. The governor says for them to just stay in the town, deal with their differences, they'll get their bearings back together. He will take care of the prison without anybody there to own it. Whether he would say that or not is mid, but either way, he would take it as a second base, with no kind of threat there besides the walkers. Why not? Meanwhile, ending off the governors and Woodbury's in the prison section for the moment, we get on to Shane and Michonne on the road, and they're approaching a very big and familiar area, of which there might not be coming back from, and might actually make the most out of what they've got going on with the two of them. But that's where we end for now. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode, and what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, don't forget, as always, guys, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past franchises, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion that you might happen to see. Next time, we'll be touching upon Shane and Michonne again. After that, you'll just have to wait and see, because this series has still got a lot more going for it, and a lot more, especially when we get back to Mcqueen. And I'll see you guys later. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 13 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story. I am your host, Nick, and like always, before we get into today's episode, just want to be sure to tell you guys to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing stories or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-if suggestions and general discussion that you might happen to see in the future. With all that said and out of the way, let's get into today's part, which is going to be focusing squarely on both the farm and Woodbury, with a very interesting development. But first, before we do any of that, let's touch with Shane and Michonne. Got you going there. We're going to be touching upon Shane and Michonne and how far along they've been on the road. With all of Morgan's weapons, they've been on the road for some time. Any walkers or people, they have had no problem taking down. Soon enough, they get involved with more walkers, and they get into a fight, because this time, there's actually quite a decent amount of them, but they manage to take them down. But soon after, they both look up, exhausted on the ground, to see a man with a leather jacket and a barbed wire baseball bat strolling towards them, smirking, with seemingly a malicious intent. And Shane, he raises his gun instantly and tells the man he better not come a step closer. He's outnumbered and outgunned, because obviously, with how much they would have stolen from Morgan's place. But the man introduces himself as Negan, and he just smirks. And, with a snap of his fingers, 30 men pop from behind him. And yeah, now they're the ones outnumbered and most certainly outgunned. Negan just looks down at them and says, "You were saying? You got quite the amount of guns there, and a huge, huge ego." Shane, proving Negan's point further, raises his gun, still sensing that they might be able to win with the amount of weapons they have, but Michonne looks at him in a way that says, "We can't win this, and it's best to just listen and not get ourselves killed. Plus, we're exhausted." It's pretty much all of that exudes from the one look. From Michonne and Shane being on the road for some time, they would have actually gotten a bond. Not a love bond, but a bond. Shane, he says that he will listen and comply to Negan on one or two conditions. Number one, they get to keep at least half of the weapons that they scrounged up if they decide to join Negan's little parade here, and they get to climb up to whatever stature of power this guy Negan has in his whole group here. Negan says that they are in no position to be giving out orders or demands, especially since they're the ones outnumbered and outgunned. Specifically because Shane aimed the gun at him first. But since they're both willing to work with Negan, he will comply, but under his demands. They will keep a decent fraction, not half, but a decent fraction of their weapons, specifically their favorites, because he won't rob them of that, and they ain't gonna get to the higher powers of what Negan has in his whole savior thing, but they will get a boon to eventually become top soldiers, should they comply. Soon enough, Michonne gets herself befitted a decent stat in the savior department, and Shane climbs up rather quickly for his bravery, his ego, and his stature of being a past officer, which definitely appeals to Shane in a good way, because we wouldn't want to demean him in the Savior Army if he were to join it. So for now, Shane and Michonne are alive and having to get used to being part of a group that's Negan's. Meanwhile, at the very armored up farm, being very much in peace for the longest time of Herschel's farm, Everyone is living their best life, seemingly, with no sort of conflict, bar maybe occasional walkers to dispose of off the course of the yard. The Grimes family is prospering with Mcqueen, Judith, Lori, and all of them living. Glenn and Maggie's, as well as Beth and Jimmy's, and Jackie's and T-Dog's relationships are all blooming. The Grimes family, all of it. They are all basically not only living their best life, but whatever ties they would have had with their relationships breaking in the past, especially in canon, would have been solved by now. Daryl and Merle are obviously by themselves still at this point, with no one really to go with. But Jim, I decided to throw in a little upgrade for Jim and Patricia's character, especially around this point. For the first time, I am putting Jim and Patricia in a relationship, because I think by this point, Patricia would have healed over Otis's death. So, it's only right that I should put some form of another relationship and plus for Jim and Patricia's character. Mcqueen, he now has been upgraded to the point where he could take on 10 Lightning McQueens. He has 2 missile launchers, his machine gun, turrets, and even more speed and durability than any iteration of him, which is obvious. So, along with every single other person on the farm, especially Herschel and the Grimes family, Mcqueen living his best life. Sometime later, out of the corner of his eye during a patrol around the farm, Mcqueen spots something. No, he spots someone, 3 people, heading straight towards the farm in quite a bit of a hurry. 3 people, and a truck behind them, signifying there might be more people inside. The 3 see the car and introduce themselves as Abraham, Eugene, and Rosita. But then, Abraham gets a real good look at the car, and he smiles. He's not scared. He was surprised at first, but he's actually happy. He's actually not surprised at all. And he tells Mcqueen to his face, looks like we just found ourselves a really good ally. But how did this happen? How did Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene find the farm? What actually went down there? And no, this is not a comic twist. This is different. But how did it happen? Well, I'll explain. Back at Woodbury, the governor has taken control of the prison after the fight with Tomas and the prisoners and putting Alan back in the hold of Woodbury with Tyrese and Sasha. After that, pretty much everything is prospering for Woodbury just as much. Clara and Bob are eventually found at separate ends past the points of the town and brought in. So, yeah, doing a lot more with Clara, by the way. And Bob, obviously, I can't just let his character go. So, after all that, and Woodbury prospering just as much, soon enough, they hear a knock at the Woodbury gates. The gates are opened, and Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene all make their presences known and ask to speak with the leader of this town, because there has to be one. Abraham even knows that. The governor, Philip, whatever the frick you want to call him, at least in this sense, introduces himself and asks, how can he be of service? Abraham introduces himself as Abraham Ford and Rosita and Eugene and says, this town, you've got a lot of people here. And the governor here, he seems like he's led them well. Not only is there a lot of people, but they seem to, at least a few of them here, be quite proficient in combat from what he's seeing around the town, especially everything. And says that they could use that. And what he means by that is that they're on a mission with Eugene Porter, who knows how to fix this whole mess. And this town and the governor, they could definitely be of help. And he asks the governor if he and anyone in the town would like to join them in going to Washington and saving the world. After all that, the governor, he sits on this for just a second to process all this. And then, give or take about a minute, 2 minutes, thinking of all of this over, what Abraham just said, he looks at Abraham and says, no. Abraham, he needs a second to process this. Did he just hear no? And he's actually, like, scoffing a little bit at this, and it's like, could you repeat that? Because he actually didn't expect that response. But the governor just flatly tells him without any smile, no. The town, what he's built, all the people, it's far too risky, especially for something that might just be a pipe dream, to just give up what they've built here for something that might as well be a joke. If the world was so easy to fix based off one man, it would have been fixed already. This is Philip's point of view, especially because of his daughter. But nobody knows that. Rosita, after hearing all this and barely wanting to hear any more, just tells Abraham, let's go. And she just arrogantly scoffs and looks at the governor with menacing cold eyes and says straight to his face and speaking to Abraham, let's leave this quote-unquote leader to sip wine and dance with all these people while we save the world, because he thinks he's a leader. A real leader would save the world with us. Abraham agrees on this and just lambasts and curses at the governor for showing his true colors to be not a leader at all, and says there will be time when he regrets leading these people the wrong way. And they just get in the truck preparing to leave. But little did Abraham, Rosita, or Eugene expect that the prospect to go save the world was too much for most of the Woodbury people to take. It's too good to pass up. Tyrese, Sasha, Karen, David, Bob, Lizzie, Mika, and Samuel all jump in the truck with them, to the governor and everybody else's surprise. Schumpert came really close to going along, but the governor's whole influence and just his endearment to Woodbury kept him. And Abraham, sensing true victory here, flips off the governor, and they drive away to Washington. Now this puts the governor, Milton, and Martinez, as well as everyone else in Woodbury, at a very, very peculiar spot. They just lost, like, a good portion of their not only people, but the town. Over that? And the governor slams his fist into the nearest table and says that they're all going to their death. Not only is this a pipe dream, it's a lie. A lie from people whose minds have obviously been melded over the course of the apocalypse. And now his own people have fallen for that lie. They had something good here. They have something good here. So, if anyone wants to take that from him or the town, they pay. Like they've made other people and the prisoners pay before. They're going after them, and they're going to make sure that the pipe dream that they're trying to live stays unlived. And he puts Milton specifically in charge, which is also a huge moment, because I've never put Milton in charge of Woodbury ever. And I honestly don't even think that's a what if I have planned for the future. So this is a one and done sort of deal. But don't get too used to it, because it's not going to stay that way. And the governor, Martinez, Allen, Schumpert, and whoever else would go along, go after Abraham and everyone else. Meanwhile, Milton has to get used to the fact that he's in charge of Woodbury now, which is something even he wasn't expecting. But, I mean, he can't really argue with it, given the circumstances. Soon enough, he goes to the main house, to either check up on it or maybe get a drink or something like that. We can expect him to go in the house at some sort of point after the governor would have left. Then, right at the edge of the room, he hears knocking. And this catches Milton off guard because very few times that he'd been in here and he had heard a knock. So, us all knowing what it is, Milton's about to find out with the governor not there. And that might take him a different direction on what to do in Woodbury. Meanwhile, the governor and everyone tracking down Abraham and all of them come across Tara and Megan. And the governor, knowing that it's a decent ways back to Woodbury, especially for the two of them, it's a girl and a little kid, he decides it's best left that they stay with him and this little group here, so that way they don't end up dead like they might have if they didn't find them. And then Tara and Megan share their story and Lily and everything that's gone on. Because this is what I've done with Tara and Megan, considering if the governor hadn't showed up at the right point. So yeah. While they're driving to Washington, they veer off because Abraham knows that they're most likely going to get followed. And him, flipping off the governor, that's most likely gonna backfire. So they're much against his better judgment. They're gonna have to stay low until they know they're not being tracked before they go to Washington. This is something he really doesn't want to do because Abraham was never, ever against veering off from his destination, especially when he thought that they could save the world. Rosita tells him that she doesn't disagree, and she sees something up ahead. A farm and a car. And Abraham says, I think we just found where we're laying low for now. And this is where we tie in to Abraham and everybody arriving on the farm. But what happens after? How will Shane and Michonne fit in with Negan? And where will the governor end up, especially if he ends up at the farm? That's where we end things for now. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, be sure as always to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, and future requests for what ifs and general discussion that you might see happen in the future. We've got an Abraham comic twist, and the governor and Shane, Michonne, and Negan gearing up for a lot of epicness that's about to turn this story on its hinges. And I'll see you guys next time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 14 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story. I'm your host, Nick, and like always, before we begin, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion that you might happen to see on a channel in the future. With all that out of the way, let's get into today's episode, because within this 14 minutes, we're going to be diving into the governor's abrupt ending in a very, very awesome and very unexpected in a lot of ways. Let's get into it. So, Rick and Herschel are greeted by Mcqueen, who came from the edge of the farm and came to them to tell them that they have 3 new and possibly more new guests arriving here. And before they even get to meet the new people, Eugene, he can't help himself. And in a very hilarious and very Eugene way, he just starts admiring Mcqueen and almost thinking that he's dead and in heaven or something, because he's staring at this would make Eugene literally, like, question his entire existence on science and his field of view, which would be awesome for him. And remember Mcqueen of Jenner, who was a big helping hand in his design ever since Rick saved him. But Merle cuts all of that short, even though he is just as impressed with these guys' new reaction and everything like that, to ask all of them, what are they doing here? And how did they get here? And Abraham and them are like, oh yeah, the reason. We gotta get to that part. So Abraham has to basically sum up everything that they've been through, and going to Woodbury, meeting the governor, and basically getting kicked out, and having basically all of their people go to their side to go to Washington, but they backtracked a long ways, 1,000% against Abraham's better judgment, because they're being tracked by the governor and several of his men, thanks to him and Rosita and Eugene all deducing it. Herschel and then Rick, mainly Herschel, yell and lambast Abraham and them for basically bringing danger to their farm. And yeah, Washington and everything and what they've gone through, that's something that they pay more attention to, but there's still a factor. They don't know how many people could be coming to the farm right now. But Tyrese says it's really their fault. And then Tyrese, Sasha, and all them who went along make themselves known and say it's really their fault. They're the ones who went along when they could have just stayed at Woodbury, but the prospect of saving the world was too much of a window of opportunity to pass up. So, I mean, it was a good opportunity, but he still feels like it's more their fault. But Abraham says, no, it's not their fault, and he will take a share of the blame. Abraham's not opposed to that, but he is willing to make a deal with them. If they can keep them and all the people that they have with them out of the hair of the governor when and if they get to the farm here, he will take them on the trip to Washington and ensure that nothing happens to the farm or anybody here. He will promise that. And Eugene, he really wants everybody to go along with this plan, mainly because now he is more invigorated to keep his lie hidden because of Mcqueen's existence. This is Eugene's dream come true. And Herschel, he asks Rick and everybody else what they should do, and Rick agrees. Just so long as it's not that many men and they can deal with it, because, I mean, they got an armored up farm and a lot more people. So if it's a simple matter, it's not that big a deal anyway. It's just, it was a minor concern at first because they don't know what they're dealing with. But they soon know. Carr rolls up to the farm, having definitely tracked them, with the governor, Martinez, Allen, and Schumpert, who keeps in the car, all arriving. So it's just 4 men. They could easily take them down. And what's better than going up against 4 men? Going up against 4 men with 4 men! Rick, Herschel, Daryl, and Merle all confront these 4 of the governor's troops and himself at the front of the farm. Herschel demands to know, in a very calm and sort of stern manner, what these people are doing on his land. And the governor, he wanted to know who the guy was that owned this land anyway, so, Herschel just did the work for him. And is like, oh, this is your land. And the governor introduces himself in a very governor-like way and says that they tracked a truck full of 3 people who kidnapped people from his town. This is once again the governor lying, because even before he lost his eye and went crazy, he still lied, obviously. He killed the military guys and lied to Michonne's face and everything. We know about this, I don't know why I'm explaining it. And demands to know where they are and where his people are. But Rick says he doesn't know who these people are or anything like that, and they have lived on this farm for quite a while and have seen no one. These guys are the first, but the governor calls instant BS because the truck is here. They see the truck, so Rick can't just hide that. So he once again asks where are they and if he and his 2 men here can search the farm. And Herschel, now sensing that their little trick is starting to fall apart and the governor not being the fool that they're trying to take him for, says, no, you most certainly may not, and he says to leave the farm at once. But the governor says, unfortunately, that's not an option. And it all goes downhill from here. Sort of. The governor, Martinez, and Allen all draw their guns, showing that any sort of diversion or plan or anything like that's out the window at this point. Merle is the only one to raise his gun in retaliation to fight. But then he gets shot straight in the chest and falls to the ground. What dramatic irony. He died the same way like in their canon story, except way different. Yeah, everyone is shocked by this because this was instant. And also a much different governor. And everybody is just like, that just happened. This guy just killed Merle. Everyone is in shock, and this shows that the governor, at this point, to us and to the story people, this guy means business now. Daryl is enraged at this and is almost tempted to go and kill the governor and his men, but Rick yells at him, literally in front of everybody, to stand down. And he is willing to share the location of them and the people and whatever to the governor on one condition. Nobody else dies and nobody takes anything from everybody, and they're all good. But sensing that this might be some sort of trick, the governor tells Martinez to draw his weapon towards Rick, Daryl, and Herschel to make sure they don't move a muscle, while the governor and Allen go to search the barn. And in a very awesome, dramatic, and completely out of this world moment, Lightning McQueen crashes through the side of the barn, drifting straight towards the governor and Allen, pulls out his machine gun turret on the top of his roof, and kills Allen and the governor in a swift and awesome dramatic moment. Martinez just looks onward, so shocked that not only did he just see a talking, sentient car, but it killed his leader and one of his friends, sort of. Herschel now looks dead at Martinez and Shumpert, who's still in the car, now cowering in fear, to get off his land, or the same thing's going to happen to the two of them. And Rick draws his gun, everybody else would, in response, showing that there's definitely way too many people for them to take on, even if the governor and Allen had not been shot just now. Shumpert tells Martinez they can't do anything here, and honestly, they should either just go back to Woodbury or join up with them to go to Washington. Anything's better than fighting them and dying. Martinez sits on this, and yeah, there really isn't another alternative. And he actually decides that he wants to go to Washington if they'll trust him and Shumpert here. They didn't want to go along with most of the governor's routine anyway. They just lived in Woodbury. And Abraham, after some talking and thinking about it, Martinez and Shumpert are accepted, but very reluctantly given what just happened. And Abraham says, now that all of this is done and over with, he wants to get to Washington, especially with McQueen and everybody here on the farm. This is a big group to take to Washington, but it is worth it. Rick and McQueen are down. And Eugene, like I said, he is determined to keep his lie a secret because of McQueen basically fulfilling any kind of dream or breaking of science that Eugene would have. Like I said multiple times, this would be big for Eugene. And Abraham can see this, and he just smiles at this, seeing Eugene like perked up for the first time since he met him. And Abraham asks everybody if they've got everybody in order and ready to go. Martinez, his eyes go wide. And everybody thinks like the governor or more men are around, kind of a Frieza saga moment, but he realizes Milton, he's still at Woodbury with the rest of their people. And now they're pretty much leaderless except for Milton. So Martinez, even though they want to go to Washington, he just says that him and Shumpert are going to go back to Woodbury and tell Milton about everything that happened. And they'll gather everybody up from Woodbury, and then they'll go and meet Abraham and everybody else there at Washington. And Abraham says that's a good enough idea, and they go their separate ways. With that, everybody is pretty much ready to go, except for one, Daryl. He is mourning the loss of Merle, who, by the way, did die in a very canon-like way, except way different, and kind of sooner, yet not sooner. But Carol and everybody else would comfort him, and Herschel would say that they're not only doing this for themselves, Mcqueen, or the farm anymore, they'll do it in memory of Merle, who actually did more in the story, just like my Merle living instead of Daryl thing, except way less, and because he lived less of a time. So, even though Herschel doesn't want to leave the farm, they're doing it because of all the things that I just stated. So everyone in Mcqueen and in the truck pile on, and they drive towards Washington. And Martinez and Schumpert return to Woodbury, where Milton still remains the leader of everyone still present. But will the discovery of the governor's room cause Milton and everybody else to still stay there? Will Martinez and Schumpert find everybody still there? Or will they have all left because of Milton's grave suspicions? And if Martinez and Schumpert don't find them there, where will they go? And where will Milton and everybody go? But all these questions will be answered later and next time. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, guys, be sure as always to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion that you might see happen on the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, I hope you really enjoyed this episode, because I hate to be a broken record, but we're nearing the middle, if not kind of ending point, to an epic story. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick and Part 15 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story. I'm your host, Nick. And like always, before we get into today's episode, be sure, as always, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, and future requests for stories or general discussion that you might see happen in the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, let's begin part 15, where it's gonna get really, really intense. First, we catch up with Milton at Woodbury, who's still in charge during all the events that happened. He's gone into the secret room hearing something, found the tanks with the heads. But that's not all. What he finds, knocking, hearing that sound, making him go into that room, is the biggest surprise of them all. The governor's zombified daughter, Penny, behind the door. And at this point, Milton knows. Milton knows, since he's there to actually see it and confront it firsthand rather than Michonne and kind of Andrea. Now he knows. They can't stay here anymore. The governor is a fraud of a leader. And honestly, he should have seen it sooner. But he just cared for him as a friend too much. So he packs up Clara, Haley, Jody, and every single person left in Woodbury and efficiently and just completely ball it out of Woodbury. They're done. They're not staying there after that. At the cover of nightfall, they all camp out. But they are all awoken to Jody screaming for them to wake up! Wake up! And once they see why he's screaming like this, it's too late. A car with a cross has just speeded out of there with Haley and Noah. And this is the entrance into Grady Memorial for the 2% of you that don't know what that car with the cross is. I mean, come on. Yeah. They have kidnapped Noah and Haley. Milton, much against his better judgment from wanting to keep everybody here getting into more chaos than there already has been, especially at Woodbury, they have to go rescue the people. So, Milton and everybody else involved make a getaway from their camp to go save Haley and Noah. Meanwhile, Martinez and Schumpert are on their way to Woodbury to get Milton and everybody else, but on the way, they run into Pete, Mitch, and the militia. So, yeah, bit of a bunch of weird interactions and twists and turns already. Now, Martinez was not against joining the militia in the original show, so he wouldn't be against it here either. So, he joins them and also asks for their help in getting to Woodbury and tells them about Woodbury and that they have people there and everything. Now, they could have just asked Rick and everybody else who are on their way to Washington with Mcqueen to come along with them to Woodbury and get everybody there, but honestly, it wouldn't have mattered for one thing, and two, Abraham was insistent because of how much they backtracked, because of the governor. And Pete is more than willing to help them get back there. On their way, almost there, the militia stop, and they look very concerned. Once everybody in the militia and Martinez and everyone gets a full-on vibe of where they are in Atlanta, all of it around looks like not only someone here, but they did a very good job trapifying the place. And you guys know where I'm talking about. Martinez, he's surprised that they didn't see this kind of part of Atlanta sooner, and whoever's here, they got a lot of stuff, but Pete says no, they don't. He looks all around, and just from the sense of it, he can tell that not only was this place trapified, but it was also picked apart. He could just feel it. And sure enough, when they avoid the traps and everything around the surrounding area and get to the top of the apartment complex, sure enough, there is not a single weapon, a single scrap of food, or anything involved. The entire apartment complex and anywhere around it really has been looted. Nothing's left. Mitch and Pete talk about their options, about what to do at this point, and going to Woodbury and doing all that stuff, and talking about the area when all of a sudden, out of the blue, Alicia is struck down viciously and violently by Morgan. Yep. You guys were thinking that he was dead, or some of you were inferring that he was not dead. You were right. A sword slash on his chest with a gunshot from a shotgun exuding with it. Cold, red, piercing eyes, and an axe mounted on to a big pole stands Morgan Jones. Pete tries to reason with him, but Morgan's not listening. This Morgan is just like my Dale Morgan, except for one thing, that was a hallucination and a dream the entire freaking story. And two, story's not going to end just because I'm including it, and this Morgan is going to be worse. But anyways, point is, not a single person there. So taken aback by Morgan coming back from the dead and just showing up out of nowhere, he kills them all, takes their stuff, and burns down the apartment, even more viciously than Cannon. Then he heads on his way. Shane and Michonne, they're never going to know what's coming, and they made the biggest mistakes of their lives. He kills the two people even more viciously, finds Eastman's place, and Eastman tries to knock him down. But it does even less, because Morgan is actually fighting back much more so. It's actually giving Eastman a hard time. He did fight him, just not in the first encounter. Eastman, he actually has to try here to knock him down, but he can't. Morgan is vicious and hungry for blood and death. This Morgan is 1,000 times any Morgan that I've introduced or been in the canon story. He actually lands a strike on Eastman. And now Eastman, even though he's hurt, he actually has to really try here. Even try to put him down. Morgan just keeps going for the kill over and over, with Eastman dodging and parrying and blocking, trying to get a shot in, and then he does. Finally knocks Morgan to the ground, the first strike that he landed. But Morgan then just almost immediately gets straight back up, as if nothing had happened. The strike, it seemed, it didn't do anything. It didn't even hurt him. But then Eastman sees the wounds, the shotgun wound, the sword wound, and this guy still has come here to fight him? This guy is a definite threat, and Eastman's thinking about just, unfortunately, putting him down. But he doesn't need to do that, because before Morgan goes to strike him, the wounds and him going on this long, especially from the shotgun blast and the sword slash, they finally catch up to him and he falls to the ground. But he's not dead. Eastman looks very, very concerningly at Morgan's body, waiting for him to just jump up like a freaking superhero and kill him. But he locks him up and he doesn't. But Shane and Michonne aren't the only two that made the mistake of leaving Morgan's body where it was. Eastman made a mistake of putting him in that cell and sparing Morgan after all this. He's made the biggest mistake of his life, as well as Shane and Michonne will eventually make theirs. Morgan doesn't try to just get out the window. Oh no. He breaks out of the cell and breaks the cage, literally, and jumps out. Eastman, at this point, throws him out of the house and is like, I tried. And now Eastman actually is trying to put him down. Because this guy, he's a literal wrecking ball. He's a menace. He's an absolute killing machine. But nothing that Eastman could do would save him. He ends up decapitated and brutally murdered, as well as Tabitha. And when all is said and done, Morgan burns all of Eastman's house and his everything. His sticks, his yard, all of it burned to the ground. Another place absolutely destroyed and in carnage because of this new Morgan. And the cold, red-eyed, now even much more stronger Morgan, now that he is recovered, and Eastman actually fixed him. So now he sets his eyes on Terminus, with its residents still there. Meanwhile, Shane and Michonne are still with the Saviors. It's funny. I was just talking about them. Isn't life funny sometimes? That's where we're going to leave things, with how they made the ultimate mistake of letting Morgan live, and how they'll be getting in with the Saviors, and what will happen at Terminus with Abraham and everybody in the next episode. So, what do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, guys, I truly hope that you guys enjoyed this one. Be sure, if you did, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past series, as well as future recommendations for stories and general discussion that you might happen to see appear on this channel. With all that out of the way, it's only getting even more epic with a much more unstoppable Morgan and Terminus right around the corner. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 16 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead tale. I'm your host, Nick. And, like always, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for stories and general discussion that you might see happen in the future. With all that out of the way, let's get into today's tale, because this one is going to be very action-packed and dark, leading up to a lot more serious moments. This and the last few parts is where we really get into the story fully. Now, we last cut off at Shane and Michonne and Negan, with Shane and Michonne really getting into the savior role, much against their original thoughts of Negan and everything. We then cut to Oceanside after all of what's happened with Shane and Michonne and all that, with Simon preparing to exterminate the Oceanside residents and the men and everything like that. But Michonne is there. Now, in my What If Sophia Joined Negan, she was perfectly okay with being around Simon, killing all of them. But now, because of her morale with Shane, it's definitely not going to be okay with her. And she even, was against fighting Sophia whenever she faked crying. So it goes to show. Simon says they're in no position to be giving orders, mainly Michonne, and that he is in charge here, he dictates. But then Shane promptly executes him and stops any killing or further killing from happening. This was number one, because Simon was very, very clearly shown to be not only a very bad second in command, but just completely out of control. And he opts to tell Negan to leave this place alone, considering what Simon was about to do. And Natalia and all the residents who would have their men of Oceanside are promptly left alone, never to be messed with. So it's just going to remain a dormant community. Once Negan is told about Simon's death and what happened at Oceanside, he's quite angry that he doesn't have a second in command anymore. But he's got to put himself in the shoes of what Simon was about to do and how he was before he met him and took over this place. So, honestly, Shane did the right thing, taking him down. And Michonne did the right thing by not going along with it, considering that she'd been with Shane for a while now. So, Shane is promptly put in the second command part of the Saviors. And Michonne is put into third in command, either that or would still be one of the top men. And Negan smiles at both of them, saying, well, you finally got your wishes, considering that they wanted to be high up to join Negan in the first place. After that, Negan's taking over of the groups and doing all that stuff goes per normal, with Negan meeting Jadis and the Junkyard group, and Shane taking Simon's place at Hilltop and that whole area. Which would honestly be very interesting to see how Shane would interact with Gregory and Jesus and all them, which we'll get into a lot more of that later on in the story. Then, we would originally get the Negan, Croat, Kingdom, and Simon whole little deal that we saw of in Dead City, and which was not shown to us in the original show. But here, that's not going to happen. At least not with Simon. Shane is going to be replacing Simon. Obviously, he already has. And instead of Negan taking the shots, Shane, he just outright murders the Croat after seeing all this. And he could tell that Negan was thinking about murdering him, seeing how Negan is, but Shane just took the shot just because. Negan is taken aback by this, but again, Shane has shown initiative much more than Simon, and in the correct way. And honestly, he doesn't mind that he put him in the second in command, or that he just did this, considering what the Croat did. And he's actually glad to have Shane as the second in command, because he hasn't turned on him. At least, hopefully not yet, or at any point. Gavin officially goes to the kingdom and takes over as the guy to go on runs there. We all know how that happens. And the sanctuary is in a good place, question mark, for now, especially with Shane and Michonne on the roster. Meanwhile, Abraham, Rick, Lady Mcqueen, and all of that group are heading to Washington from the farm after a long time of staying at the farm. And with Mcqueen there, it has been nothing but prosperous for this group, besides the recent governor add-on, you know? At some point, driving a decent way, they find the signs for Terminus. And Mcqueen, he actually thinks that this is something they should not want to pass up. A free community and a sanctuary? Sure, they could go to Washington, but this seems like a good place. But Rick, Abraham, and a few others are not so sure. Abraham says that in all likelihood, this could be some sort of safe haven, especially if they mention Washington and everything like that, but they should still err on the side of caution should this be some kind of trap, considering what they just went through with the governor. And Abraham would actually have much more concern over this because of that. They continue on their way, and Abraham's thoughts and worries are proven directly right, because they stare at a bloody, burnt up, destroyed looking sign with a bunch of words saying like, "You're not here," "clear," and just complete nonsensical writing and cryptic stuff. Nobody can understand it, but that's not what catches everybody. Abraham stares at the distance from the sign, and he very concerningly and worryingly looks at the group and tells them to look ahead. And this scares everybody and puts them off of their game. There's the sanctuary. There's Terminus. But it's burned down. Fire has exuded from all around it. The big building, the surrounding, the rails, the trees. All of it is completely burnt up and getting destroyed. So much for that. So, how did this happen? How could this possibly have happened just like that? Who did it? Well, I mentioned in the last episode that Morgan was heading towards Terminus. A very, 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 very overpowered Clear Morgan heading to Terminus. And once he got there, he promptly executed every single cannibal that was there. Gareth, Martin, Gareth and Alex's mother, everybody, even the people in the tram cars. And he burnt it all to the ground. The buildings, the cars, the weapons, the meat area, all of it. And he stands throughout all of it, running around, killing, yelling, and just completely out of his mind. But we all know Morgan to be that way. Flame transition, and it was just talking about flames and everything in the picture. That's kind of funny. I did not even mean to do that when I made this. Now, after he destroys and kills everything here, another place on Morgan's fire list, he sets his sights on what comes next to him, Father Gabriel's church. And everybody still looking at the carnage, the fire, the destruction. But then, Rick sees something out of the corner of his eye. It's very in the distance, but it's not too far from them. It's the right side of where they're at right now. And he sees a figure. He can't make out who it is, but it's a figure enveloped in flamed clothing and an axe in his hand. And Rick, he can't make out who it is, and he tells everybody about it, and some of them can see it too. And Rick, he actually gets a bit of a closer look before the figure trails off, not seeing any of them, but he thinks that that's the guy who not only destroyed Terminus, but that looks like Morgan? He doesn't know. It seriously did from a distance, but Abraham said, should they care? If that guy's truly responsible for the destruction of this place, they should try to get away from him, not go near him. And this sanctuary? It's gone. It's gone. They need to head to Washington, not worry about some guy who just walked out of a destroyed community. They should get away from him. But Mcqueen, seeing Rick's resolve, thinking that it's Morgan, the guy who Rick talked about saving his life before he saved his life, Mcqueen says that if that's true, maybe it's not him. Maybe he's lost his mind. Or maybe he needs help. Maybe he was in that community. Maybe he needs them. But Abraham can't believe that Mcqueen is going along with this whole charade. And that he would even consider going near that guy no matter who he is. Because why should Abraham or any of them care? But Abraham's still got to get used to the whole talking car thing. And if the talking car thinks that they should do this, he can't argue with it. Let's be real here. So, very reluctantly, they follow the figure to a church. Father Gabriel's church. Morgan, after destroying all of Terminus and all its residents, sets his sights squarely on the church, ready to kill and burn down everything and anyone who is inside that building, walker or not. But then Rick and everybody see who the figure is. It's Morgan. Rick was right. But was that really him who destroyed that community? What's happened to him? What's going on? But he knows that he will not be able to get any answers unless he confronts this guy. That cannot be Morgan. He looks so unrecognizable, but the back of him, it looks too much like him. And he yells out. He says Morgan, hoping this isn't him or that he'll respond in a way that won't make him look like he's a monster or someone who just did all that. But the person who looks at him is Morgan. But his eyes are piercing red. The look on him is stone, cold, and furious, looking right at Rick, not moving, and ready to kill him. Rick, he cannot believe it. That's Morgan. And the look, and he can't believe it. Abraham and Mcqueen are the two next who react, and they all can agree. And soon, everybody else can too, that Morgan is the one who did this. He is the one who just destroyed that community. And they can't believe it. Rick is the one who can't believe it most of all. But he can't think that this is Morgan. It can't be. But the look, the way Morgan looks, that this can't be him. And he steps a bit towards Morgan, hoping for some kind of interaction. But the interaction that Morgan gives is nothing close to what Rick ever could have expected. Morgan rushes straight towards them with malice, killing Patricia, Jackie, and Jim all at once in the swiftest of motions and brutally. After that, Abraham, Rosita, Daryl, Tyrese, and Sasha, and even Mcqueen all arm themselves, not caring if this is Morgan, if this is Rick's friend, not caring. He just killed 3 of their own. If this doesn't show he destroyed that community and he's a monster, nothing will. But Rick tells every one of them in the seriousness of his life, the most serious, to stand down. Don't engage. And he yells at Morgan to stop. Stop. This isn't him. What is he doing? But Morgan is not listening. He's not paying attention to Rick. He's not paying attention to anything but death, carnage, and blood, and clearing. He then goes for Jimmy, and then Amy. After this, he's killed 5 people too many. Daryl, Rosita, and now Mcqueen. Everybody is arming their weapons, seriously ready to shoot. Even Mcqueen. He can't get past the fact that even if this is his best friend, Rick's friend, He can't stand their group just lost 5 of their own. But Rick still pleads with them with every fiber of his being. Do not shoot Morgan. This isn't him. This isn't like him. Something's happened to him. But before he can finish his sentence, an axe is swung in his direction, which Rick barely manages to dodge, cinching a good portion of his hair, which would actually be reminiscent to him dodging Tomas and Negan, kind of Ultra Instinct-like, if you agree with that statement. But yeah, Rick at this point almost just losing his head or his eye or something. He has to fight with force to get Morgan to stop. He can't do words, or he can't risk them killing, but he has to force Morgan back himself. So we now prepare ourselves for a Rick versus ultimate clear overkill Morgan, which is where we leave off. Will this battle go the way Rick wants, or will Morgan kill everybody? And that's where we leave off. What will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, guys, I truly hope that you enjoyed this, because the Rick versus Morgan episode next time is going to be even more action-packed, especially with Morgan killing 5 people all at once. You thought the end of the Dale story was big. This isn't going to be as big as that, as I've stated, but we are getting really into the serious stuff at this point in the story, and you're not going to want to miss any of it. Like, subscribe, and comment, and I'll see you guys next time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and Part 17 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story. I'm your host, Nick. Like always, before we start today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion that you might happen to see on the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, we're into another action-packed episode, with the first half dedicated to Rick versus Morgan. Yeah, we're going there. Let's get into it. Rick has decided enough is enough. If words and other means of persuasion won't convince Morgan to back off and calm down and reason and talk, Rick will fight him with force. The battle begins. Rick starts swinging, but he realizes, even with his axe, even with himself, even as a cop, even trying to reason with Morgan, it's not enough. Morgan just keeps on going. Rick's barely even getting any strikes on him. Morgan either clashes with his own axe, or he goes so fast, so brutally, so mind-blowingly just fast and uncalculating that Rick eventually has to start dodging as his only means of fighting. He dodges 2 strikes, but he isn't able to dodge the third. The third strike that Morgan's axe lands on him is on his hand, and it slices it completely off. His left hand is completely chopped off. And Rick at this point, mustering all of his strength, everything that he has left, trying not to pass out from the blood loss without being able to cauterize the wound, he is forced to do one thing. He pulls out his revolver and with all of his strength pulls the trigger and shoots. The bullet flies and it goes right through Morgan's axe, basically chopping it in half. And it goes straight into Morgan's eye. Yeah. And it collapses him to the ground. The first time that he has since Eastman's, and the real first time since Shane and Michonne got him back at the apartment. But even with the bullet through his eye, even with this, Morgan is not deterred. If anything, he shows almost little to no weakness in the attack. Oh, sure, he's affected greatly, but this Morgan just shrugs it off as if it were a flesh wound. And he goes right red-eyed, ready to kill again. Mcqueen, he sees that Rick is now very much in trouble. He wanted to know that Rick could deal with this on his own. He wanted to trust and believe in his best friend, but this has gone too far. Lightning McQueen revs his engine as fast as he can and rams straight into Morgan, throwing him back several feet. But Morgan still gets up. This is insane. McQueen is just angry, confused, and bewildered. Like, they have shot him in the eye, rammed him down, and attacked him. And he's killed 5 of their own. What more can they do to this man? And it's Rick's friend. So, like, do they really have a choice at this point? Force is apparently not even working. And Daryl and Abraham suggest just put every bullet and weapon into him and just kill him. They can't let him live, especially Abraham. And even Tyrese is like, no, we can't let him live. Even Tyrese and the, pacifists in the group are saying that. And Morgan, he looks like he could go for another eternity without dying. And he is actually very wrong. Because even though Morgan has still been in clear mode, and he's still 100% crazy, his body is slowly starting to fail him. Rick, he just yells out to the high heavens, pulling up any last bit of strength he has, trying not to pass out and die in the process possibly, and shoves the remote that he had with Morgan straight in his face and makes sure that Morgan can't attack him, and he gets right up in his face. He yells that his name's Rick Grunt. He yells that he's Morgan's friend. He yells about what they had before, about saving him. Finally, Morgan's good eye starts to glint out from being totally blood red. Besides the other one, of course being blood red because it was shot. Now, Morgan's finally starting to show some signs of consciousness, some signs of humanity. And he very wearily, confusingly, and just completely bewilderingly says Rick's name before his whole mind flashes red, but not from more rage. No. But because this clear Morgan went through so much and getting shot in the eye, like I said, with the whole Shane and Michonne thing before Eastman patched him up, his body couldn't take what his mind was telling him to do. Rick, very injured, he doesn't know what to do. His arm has been cut off, 5 of their people are dead, and Morgan is seemingly maybe not able to come back from this. They don't know. Rick doesn't know. And McQueen, he hates seeing his friend like this. Especially even though Morgan and Rick knew each other first, McQueen's known Rick for kind of just as long. So to see Rick get so emotional over his friend becoming a psychotic psychopath, it's really hitting McQueen too. Now Daryl, Abraham, Andrea, and Rosita not only have to deal with their losses and feelings still from the farm and just going onward, but they also got to make sure that Rick is not going to die and what to do about Morgan next. And Rick, he doesn't know what to do, honestly, because he just witnessed his friend who saved his life just kill 5 of their own and almost kill him. And it took everything in Rick's power, including his hand, to get Morgan to somewhat listen. Soon enough, Morgan does wake up, his eye still profusely bleeding from getting shot at. and they begin to have a conversation. Morgan's not crazy, but we can all definitely say he's not sane either. He does get an eye patch, or at least some sort of thing to cover his eye, and his eye is treated the minute that everyone can think that they can trust him. Morgan, he's not crazy anymore, and is actually back to normal, but he's just mulling over everything he thinks has happened and what he's apparently just done. And soon, he feels he owes them all an explanation as to how and why he has gotten where he is and why he did what he did. He explains about Dwayne. He explains about him losing his mind, obviously, and him being so unbelievably sorry about what he did to the 5 of them. He has to also process he got hit by a sentient car. That's gonna take just as much time as everybody who has met Mcqueen. And he does say he remembers one key thing during his whole crazy endeavor, because he remembers nothing besides Dwayne's death and one other thing. He got slashed and shot by a woman with a blade and some kind of guy who was an officer or something with a shotgun. Something like that. He doesn't remember. That's all he does remember. Rick, he's mulling over Morgan's story and actually feels really bad for him. He lost his son as well as his wife, and that's why he lost everything. And it seems the more he killed, the more he was hurt, the more everything. That's why he took out that community, Terminus, which they still think was good, by the way, and why he killed their 5. I mean, it's no excuse, but it really hit Morgan. But what really hits Rick is the whole officer with the shotgun thing. But before he can even begin to think if that's a familiar presence or not, Abraham speaks up. He says that Morgan should have been executed the second that he dropped to the ground. And the fact that he is alive, no matter the reason, it has not only turned them from Washington again, but 5 of their own are dead. One of them is almost dead with an arm cut off, and now they are at a standstill. And that they should just go, execute this guy, and leave. But Rosita cannot believe what Abraham is saying, and says no. Their leader, well, the leader that they followed, Rick, is crippled and is trying to get his friend back on the same page, which is clearly kind of working. Why leave now? And Abraham, he really just wants to go to Washington. He doesn't care. Yes, he cares a little bit, but he cares more about saving the world. But before they can go on with this whole endeavor, Father Gabriel, who had been hiding inside of his church after Morgan almost barged in and killed him, now makes his presence known, and to everyone's surprise, offers to help. Yes, he did witness almost everything that just went on, but when you put it in the perspective of Morgan trying to kill all of them and getting away with it with 5, he feels endeared, but the only thing he's truly scared about is Morgan, and the fact he just saw, Mcqueen. Again, big deal, especially for Gabriel. Rick accepts the help because he definitely needs it with his arm still kind of in a big deal. Him surprised that he's alive. And just everyone needs a moment to process what just happened. So, they hole up in Gabriel's church. I mean, they kind of hold up in the outside, but you get the point. Meanwhile, Milton and the group going after the car with the cross to get Haley and Noah back reach Atlanta, and Zach points out that he just found something, and the car is there. It's Grady Memorial Hospital, and Milton should have figured. He had heard and maybe been to Grady Memorial, but he honestly didn't expect Woodbury or any of them would ever come here. Then they see Haley, Noah, and another kid named Noah running out. Milton is surprised, but even more surprised at what he sees behind them. two officers, Amanda and Bob, raising their guns, preparing to apprehend and put them back inside. But Milton tells them to stop. And after hearing about Grady Memorial and what has happened since they were abducted, he just wants his people back, but also he's taken an intriguement to another safe community, because him and the people here kind of need it. So if they can work on the same page, him talk with the leader here, Dawn, maybe they can actually work together rather than abducting and falsely imprisoning people here. Maybe they can come to some sort of arrangement. Soon enough, Amanda talks with Dawn about the whole thing. Dawn analyzes Milton and everything, and Dawn actually sees him as an honest man, someone who wants to help. And her belief of someone coming to save them, I mean, that's not exactly true with Milton, but there's a lot of people here, so they can actually do something here. So with this many people, with Milton and everything, from this town called Woodbury, Dawn actually agrees to partner with Milton, and the both of them, in tow, lead together to form a new kind of deal at Grady Memorial. Something better than how Dawn had it. And let's be honest, that's definitely something that Grady Memorial needed after the whole canon events. Meanwhile, at the church, Abraham, he is mulling over this whole thing and not liking it one bit, and making his whole statement and opinion known about it. And at the dead of night, he calls together two people who are kind of on the same page. Daryl and Andrea. Daryl's still getting over his loss of Merle back at the farm, and Andrea getting to have to deal with her loss of Amy by Morgan's hands. Abraham says that he's really sorry for both their losses, even more so for Andrea's sister Amy, because she seemed nice. And Merle, Abraham kind of knew a little bit about him. I mean, kind of instantly knew him, and then he died. And he wishes no ill will towards any of the people here or anything. That's not what he was trying to get at when he spoke out earlier. He just wants to save the world, and they're letting a psychopathic killer who killed 5 of their own and held them from Washington. He warned Rick not to give chase. Even if they're friends, he gave in to something that honestly, Abraham should have been more persistent about. Maybe that's his fault, but he knows what must be done, and he thinks that Daryl and Andrew will agree. They take out Morgan, and they get anyone in the group who wants to go, and they go for Washington immediately, because they can't have Morgan around. They know that. But with all this talking, all this planning, no matter how quiet or dead of night it is, Abraham forgot one thing. There's someone out on patrol, someone who can't fit in a church, and someone who overheard the entire conversation. Lightning McQueen stares dumbfounded, scared, and completely betrayed at the 3 of them. Abraham mainly. What will McQueen do now that he has been, 1, caught, and 2, found out about this little plan? Will Daryl and Andrea go along with it? How will Milton and Dawn's interactions go? But that's all where we're going to leave off for now. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, don't forget, guys, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what ifs and general discussion that you might get to see on the channel in the future. With Grady Memorial getting a huge upgrade with Milton, and McQueen catching on to Abraham's plan, this story is really gearing up for an intense middle. And you guys are not going to want to miss what comes next. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick and Part 18 to the McQueen Walking Dead tale. I'm your host, Nick. And like always, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for stories or general discussion that you might happen to see on the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, we're getting in to a further down line of the Mcqueen story and a few secrets and plot twists that you guys won't be expecting. Let's get into it. Mcqueen is dumbfounded. And he shows this completely the second that he is made known to everyone in the area. Abraham, Daryl, Andrea. He cannot believe that he has trusted almost everyone who hasn't pointed a gun at him since he got into this world. And for him and the group to be betrayed like this, and his best friend Rick's best friend in danger, and he just tells Abraham, how could he? Mainly focusing on him. But not even getting into a fifth of his statement, Abraham aims his gun directly at Mcqueen. He now sees someone who's not only figured out what he plans on doing, but the talking car not on his side. So at this point, he's just gonna kill him. He doesn't even care. But before he can even shoot Mcqueen, or Mcqueen can react, Abraham's back end of his throat is completely punctured through by a prosthetic with a blade. And just as Abraham's beginning to feel the effects of this and drop to the ground, he sees who it is. Rick. The prosthetic was given to him by Daryl while Abraham wasn't looking. And it was prosthetic that not only was kept for remembering Merle because of the betterness that he did in this story, but because Daryl wasn't going to go along with Abraham's plan. Neither was Andrea to a good degree. Abraham took it too far. Rick just looks down at him and says, "You're really going to betray your friends? People who helped you out? Mcqueen? Me?" And he asks Abraham, "Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" This would definitely be reminiscent to the scene at Alexandria whenever Eugene was caught. Abraham drops to his knees, sobbing not just because he's about to die, but because he feels really bad that he went this far. But before he can die and process all of this in his last moments, Eugene feels no other time than to say it right now, and admits he's not a scientist and that everything to go to Washington was a lie. Says that the only reason it took him this long to pluck up courage to even think about saying it and wanting to even buy himself out like that is because of Mcqueen's existence and his resolve, possibly even on the side of his lie not really being a lie. But now Abraham's soiled that for everybody. And Abraham, this just hits him even more. He can't even get up to punch Eugene. And he just sits in his grief, his sadness, his misery, until he can't even whimper anymore. And he falls to the ground, dead. Rosita, she should be much more angry about this loss. But considering the lie, Abraham, what he wanted to do, and what just happened with Morgan, she doesn't know what to think. So honestly, she just stares down, emotionless, at Abraham's dying body. Rick is truly befitted with prosthetic and has to get used to this. And it fully gets onto it with the fact that this used to be one of Merle's, and has to let that sink in, along with sinking in the fact that so much has just happened to them after they left the farm. Honestly, he thinks that they should have just stayed there. Things might have been better, but honestly, who the frick knows? But Rick, after some time of thinking and letting everyone just process all of what's just happened, he says that it's time for them to leave. This church has befitted them nothing, and they're leaving right now. Gabriel would want to come along with this huge group, but considering all of what's just happened and the group not finding out about Gabriel's little food bank thing, his whole thing in the church, the writing, he has no reason to be forced or to want to come along. So, for the first time in any one of my stories, Father Gabriel is staying at his church. Now, we get to the group on the walk at the end of Season 5's canonical timeline, and there's a good bit of changes. Number 1, there's no Noah. Number 2, there's no Gabriel, no Michonne, no Abraham, and the rest of the group is all still there. Except for the ones I just mentioned and the add-ons of quite a significant number. But not as much as some of my other stories. But it doesn't have to be significant numbered, but it is significant allies. Bob, Karen, David, T-Dog, Tyrese, Beth, Andrea, Dale, Herschel, Morgan, Lori, Mcqueen, Lizzie and Mika, Megan, and Ryan. Especially with Mcqueen and Morgan, this is a pretty stacked freaking team, for those of you who did not already pick that up in the last few episodes, which means that when the barn scene happens, yes, everyone is severely more hungry, but with Mcqueen there, the Storm and the Walkers is severely underwhelmed as a threat, so they are much more fine. When Aaron makes himself known, Mcqueen is on patrol, aims a rocket straight at Aaron the second he lays eyes on him. Not because the group is far more alert, but because he's naturally on patrol. Aaron, he is so caught off by the freaking fact that he is staring at a sentient talking car aiming a rocket at him, for Christ's sake, he doesn't know how to speak or introduce himself. So, Morgan, he just jumps behind him and whacks him over the head with his broken pole that, you know, his axe was used to be on. So, yeah. He then gets put into the barn, and he has to introduce himself, and Dale and Herschel and Tyrese are the main three, obviously, because, you know, it's not often we get all three pacifists in the story, even though Eastman had to be sacrificed really brutally. Point is, they're the ones, especially Mcqueen, to be on Aaron's side. And with no real knowledge that Terminus was a bad community and less communities to go off of, this means that this one, like the farm, could prove beneficial to what's just happened to the group, and it's better than being alone with absolutely nothing besides each other. And Aaron can't believe he's actually doing this, but he is siding with the car he's staring at right now. Literally, I can't express enough how everyone would basically have, like, the same, if not more twisted reactions to Mcqueen. But hey, that's the theme of this story. Rick, he agrees. They haven't been to too many communities outside the farm, seeing Terminus destroyed, and having a kind of little point from Abraham about Woodbury. So they decide to go to Alexandria with all that said. But before we get to them going to Alexandria, there's one thing that I touch upon in the majority of my stories, and after a good long while, choose to regularly update on. The relationships. Which, by this point, we definitely need an update for that. First up, Rick and Lori are still obviously together, with Judith and Carl still around. Obviously. Lori, she is unexpectedly, unbeknownst to everybody else, including Rick, having another child. Carl begins to get into a relationship with Mika, which I touched upon in my What If Daryl Died Instead of Merle story, but I didn't bother to go too deep into it. But we will be getting something better revolving that relationship in this story. Ryan Samuels, he gets with Carol, because honestly, even though it was just a stupid small moment when Ryan died, I feel that given an opportunity like Axel or Tobin or someone like that, would have gotten together, maybe. So it's good enough to go off of. Look, the Patricia and Jim thing was wild too, and they're dead, so it's whatever. Karen and Tyrese are obviously together. Daryl begins to get with Beth. Bob and Sasha are together. And Glenn and Maggie are the last two who are still together, and their relationship grows. So that's all the relationships out of the way. I just felt like I regularly update it, and this was a good time to, especially because we're about to get something truly big here. So yeah, definitely a good time. But when they get to Alexandria, it is not what Aaron said. They go out to the main front to see Aaron's boyfriend Eric by a tree with a crippling gunshot wound to his chest, almost dead. And around 50 some men. They can't really tell because men are surrounding them from all angles. Hard to pinpoint how many when there are this many and it's this much of a bad situation. Before the group can react to any of this, a bunch of sword slashes, almost simultaneously, cut bunches of times. And the target? It was direct. The target was Mcqueen. All four of Mcqueen's tires, in a single blitz of a few seconds, are sliced off with a blade. And a gun, a very familiar gun and face, hold Rick mainly at gunpoint. And the main center of it all, Negan, holding his bat up high, looking and ready to confront the group. He gets them on their knees and introduces himself in the casual Negan way. Now, how in the world did this happen? Well, let's explore that before we touch upon this, because that will mark the end of the episode. Back at the sanctuary, and this is a good bit before they ended up there, obviously. Shane, being part of the Saviors with Michonne for quite some time now, and leading up to a second in command of the whole place, one day, he's sitting in his room, and he's thinking something that he has not thought about for a long time. He remembers his old friend, Rick Grimes, and that car, that talking car, Lightning McQueen, that they're still out there, and there is no bloody way that car and Rick and all those people are dead. Whether they found Sophia or not, that doesn't matter. They're a threat, and they could eventually run into the Saviors. So Shane confronts Negan about this realization, and Negan, after being told about the talking car and everything like that, that's the main thing that grasps his attention, and he reacts much differently than any other person would. But Shane doesn't find this mocking laughter funny, and actually steps up to Negan. For the first time since Negan let him into the sanctuary, and says that he is dead serious. That car and those people could not only present themselves in the future, but be a massive threat to the Saviors and the sanctuary. And if they see him, mainly, they'll be out for blood, no doubt, with how they've advanced. And he knows why Negan just laughed at that. He wouldn't have believed it either if he hadn't seen his old friend Rick Grimes be saved along with this car. But he trusts that him being here and obeying Negan, being with Michonne and everything, isn't that enough to warrant listening to this, even if it is ridiculous sounding? And Negan just smirks, trying to look for any kind of stupidity or something he can exploit as this all being just some sort of dumb joke that Shane's making, trying to Simon his way into a conversation, because Shane and Simon were a lot alike, except Shane was far more ahead and on point than Simon was. But Negan, he can't find anything. If Shane really is telling the truth and him being obedient for this long better than Simon would at times, then that's all he has to go off of. So he continues with a community surge and taking them over and being more put on power to the communities that they have. Eventually, they would find Alexandria. Negan, bang, bang, bangs his bat on the gates of the community. Deanna and her people have no idea what's about to come, but Negan does. Him, alongside Shane and Michonne and all the other saviors, gun everyone in Alexandria who dares to try and put up some sort of fight and introduce themselves in the savior tradition, with Deanna put in a very precarious situation and confronted and talked to forcibly by Negan. And Negan would basically have a chat with Deanna, seeing Deanna as a weak leader, saying that it's best up to him to control things around here. But Pete is the main one who puts up a fight. He goes directly up to Negan, not sensing the danger that he's in, not caring. And he just tells them to all get, but before he can finish his sentence, Negan just whams Pete in the side of the head with the bat. And yeah, at this point, even if it's just one guy, Negan got the kill that he wanted without having to put them truly on their knees. And now he means business, and that this community is now his. Eric is outside of Alexandria with Aaron, about to go on a run. But Eric is more behind, closer to Alexandria, and sees this go on. He tries to aim his gun, squaring it to shoot directly at Negan, but Shane sees him and shoots his shotgun directly at Eric. And even though he escaped one of the shots, one of them, he just couldn't do it. So by the time Aaron arrives with Mcqueen and all of Rick's people, Eric has bled out and died. Much earlier than he did, leaving to Shane, Negan, Michonne, and all the saviors much earlier. How is this confrontation gonna go? With Mcqueen having no tires but still his fight, can they muster up a fight to end the saviors even earlier than canon? Or is this possibly the end for our ever so packed up group? With that, that's the perfect place to leave off for now. So, what do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, guys, as always, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion you might happen to see on the channel. With the saviors being introduced early, and the group put in a very tight spot, we're revving up for a near epic conclusion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 19 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story. I'm your host, Nick, and like always, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion that you might see happen on the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, let's get into today's episode with the Savior's arrival much earlier than in canon, and a bunch of unexpected reunions and plot twists behind the scenes of the current group. Shane and Michonne have made themselves known. Mainly Shane, but Michonne in a second, for who I think you'll recognize, with Negan leading. He goes up to the leader, Rick, and first proclaims him like he's the leader, right? The one that his old buddy Shane told him about, and Rick has to process that too. And then Negan asks another question. Where's the talking car? And the screeching of no tires at all, and the scared reaction, and just the grinding of the gears on the asphalt and pavement, gives lightning away almost immediately. But Negan was almost completely sarcastic because he saw Michonne slice off the tires. And Negan just points to Mcqueen's like, that ought to be the sickest, most awesomest thing I ever seen. And then goes for Lucille and prepares to whack Mcqueen. And this scares him because Mcqueen's thinking, am I gonna die here? But Negan, he doesn't. This was a test. And honestly, he tells Mcqueen he was just kidding because, let's be for real, Negan, he is not going to take out something, or, someone as awesome as Mcqueen looks. And it's probably a better reaction than anyone has given him before this point. And he goes to Rick next and says to him, he doesn't know how, why, or even care to know how Rick got a sentient, talking, freaking vehicle on his side. But honestly, he doesn't care. It's sick. And he actually really, really respects Rick's group for having just Mcqueen on their side. It's awesome. And he says, they're probably wondering why Negan's group is here at this so-called good place and why he has them on their knees right now. It's because of Rick's old buddy Shane telling him about the talking car in the group. He couldn't have him become a threat, so they had to neutralize said threat, and it just so happened that they arrived at the perfect time. And Shane and Michonne make themselves abundantly clear about killing Rick and whoever else, honestly, or just shooting them. It's really undecided. But then, Shane sees someone in the group. It's not Rick, it's not Lori, it's not Mcqueen that catches him completely with fear and just utter shock. And Michonne, she pays attention to what Shane's staring at. And this catches her attention as well. They stare at Morgan Jones, the guy who they met back in Atlanta and supposedly killed and took all of his stuff. And there he is, with a look of recognizing them to a degree because of the slash and the shotgun. Just because of those factors, Morgan recognizes them. Negan smirks at Shane and Michonne. It's like, do you know this guy? And Negan actually gets a look at Morgan, and he's even more bewildered and surprised. Negan's having the time of his life right now, and would get a kind of governor vibe from that story that I made out of Morgan. So, 3 one-eyed people Negan's come across: Carl, the governor, and Morgan. It's weird. But Shane yells at Negan to cut the SHIT and stop joking around, because that guy, yes, they do know them, and he is a threat. He is an utter monster, and he had thought that him and Michonne took him down. Negan wants to know how they got all those weapons before they met. It's because they took them from this guy. This guy was out of his mind. He trapified Atlanta, tried to kill them, and was just supposedly dead. And if he is actually Rick's friend, and that has actually put the pieces together, how is he with them? And he asks for permission to end his life and whoever else is right now. Negan's like, be my guest, because he has no reason to. Sure, he put them on their knees and everything, and Negan's group has them surrounded, but the group didn't do anything to outright attack Negan's savior group, so Shane and Michonne, they're on their own. For the moment, Rick just looks angrily at Shane. It's like, you can't do this. Remember who we are. We are your family, and you turned your backs on us. Or back, because they don't care about Michonne. Morgan's the only one who kind of knows Michonne. And Lori snaps at Shane too, saying, how could you do this to the people you used to be a part of? But Shane is unwavering, gets angrier, and aims his shotgun all the more at not only Rick's and Mcqueen's and Morgan's, but everybody's direction. And says, he is not getting persuaded out of this. He made the choice to leave the group because they were weak. He made the choice to leave the group because they were safe being around a car that was literally a threat to them all. And that's it. He was done. Michonne gets her sword ready right as Shane is saying all of this. And Shane says, the group now has 2 threats with them. And if he were around then, he would have killed them both then, and he's going to now, along with Rick and anyone else who dares to defy him and his new place in this world. And prepares to shoot everybody that he sees as a threat. It flashes to Morgan, then Mcqueen, and then Rick. And Rick just looks at Negan, mainly, and every one of the saviors, including Shane, and says, looks like you thought this through, except you all forgot one big thing about getting into a tussle with us. Negan just mockingly walks up to him and says, and what would that be, dear old Ricky? And Rick, after 2 seconds, just gets right up in Negan's face and said, you're all effing with the wrong people. A terminus and pretty much just bold, normal Tannen line from Rick finally being used. Mcqueen enables his machine gun turret, which is all of his weapons are still operable, he just can't move, and starts gunning down all the saviors. Rick, who's already in Negan's face, bites his throat out, just like Joe and the Claimers in the comics. Finally, that canon moment is put in too. Negan falls, clutching his throat, as he seemingly dies. As for all the saviors, all of Rick's group and the Alexandrians are gunning down all the saviors there, including Mcqueen getting the most out of it with missiles and machine gun turret attacks, getting a lot of kills in the process. Morgan and Michonne have a tussle, with Morgan using his broken, now better shafted, pull against Michonne's blade, which would be a really cool fight. Shane gets a shotgun ready to shoot Morgan to help his kind of lover now at this point, but Rick steps in his way and fights. And with one strong kick while Shane's back is turned, Rick goes at Shane and an all-out fight between the two of them begins. Meanwhile, Morgan has a high advantage. He's not all clear monstrous Morgan like before, but that's still part of him. He hasn't had that Eastman side of him, so that's forever who he is. And he gets Michonne on the ground. And before he kills her, he looks down at her and just says 4 last words that would stick with Michonne before Morgan would kill her. You should have killed me. And with that, sticks his pull straight into Michonne's head, killing her. Shane sees this and is completely and utterly surprised and goes to help and is just all over the place with emotions, but Rick still stands firm. He is not wavering and tells Shane this. Negan is dead, and so are most of the saviors here. Shane has nothing now. How could he do this? Just abandon his old family and just leave? No matter if he eventually ran into Morgan or not, no matter what happened, how could he just leave them? Were it not for Sophia, Mcqueen, or not, they were family. Now, Shane has a choice to make. He can either rejoin them and fully appreciate what he had, or he can die like the rest of these people. Because at this point, he is dead to them if he chooses that side. Shane just looks down for a moment, and he yells at Rick, saying that he is a complete and utter fool and that he was right to leave the group. And he is an even more fool if he thinks Shane is going to give up because of what's just happened. Shane says he left the group because they were weak. That is until Rick decided to come back from the brink with a car who he still doesn't understand how much of a threat he is. And now his quote-unquote friend who he thought he killed is here, and Rick's just all okay about it. No. His group, the Saviors, who he now has control over, are his and his responsibility. And that's just made Rick an even more bigger fool for killing Negan. Because now, Shane's not only going to show him what having two threats around the karma of that will do, but he's also going to show him how it is to lose someone. And Shane gets his pistol, aims it, fires, and it hits Lori square in the chest. With this distraction, Shane and the remainder of the Saviors, including Arot and the others, just book it out of there. They retreat. With this distraction, no one's bothering to finish them off. And Shane tells Little Timmy and their brigade to hold them off to make sure they don't come after them. But that doesn't really last very long, as Little Timmy and the brigade are blown to smithereens. How poetic! By a very vengeful and angry Lightning McQueen. Not only losing his tires, but seeing his best friend's wife struck down by Rick's quote-unquote old best friend. And now Rick and Carl especially have to just acknowledge the fact that Rick's wife and Carl's mother, including Judith's, is now about to die. But they go over, and Lori, she still seems like she's very much alive. She's in pain, but she's alive. Rick looks down at her in utter shock and confusion and asks her, "How are you still alive?" The bullet, yeah, Shane probably didn't shoot Lori in the head because of past relationship or whatever, but the fact that she is alive, even from a gunshot to her chest, she should be dead. Lori doesn't know either until her eyes get petrified with horror and realization, and she yells out on the ground, "I lost our child." Remember, Lori was pregnant with Rick's third kid. Rick hears this and he cannot believe what he is hearing. Not only has Lori survived getting shot just now, but their child, Rick's unborn kid, died in the process. So now they have to process this. Think of how massively big that moment would be. After a long moment of realizing this and setting all this in, Deanna steps up to Rick's group and speaks. She says that she never would have expected a group like Negan's or anything like this would have ever happened, bar at the car, and she asks Rick if they would like to stay here in Alexandria, under one condition. Rick leads in her place because she feels of her poor acknowledgement to the world that Rick, seeing what he is capable of and seeing all of his group, he would be the better fit to lead this place. And that's a pretty good deal. Rick thinks on this and is really not sure if this is the best time. But Lightning, Lori getting up now, and Carl holding Judith, they all acknowledge the fact that even though this is a poor time to be asking this, even if they've had a minute to settle what just happened in, they honestly don't have a better place to go. So this is a very fair deal. And let's be honest, this place could probably use better leadership. And they don't even know Alexandria yet. So Rick reluctantly agrees to this proposition. And the group now has to not only make themselves home in Alexandria, but hopefully never run into Shane and the remainder of the Saviors ever again. Meanwhile, we cut to Grady Memorial, because that's been doing a lot of development. I did say we'd have some behind the scenes, because it's been the theme of this story. Dawn and her group are flourishing with even more survivors and people because of Milton's involvement and his people being there from Woodbury and everything. Grady Memorial is in the best spot, not only the original story, but just any story. And Dawn, she can't believe it either. And honestly, she's thought about putting Milton in charge. But honestly, a combined effort sounds much better. So, it stays that way. 3 months later, at the Grady Memorial Hospital, Milton is outside, at the top of the hospital, looking out, having a nice break after a good long day of work getting done in Grady Memorial. But then, he sees something in the distance. Something coming closer. An airborne object. A helicopter with a strange logo. But that's not what catches Milton's attention. Oh no, this is something big. But what really catches his attention is that the fact the helicopter's coming towards them, like right towards them. And before Milton can even bother to think about what's going on, the helicopter strikes a missile straight at Grady Memorial, blowing it to Kingdom Come. With just 1 to 2 missiles, it's down. And everybody is killed. Bar 3 people. Milton, Dawn, and O'Donnell. The 3 survivors, they push themselves out of the wreckage to find that Grady Memorial is completely destroyed. Everyone else is dead. Suddenly, they get encountered from people from the helicopter. A few soldiers in weird gear, and a guy who calls himself Okafor, all aiming guns. Dawn aims her gun and is completely heartbroken and dumbfounded as to why and how they've been attacked. They've done nothing. They never knew these people. What's going on? Okafor introduces himself and says that they, with this hospital, have threatened the safety and security of their community, the CRM. It had grown too much in power and would eventually become a highfalutin problem for what they are building. So that's why they had to get taken down. But the 3 of them, Okafor is willing to let them in if they stand down and don't present themselves as a threat, like the hospital possibly was before they blew it up. But O'Donnell's not going to pay any attention to this and goes to attack, being the main stronger one out of the 3 of them, obviously. But that gets shut down in 2 seconds, literally, with a CRM soldier gunning him down mercilessly. Okafor looks at Milton and Dawn, asking him if they're stupid enough to try the same thing this man did, or if the 2 of them are willing to start over in the only right place in this world. As he said, the CRM's safety and security is the most important thing in this world, more important than anything this world, whatever it has left. And that's why the hospital had to get taken down, to make sure that their community does not get overpowered by some outside interference or something like that. And he tells them that if they get let in, they will be treated right, but not if they fight here like that man just did. But Dawn still holds her gun firm in retaliation, not wanting to listen to a word that these people are saying. Milton, on the other hand, he is acknowledging this. And honestly, he has no reason to fight here. True, they did just destroy a community that Milton was building after losing Woodbury to the secret of the governor, but honestly, if they fight here, they'll lose everything they have anyway, which is basically just their lives. So, going for something that sounds like it's really that good, the most powerful military on the planet, they honestly have no choice, and it's really a decent idea at this point. And Okafor is glad that this man at least saw sense, which eventually Dawn listens. And the two of them are very, very securely put into the CRM to make sure that especially Dawn doesn't fight back. And we cut away from them for the good long, if not rest, of the story. As for Gabriel, you guys might be asking what is happening with him since he didn't go with the group in this story. And I'm afraid to tell you people, like my What If Rick Didn't Kill Shane remake, or What If Rick Exiled Shane remake, whatever the frick you want to call it, because there's 3 different names, he is unfortunately going to die here. With no fight instinct in him, and no other people, he would die to walkers. So, unfortunately, that's Gabriel's fate here. As for the Sanctuary, we now have a new leader. A new one to hold the bat, Lucille. And that is Shane Walsh. How will he lead the Saviors in a new retaliation against Rick and their people? Will he even go back? Will they find some other community and meet in the future? How will the retaliation go if they do happen to cross paths again? And how will the CRM take into factor Dawn and Milton? Or will we ever hear from them again? And that's where we leave things. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, be sure, as always, guys, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite parts or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion you might happen to see on the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, we're gearing up towards almost the climax of the story. So, be prepared. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and Part 20 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story. I'm your host, Nick, and like always, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion that you want to see happen on this channel in the future that you might actually be able to see depending on what it is. We all know the drill by this point. Anyway, today we are going to be getting into Shane preparing for a second coming war with Rick, Mcqueen, and everybody else, and how Rick and Mcqueen and them will prepare in their stead. And the next episode will feature the battle. Spoiler alert. Shane is the one now in charge of holding the mantle of the savior position of leader and Lucille, which would be freaking sick in my opinion. The other main savior leaders, that of which being Arot, Regina, Gavin, and Jadis, are all wondering and asking Shane, what do they do from here with no Negan and half their force depleted? Well, less than half, but you get my point. Shane thinks about this. He reflects on the journey that he's had, from being with the group, saving Rick's life, then leaving them, meeting Michonne, saving her life, getting run into by Morgan, getting into the savior route, and then Michonne and the leader of this group dying has put Shane in a really peculiar spot, especially because he's now fighting the people he used to care about, and the fact that he did shoot Lori before he booked. But his mind's made up, and there's no going back, and he's done what he's done for the right reasons in his mind. So, Shane makes the ultimate decision. He tells the Saviors they are going to war, with or without Negan. They will get every asset at their disposal, and they will engage Rick Grimes and all those people in Alexandria and that car without fear, and this time, no retreats. That means every single savior from all the posts, all of here, and they're going to get the communities on their side too. It's time for a new age of the saviors. And we would get a scene similar to how Negan at the end of Season 7 was gearing up his Saviors for War, except it wouldn't be with Eugene and Dwight, and it would be Shane at the helm. This also means that Morales gets called to the Sanctuary, which Shane has a direct confrontation with, which would be a nice little callback and honestly really slick to see. Shane would tell Morales that he should kill him for leaving them and ultimately it backfiring on himself. But he knows more than anyone what a traitor is like, since he kind of was one, yet not really in his eyes. And then he would explain almost everything to Morales, even though most of it he feels Morales doesn't really deserve an explanation. But enough of it, and the fact there's no Negan would put Morales on the side pretty much whether he'd want to or not, but he more or less goes along with it for the most part. I feel like he would. Then, the communities are involved as soon as all the Saviors are rallied together. This is Shane's true plan. Shane, first stop, they all go to the kingdom. Ezekiel and all the kingdom soldiers gather, thinking that this is some sort of little thing with Gavin, as it would be on occasion. But once he sees what's really going on here, he senses a shift in the rule and mood of the Saviors. And he's never met this guy before, Shane, so something must be up. And with this, Shane says, "Well, Your Majesty, you finally get to step up in the world, prove you really are worthy of the title king," even though Shane doesn't believe in any of that nonsense. He says that Negan is dead. It's now on him to lead the Saviors. And they're going to help in a war that they're having with another group. A group in Alexandria with a one-handed man and a talking sentient car, which the king should have no trouble believing that whatsoever, right? And he says that if the king and all the people work well, they'll leave him alone. But they have to put in all their weapons and all the people here to fight this war with them. If they win, if they do it what's right, Shane will leave them go. Ezekiel wonders about this. And this is big, considering what they had to go with the Saviors before. But having to fight this big war, even if it's literally beyond the imagination of one of the people, Lightning Mcqueen, to Ezekiel, it's kind of up his alley, playing the part. So, if it means his people are let go afterwards, even if it's the risk of his people, Ezekiel says he'll do it. Doesn't really see another way out. And Shane says, "Well done, King. You made the right choice by yourself and your people." Next stop, Shane and everybody, which would even be a bigger group now. Think about how monstrously big the people would be here. Now, Shane makes his way towards Hilltop. Gregory, upon seeing Shane and hearing of this new rule reversal of the Saviors, he doesn't buy a word of it, and just thinks that this guy and all these people have just come to take away his community, threaten his home. He really doesn't care or buy into any of this. And he probably gets some sense smacked into him, literally, when Jesus punches him across the room. Jesus says that, as well as he shouldn't believe this either, there's no reason why there shouldn't be some truth to this, especially with the knowledge presented forth. But that doesn't mean that Jesus or anybody here wants to trust Shane or any of these people, especially when they bring up the talking car. And it's just, this doesn't feel like their fight. And they've been forced to do what the Saviors wanted and got people killed. Why should they help them? And Shane just tells them, when they look at it in the cold light of day, they're all pretty much dead already. And that's exactly what he told Dale before he broke down the barn in canon, not here, which would honestly really fit as a canonical line in this story, if you think about it, for all intents and purposes. And Shane says, if they help out, they do what's right by not only the community here, but pull forth effort, Shane will leave all the communities go as the new leader of the sanctuary. But they gotta pull their weight. It's a worthy deal, and they're not looking to take anything anymore. But Gregory still isn't buying any of it and feels like this is just a waste of time. This is all just a big game, a hoax. This is his community. He makes the rules. Why should he listen to them? And Gregory at this point has opened his mouth way too much. The punch wasn't enough from Jesus, and Shane sees that. And he shoots Gregory square down, basically just mercilessly shooting him to death, and putting Jesus as the rightful true leader of Hilltop, seeing as Jesus seems to know what's more right by the people. And even after this, Jesus is still willing to do this against his better judgment. And Shane says he used to be an officer. He will honor the word of leaving this community and kingdom go, provided that they do what's right for themselves and pull their weight with the saviors. Oceanside is left alone still from past few parts. It's just vacant, more or less, along with the women and children and men all still alive. As for Jadis and their group, it's kind of a Rick and Negan feel, with Shane not wondering where to trust Jadis or not, knowing of her background with Negan and just her. But I feel that Shane and Jadis would actually really get along, because they're both sort of multi-personality people with, like, their emotions and what sides they want to take. So I think that Shane and Jadis would actually really get along, especially with the amount of people which Jadis would want to stick around for, either to just be around or use to her advantage to the CRM in a later point. So Shane has his army, and with Lucille and his favorite weapons by his side, they storm towards Alexandria, which Rick has fully grasped a hold on leading, with the help of Mcqueen and Lori and everyone else aiding him. They've gotten their moods back after what's happened, after the loss of Rick's unborn child, Lori's survival, and with all this, Rick, Mcqueen, and everyone at Alexandria present is ready to not only keep this community as theirs forever, like the farm was, but to combat Shane. Soon enough, after some time, Rick looks out in the distance from a watchtower, and he sees Shane, with the barbed wire bat of Negan by his side and an army behind him. And this is just confirms it. This is war. Rick goes out to confront Shane at the helm of it all. And what will happen from here? Will this confrontation go the way either party wants it to go? What will happen with, like, the wolves or other groups? And will it all collide together? Or will it be no problem at all? And that's where we leave things for the moment. What do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, be sure, as always, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite parts or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for stories and general discussion you might get to see in the future on the channel. Next episode's going to feature the ultimate war between Rick and Shane, with Mcqueen in tow. You will not want to miss it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 21 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story. I'm your host, Nick, and like always, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion you might get to see on the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, we're getting into the epic Rick versus Shane fight today, as well as a hint of what's going to happen after. Let's get into it. Rick confronts Shane at the border of Alexandria, army to army, in one last attempt. Before Rick is forced to fight, he wishes to try and appeal to his once former brother. He tries, he pleads, he begs, he even gets personal about what they had before, why Shane left. He tries everything. Shane, he gets it. He gets that he doesn't have Michonne. He gets that he left. He gets how he felt the group was weaker. He gets about the fact of threats being around, but he doesn't get that they used to be a family, brothers, in arms. Shane saved his life from dying, for Christ's sake. He can come back. But Shane, he's not moved. And he says to Rick, not a chance. This is where he belongs now. This is his choice, his road, his life. He has chosen for himself. The old Shane, it's not him anymore. As a matter of fact, after that day of him saving Rick, that was gone. This is who he chooses to be. And if that means killing everyone here, even his former brother, and getting rid of very big threats, he's going to do it. But before either side can get a chance to spill blood, both parties turn, and at the very edge of their peripheral vision to Alexandria's other side, they see a truck ram into Alexandria with another group surging in attack. People with W's on their heads. The Wolves' entrance. Finding just the right time to get in on taking this community. But Shane, he just tells his men to rain fire. And they do. Killing Owen and every single wolf almost in 10 seconds. That's how much not only Shane has control of this army, but how weak the wolves are in this sense. The most they did was take out the tower, which I'll get to that after this big thing we're getting here. Shane turns after having that problem dealt with, and it's like, where were we? As if nothing had happened. Rick, he cannot believe what he's seeing. Not only has he seen Shane control this army so effortlessly, but they just took out a threat like no problem. And Rick is done at this point. He yells to Shane with every fiber of his being and says, we could use that together. We can work together. Your army, these people, the leadership we once had. And he tells Shane that enough is enough. It's time for him to open his eyes and stop. And we get a season 2 final canonical line from Shane and scene saying that he's right. That is enough. Which we're getting a lot of those. He tells Rick that it is enough. Enough hanging around threats that could turn against him or anyone at any moment. Signals to Morgan and Mcqueen. And enough of pretending that we have a life that is no longer worth living. Enough wishing for sunshine and rainbows. And basically going off on Rick about this whole peaceful paradise walking into the sunset together. We can expect Shane to say stuff like this. And he's about to say it ain't like it was before. But he then gets shot in the shoulder by Lori. And Shane looks directly at Lori. He cannot believe what he is seeing. She's supposed to be dead. He can't believe it. He didn't want to do it, but still. But this gives Rick the perfect opportunity. He yells to everyone. And Mcqueen, Daryl, Morgan, and every single other person arms themselves and rains fire and missiles and everything that you can expect. And every savior this time is taken down in a flash in an epic gunfight. Shane loses his life last at the hands of Daryl, Morgan, Rick, Mcqueen, and Lori. Even Carl taking an open advantage against this opportunity. Ezekiel, Jesus, and their people are the only pack of the saviors, quote-unquote, left. But once they see what they're dealing with and the side that they should be on, they surrender, and they see that Rick and them see that they're not bad. Jadis, she's another survivor. She crawls out of the wreckage of dead bodies and just decay and everything everywhere, and she seemingly surrenders herself, injured but seeming in help and not really looking as if she'd be a threat. So, bearing all of that in mind, having to deal with Shane's death and everything that has just happened, it seems like the battle has been won once and for all with this group of people. But Rick thought this very erroneously, because just then, the last survivor, Morales, picks up Negan and Shane's bat Lucille, and from behind Beth, whams her mercilessly. Daryl sees this, cries out in rage, and goes to shoot. Rick sees this and tells him not to, yelling at him, but Daryl, he's already shot him down in the blink of an eye, just as Jadis turns her signature traitor move and goes to shoot right at Rick, who very slowly starts to see Jadis pick up her gun and fire at him. But as all of this is happening, Lori sees Jadis do this right before Rick does and shoves him out of the way of the bullet, just in time for the bullet to go straight into her head. This time, Lori is dead. Ain't no coming back from that. So, yeah. And after that, Lightning McQueen enables his machine gun turret, and in the split of a few seconds, guns Jadis down to death, killing Jadis. And now, I know, a lot just happened, and it'll be a sad and very surprising moment, because keep in mind, all of those deaths, Morales, Beth, Jadis, Lori, all of that happened within the span of like 10-15 seconds. So think of how cool and just out there that would be. And it's big. Yeah, that's even why I posted the pictures. This is a big moment right here. Now, Rick and Carl have to come to terms with the fact that Lori is dead for real this time. And Daryl has to come to terms with losing Beth. Especially, besides the Amy story, this is her most brutal death yet by Lucille. Because I've never had her really a lineup victim. So this is a bit of a twist on that. Rick's in that state of mind because Lori's gone, and Daryl, Carl, Dale, and Herschel, and several others have to come up with a plan. Not only because of what's just happened, but because they know that Rick's gonna be really broken about this. Losing an unborn kid and then his wife almost in the same amount of time, it's just too much. And McQueen, he would think on it too and talk, but he's mainly concerned about Rick and comforting him, because besides Morgan, he's been with him since the start. So McQueen's gonna feel really, really bad for Rick. But they don't have time for that, because McQueen, within a little bit of time of all this happening, sees something within the corner of his eye. A big, humongous horde coming right towards Alexandria. And he knows that no way. That group that attacked right before Shane and the Savior shot them down, they must have drew the horde here, or all that gunfire must have drew them here by force. They can't fight them when they're like this, can they? Well, they have to do something, and Daryl and Morgan know that and take up the surge to lead against this horde. But Rick shoves right past all of them. Axe in one hand and the prosthetic in another, which would be awesome, and tells everyone in a fit of utter rage, like the Dale from my Dale story, to stay back or die. And just when this happens, the clock tower falls and the horde rushes in, with Rick going after all of them, with the axe and prosthetic by his side. But Mcqueen is not going to let the person who saved him, his freaking best friend, his guardian, do this alone. He goes right alongside Rick and fights. So does Daryl, Morgan, and soon everyone who can fights alongside. Just like the season 6 horde fight, everyone takes on this horde. And they take them down. Once Rick has finally exhausted every little bit of his rage, looks at everything that's happened, accepted everything that's happened, very reluctantly, and comes to terms with it all, his mind finally collects itself, and he talks to everyone in the community, including Jesus and Ezekiel's people, and tells them that this is their home now. Communities, they will all work together. They're going to build something, not just for his unborn kid and Lori, but to remember those that they've lost and how people can change like Shane and everything else did. They're going to make what they had at the farm better here. Mcqueen, Carl, and Daryl are all very proud of Rick for this. And so is Morgan, because like Mcqueen, he's been with him since the start. And he pretty much, even though he shot out his eye, saved him from literally dying and losing his mind completely. And then Rick goes over to Morgan and Mcqueen and says that they are anything but threats. Morgan, yes, he was at one point, and Mcqueen, he could be in many senses, but they are both his friends, and it's Rick's job to protect them both and bring Mcqueen home. And Mcqueen pulls off a signature ka-chow in response. Jesus presides over Hilltop as the new leader since Gregory was killed by Shane, and Ezekiel and his people are all still alive, so Ezekiel just goes back to the kingdom. And now Rick, Deanna, and everybody else in Alexandria puts a new path into making Alexandria not only better than in canon, but better than the farm, which they had kept up a much better degree than any version of it so far. After that, we get a similar trope. Relationships. Rick and Jesse, after a good long time of Rick recovering, form a relationship. After that, you would expect that I would put Carl and Enid together, which we're going to be talking about that for a second. Carl and Mika, like my Merle story, have gotten together, and they still are. And in my Madison story, Carl and Sophia got into a little bit of a relationship. And I've put Carl and Enid together multiple times, but this story, we're going to make Carl and Mika's relationship actually mean something, unlike the Merle story. So Enid is still going to be with Ron. Deanna and Reg are still together because Reg is still alive, and so is Deanna. Mcqueen, he keeps with the Grime family, just to himself as a personal car and just, as he has been. Glenn is around to see Herschel grow up, which I've done before. Tara and Denise form a relationship, and Megan, she forms not a relationship. No way. Not yet. But she does form a friendship with Sam. Because I feel it would be more appropriate to put them in a relationship as teenagers. As for Andrea, I'm going to do something very interesting. I'm going to put Andrea with Morgan. Now, there's a few reasons for this. Because I have barely ever, besides the Merle story and maybe a few others, put Andrea in a relationship with anybody. So call this an upgrade to her character, if you will. And that's the same for Morgan, except Morgan, I have done so much with him, especially in this story, which you guys have definitely probably recognized. But relationship-wise, I definitely feel like he deserves something. Now, we're going to touch upon something that's even more important. Dwight, Sherry, and Tina. Now, I'm going to explain something real quick. This is taking place, all of what's just happened has taken place before and during the beginning of season 6. So Dwight, Sherry, and Tina haven't met the Saviors, and nor will they ever meet them ever. So they're going to be trailing off basically on their own. Soon enough, though, they do come across Sadiq and save his life with Dwight's help. And all 4 of them, after a long journey and barely surviving, are rescued and meet the family who call themselves the Clarks and our Fear the Walking Dead group. Yes, I know what you guys are all going to be saying. This is the first time I have ever put Sadiq in Fear the Walking Dead, which, to be honest, I felt this is a great twist, and just the only place to put Sadiq, really, in the sense of what's just happened. So, yeah. Also, Tina's never been in Fear either, so call that another upgrade. 6 years later, Yumiko, Magna, and all their group is saved by Judith and the big, increasing Alexandria with Mcqueen in tow. And that's where we end this episode, with the entrance into the Whisperers and a few parts before the end of this story, finally. So, what do you guys think will happen next? How did you like this episode? And what's your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, guys, be sure, as always, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion you might get to see. With all that out of the way, stay tuned, because we're near the end. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 22 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story. I'm your host, Nick, and like always, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion that one day you might get to see on the channel in the future. And with all that out of the way, we are in to the third to last part of this tale. So if you want to catch up or get into the story, I suggest you do it now. With that, let's get into the episode. So, Judith has just rescued Yumiko's group, and Rick and Jesse, along with Deanna and all the other leader types of the communities, are more than happy to welcome them in. And we get to touch on relationship and key details while we're at it. Rick and Jesse have had a kid, who we're going to call for this story Thunder, with a lightning bolt tattoo on the side of his cheek, and he is currently 6 years old. And he was named Thunder, specifically also with the lightning tattoo to be named directly after Mcqueen, because thunder always comes after lightning. I think that would be a great twist from Lightning McQueen, and it would be really sweet to name a kid, like, after the car that he rescued. Carl and Mika, they also have a kid, which, like I've said, we're actually getting a much more with their relationship than the Merle story. Also, last relationship that we're really going to touch upon for now, that's in great detail, is Rosita and Spencer, who go with Eugene to the tower and work on the stuff that they did at the beginning kind of sequence of season 9. And Mcqueen is there too. And once the Horde shows up, he's able to get the three of them out there easily. So they don't even get to figure out what the big thing was. All they know is that there was a Horde there, and it just followed them there. So they get back to Alexandria, and like I said, this means that we're going to get that Whisperer twist in a much different way, and not that big a way either, because of obvious reasons. And Eugene, even though it feels like it was just a Horde, he still feels like something is up. But Mcqueen really says that even though he sort of thinks the same thing, he rushed out of there with them instantly, and it just seemed like there was a Horde. It didn't seem like there was a big deal, and they've gotten through Hordes before. So they just pretty much go on with their normal stuff, try to avoid the little matter. Meanwhile, at a familiar camp, we get introduced to the Whisperers. There's no other way to hide that fact. And the Whisperers, or at least one of them that was in the pack to find Eugene and Rosita and the cannon and, you know, all that stuff, they get killed and reprimanded by Alpha since they failed to actually yield results and talking about a talking car. But Alpha then hears a very familiar voice to all of us saying that should have listened to your men when they said about that car. Negan, with a bloody scar at the side of his neck, a bat in hand, and walks up right to Alpha, presents himself to all the Whisperers and says, I have knowledge that I think you'll want to know. But Beta, he is not willing to listen to this guy, and he just walked into their camp saying, oh, I got knowledge, you should have listened to your men. Like, no, Beta doesn't buy that for a second and wants to kill him. But Alpha says that if he's got knowledge, if he knows something, speak, but she ain't gonna listen long. Negan says that, once again, he introduces himself and says, should have listened to your men about that car and those people. And he tells Alpha and the Whisperers about his experience with that certain group, getting his army taken from him and almost getting himself killed in the process, narrowly escaping whenever his army was all killed and getting away. But they are not just dealing with normal people and a big army. That car is very real. So if anything, those few men, they might have counted for something. She's gonna need everything that she'll have. She wants to take down this group. Alpha, she takes this all in. But in the grand scheme of things, a talking car and... Okay, the big groups and everything, she finds that all a joke because she already did. But this car nonsense, she really finds it just silly. And this guy just coming out of nowhere, he could have been anywhere. But knowing Alpha and how she looked at Negan, even before he actually passed the test in canon, she asked him one good reason why this should all be true. And he says he has no reason to lie. He has nothing except the bat in his hand and the vest on his back. And a bloody scar to show from it. And Alpha is just like, nothing else to go off of, so she believes him. Very, very weirdly. And she says that if it's a true game of cars and armies that they want, Alpha is more than willing to play the game her way. And she tells Beta and all the Whisperers to gather her horde and all the Whisperers they could spare, because this might actually be a threat. But Alpha and Beta have a conversation beforehand about Beta questioning this and Alpha believing this nonsense. But to be honest, what they've done up to this point, it has defied what humanity honestly was. So Alpha has no reason, almost in the grand scheme of things, not to believe it. And they summon the Horde. And Alpha says that if Negan's lying about any of this or trying to play this to his advantage, he'll join the Horde as well. And he is definitely going to be tested throughout this. And she leads her army towards the communities. Dale is the first one outside of Alexandria to see, in all of his old years, the most terrifying thing he would ever see. A humongous horde coming straight towards them. And this is no ordinary horde. It is the biggest, most terrifying, humongous horde ever seen. And it kind of was, to be honest with you. Rick sees this too, along with everyone. And even with Mcqueen, he knows that there's no way they can do this just Alexandria. They need help. And he radios for help. And soon enough, just in the nick of time, Jesus and all of the Hilltop people he can scramble together, along with the Kingdom's fighters, who none of them have died, all gather. And we would get an epic shot of Rick, Mcqueen, and every single able-bodied fighter from the Kingdom, Hilltop, and Alexandria to fight in the hardest fight that they're ever going to fight in. That was a lot of fight, by the way. And once the Horde gets in close enough proximity and good enough proximity as a whole, Rick raises his one good arm in the air and says to rain fire. And oh boy, they do. Every single person rains fire, just completely just showing that they mean business. And Mcqueen does the same thing. Now, he is not able to fly, but this was the best shot I could get of him firing multiple weapons and coloring him in, so bear with the picture. The point is, the walkers are completely trounced, but it is not instant. This is the longest fight that they would have to fight besides the farm's opening horde, except different here because it's a huge horde, so it would take some time, but they do exhaust a lot of ammo doing this. Alpha, after all this, is completely flabbergasted that her army has just been dealt with, and she looks at Negan's like, Negan knows now he's gonna have to pull his weight with the Whisperers to show that since Alpha now believes him, he's gonna still have to pull his weight and actually come through for the Whisperers. Alpha will expect that much. But Negan, he's not so into the prospect of getting himself killed after narrowly escaping death for over 6 years. So Negan, he honestly is very conflicted right now, knowing what he's about to go up against. So he makes the ultimate decision for himself and yells out from behind the big wall of bushes and trees, "We're right here! Come and get us!" And before Alpha, Beta, or any of the other Whisperers can stop him or shut him up or try to run, every single last bullet that everyone over in Alexandria has, along with Mcqueen, fires in the direction of them, killing all of them. Rick, Mcqueen, especially, their friendship blossoming even more so over these 6 years celebrating this moment with everybody, is interrupted by Negan just jumping out, seemingly unhurt, and introducing himself to the group again, only to get gunned down instantly. Now, hold on a second, I know what you guys are all thinking. Nick, why would you bring back Negan from getting his throat bitten out to have him join the Whisperers, even though he did so in canon, just in a very different way, just to have him die like that? Well, you see, when you got people like Rick, Morgan, and Daryl, and the likes of Mcqueen around, and the way that I wrote Negan to coming back here, honestly, even though he survived a throat wound before, just the way it happened and the way I paired it, Negan was kind of screwed from the start. So, what can you do? By the way, side note, Georgie did come across the group before the 6-year time skip, except with Mcqueen and the community's freaking thriving, her help was not really required. So she kind of went off and just did her own thing. It's not really worth bringing her up. After all that, Eugene builds and fixes the radio and what he was doing with that, and goes on the trip with Ezekiel and Yumiko, meet the princess, finds the Commonwealth, except, like my Merle story, I think the Merle story or the Madison story, whichever one, Jesus goes along with them. Just Jesus, though. So that's the only difference. And after that, Alexandria has had some very big developments after this. Relationship, family tree, and all that before the Reapers and the semi-final part coming up next time to end the story soon. That's all for now. What do you guys think will happen next? How'd you like the episode, and what is your favorite part so far? Which is definitely more beneficial than ever to point out, since, like I said, next part's the semi-final part. With all that out of the way, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future requests for what-ifs and general discussion. With all that out of the way, you guys definitely don't want to miss the last 2 parts of this amazing story. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick and part 23 to the Mcqueen Walking Dead story, the semi-final part to this tale. I'm your host, Nick. And like always, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what-ifs and general discussion you might get to see on the channel in the future. With all that out of the way, we're going to be getting into a decent bit of action today, resolving the quote-unquote final threat of the Walking Dead universe in this story, covering up a lot of explanation, and getting ready for the finale next episode. So, let's get into it. At Alexandria, there has been a lot of developments since after the whole Whisperer deal and Negan seemingly surviving his throat bite from Rick only to get killed in the, most out of there and yet completely normal Negan twist. So, I'm going to be going through all the families, relationships, and groups, since I feel that it's that time to finally make it all come together and explain it. So, like this picture here, you guys are going to be confused, want details. So, where better to put all that than the semi-final part? Let's get into it. We get into the Grimes family tree. We got Rick and Jesse, who are together, Carl and Mika, who are together, Mcqueen, Morgan and Andrea, who are together, Ron, Enid, Megan, Sam, Judith, Thunder, who is Rick and Jesse's kid, Althea, and Carl and Mika's child, who I really didn't come up with a name for. I would more or less just call her Lori or Carl Jr. or something that Mika would find respectable. But anyways, this is the Grimes family tree. Now keep in mind, I know you guys are going to be questioning one certain aspect. Why is Althea here? She was Morgan and Grace's, Fear the Walking Dead's, unborn kid that died. There was a whole episode about it. Well, 2 things why I put her. Number 1, because it makes sense, because even though Morgan and Andrea are together, I still felt like them being together and having a kid would work out. So, I put Althea in, but that's not all. Number 2, because Althea was never really, born. We didn't get to experiment with her character. It was all a hallucination, a dream, a figment of Grace's mind. So, creative liberties. So, that's why I more or less thought that Morgan and Andrea, Althea was a good fit, a good name, a good person to put in. And by the way, she would only be 5 years old. I just had that picture to work off of her. I could have just put a little baby girl or something like that, like Carl and Mika's kid, but I felt like just for closure on Althea's character, more or less. I think I have a few what-ifs planned for her in the future. Anyways, next, Daryl. He would pretty much just be friends with Connie because they never got into a relationship. They were just really strong friends, so that would apply here. Then we got Spencer and Rosita, who would have a kid for the first time in any of my stories. Now, whether or not she would name this kid Coco is beyond me, but I feel like she would stick with that name or just name the kid something else. Then we get Bob and Sasha. Now, throughout all these years, past the 6-year time skip and onward, Bob would talk to Sasha about having kids, seeing the Grimes family, and just the possibility of it. Would Sasha be down for it? And Sasha would always smile at this, not knowing how to answer, what really she would want. And after all this time, she would finally come down to the realization of 2 factors. Number 1, kids that she has seen die. She doesn't want to be putting a kid, number 2, into a situation of the apocalypse that they would just die. It's uncertain. Unborn, you could die. Just to a walker, they could die. And Sasha's resolve to herself and Bob would keep her from wanting kids. I kind of touched upon that in What If Glenn Lived Instead of Maggie. So, yeah. Then we get Tyrese and Karen. They have a kid, who I'm going to call, for the sake of this, I'm going to call him Basil. 4 years old, his name's Basil. I just feel like it would be a good name for Tyrese and Karen. Then we get Carol, Ryan Samuels, and Lizzie, who is still not a freaked out person because the main root of her freaking out was because her dad died. Mainly, if you put the dots together. So, they'd be living happily. Then we get the Ree family circle. Glenn, Maggie, Herschel, Dale, and little Herschel. So, that would honestly be a really nice family tree like the Grimes one. Then Tara and Denise. King and several others wanted closure on Tara, so there you go. She is with Denise. They're both alive. So, yeah. T-Dog is also still around, for those who didn't know that, and he's just by himself, more or less. He doesn't have anyone, because I couldn't find anyone for him to hook up with. And we get into one of the big threats coming up here, the Reapers. Pope would have heard about the communities at this point. Strong and way vast in numbers. And then, from a few of his men, he hears about rumors going around about these communities. Something comes up. A car. Now, Pope wasn't interested at first, but then he caught ear of one of his people saying it could talk. It could move on its own, and it was like a person. And now Pope, he honestly found these rumors to be trivial and acts of, like, insubordination and just complete and total out there things against the word of God. Stuff like that. And would honestly probably go like Alpha and kill one of the soldiers, but it would eventually rise to the point where every one of his men would start talking about it, along with the communities. So at one point, Pope, his patience is run out. So he tells his Reaper folk that they're just going to go to the communities, car or no car, to put this fairy tale nonsense to bed, take all of what they have, and keep the word of God within them and the world. And that they go to do. But waiting for them above, on patrol, Lightning McQueen soars up above. Now, wait. I can see 1 million people right now asking, okay, how can he fly? How in the world can McQueen fly? Well, for one thing, it's McQueen. And like the entirety of this story, him in The Walking Dead and just his design and what the cars in the Cars world are capable of, I think I'm pretty much allowed to put in creative liberties. But by this point, 6 going on 7 years, it's all thanks to Rick, Daryl, Eugene, Dale, Merle, Dr. Jenner, Jim, and so many others. I think that he would be able to sustain small flight, at least. So, again, I think I'm allowed to make some creative liberties at this point. Especially with Mater, who could become a frickin' spy truck. I think I'm allowed to do this. So, he soars up above on patrol and sees the Reapers coming towards them. Now, Pope sees this up above. He cannot believe what he is seeing. Some fairy tale nonsense that was, eh, Pope? But he's not deterred. This just actually motivates him to yell at his men to get the Hwacha and shoot this abomination, this act of treason against God, down now. And anything around it and around the area, which they do. Everything around Mcqueen, at Mcqueen, and completely surrounding the area is caught in explosions and flames and rockets and fire until all the woods and area around the Reapers, Mcqueen, and whoever else would be in that vicinity is burned to the ground. And at this point, Pope, seeing the sense of urgency and feeling victory at his hands, yells at all of his men to rush the communities now. And they begin to do so when they begin to hear something. A voice and a revving of something soaring up above. Mcqueen bursts out from the smoke and flames, almost unhurt, and rushes towards all the Reapers from up above, soaring down, making a crashing entrance, and approximately killing every single Reaper, including Pope, in the area. Not even giving Rick or anybody a chance to help fight alongside, because at this point, Mcqueen is a one-car fighting army, if that wasn't completely obvious. He just soloed the Reapers. So yeah, this is Mcqueen's biggest moment yet in the story, and it's the semi-final part. When we get to the Commonwealth, Lance, Pamela, and that whole deal, it starts out, quote-unquote, okay, but like the majority of my stories with Rick being around and all that stuff, it don't last long. Lance is killed. Now Pamela, I feel with Mcqueen and other characters, especially Rick being around, she could be killed, but it honestly doesn't matter. For the fruits of it, it's honestly up to you guys, especially when I continue with this setup in the future. Spoiler. And Sebastian would be killed also. After that, Ezekiel being the governor and Mercer being the lieutenant governor, all that, along with many leaders, families, and all that going on, that would all go the same. Many of what happened in the original Commonwealth would remain the same also, and what would go on would only change with the characters that are still around and Mcqueen. So, yeah. 1 year later, after peace has been thriving in the Commonwealth and everything that's been going on, Mcqueen is with Rick, and he's down. He's sad. And Rick can see this, and he sits down to talk to his friend, because, like Mcqueen, Rick doesn't like seeing Mcqueen upset or in a state of peril or downness, and asks him, "What's wrong? We've been thriving here. What could you be so sad about?" And Mcqueen smiles and agrees with his friend that, yeah, he shouldn't be sad. And honestly, he is really, honestly amazed with how far he's come in a world that, at first, he was completely unfamiliar with. He honestly didn't think that he'd ever be friends with someone. He can finally say that. Someone outside of his world filled with cars. And he honestly could not ask for a better friend in Rick Grimes to make that come to fruition. But, and he trails off mid-speech because it's like he's trying to remember, or that he's too upset or scared to say what he wants to. Then he does. He tells Rick that despite all that, he wants to go home. His home. And that it's been so long, and he misses it. He misses everyone there, everything. And he asks Rick not to actually get on him, but he asks Rick if he remembers the other part of his promise. Mcqueen helping him in his world to get it back to a state of true happiness and then get him home. And Rick, after hearing all this, his eyes grow wide with surprise and shock and realization. Rick Grimes had spent so much time with all of these revelations, all of this bad stuff, Shane, Morgan, the Saviors, all this stuff, getting to this point that he had forgotten part of his word. He had forgotten about getting Mcqueen home. And he actually feels really bad for this. And Rick said he can't not express how sorry he is after hearing this. Mcqueen's not holding it against him, but like, Rick feels bad now. But Rick is a man of his word. So he tells Mcqueen they're going to right this wrong right now. And now that their world is fixed, kind of, they are going to get Mcqueen home. And Rick gives Mcqueen his utter word as his friend, his protector, his guardian, whatever the frick you want to call him. And Mcqueen smiles, the biggest smile since Rick rescued him. But then Mcqueen has the shock and realization wash over his face because he realizes something. The portal that brought him here, he barely could make out how it happened, what it was, or what happened after he got there. So he asks Rick, how are they going to replicate that event? How are they going to bring some kind of portal to get him home and it be the right one? How are they going to make that happen? It seems impossible. And he actually gets scared of this, but Rick, he is not going to give up trying. And he radios to Mercer to have the entire Commonwealth and everyone around help out because they are getting his friend, Lightning McQueen, home no matter the cost. And Rick gets into McQueen's seat and they all drive off with Mercer, the Commonwealth, and everybody to scout the world, to find every single resource, person alive, and everything at their disposal, because the Commonwealth and the communities aren't enough. The world is now going to be put on the test to get McQueen home. How will the tale end? How did you like this episode? And what is your favorite part so far? With all that out of the way, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what ifs and general discussion you might get to see in the future. Next episode is the finale, which will get McQueen home. It's going to be a long one, so you are not going to want to miss out. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Omniverse of Nick and the finale to the McQueen Walking Dead tale. I'm your host, Nick. And like always, before we get into the episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick channel, and comment your favorite part or parts of ongoing or past stories, as well as future recommendations for what ifs and general discussion you might get to see on the channel in the future. This is going to be a pretty revved up finale, if you get what I mean. So, you're not going to want to miss out on the tale ending with McQueen getting home. Rick and McQueen, as well as everyone else, is on the journey, the impossible journey, the very out there journey,
And impossibly impassable. Not to mention, possibly impossible.
journey to get McQueen home, since it seems like there's no way in this world they'd be able to do that. But Mercer, the Commonwealth, every single person, including Rick himself, is not going to break the promise that Rick made to McQueen all those years ago. Soon after they begin their journey, they find the Clark family, as well as Daniel and Skidmark, and including them, we find Dwight, Sherry, Tina, Sadiq, and those people who joined Fear. Remember that? And after a long and thorough explanation, the Clarks and everyone there are more than happy to help out Rick and everybody else. So we're kind of getting a what if Madison's family joined Rick twist here, ain't we? Then they make their way to France, and they come across the group of Caudron and all the people there, and the nest and all that, with the variant walkers and everything. But they're not so easy to persuade. And the Commonwealth have to take them all down, but it's literally 300 to 1 in terms of the Commonwealth, Mcqueen, and everybody else. They're wiped out instantly, the France people. So yeah. Then they make their way to New York City. And here's a big change here, because the Croat was killed by Shane. So that means that there's less to deal with here, kind of. We still have the Dama, or Dama, whatever the frick you want to call her, and that whole army and what was going on there, and her people. But, again, 300 to 1. She and her army are literally no contest. So, they are dealt with just as swiftly. And, with that, the Commonwealth and everybody prepare to head onward, scouting every single terrain, every place, every mark on the map, until they come across the final boss.
Not that. That!
Yeah, the CRM being the final boss, LOL. Anyway, the CRM are instantly on guard with this huge army coming towards them, and a car. A moving, talking car. Rick says they don't want any trouble. They just want to speak to the leader of this place. And soon enough, after much talking persuasion and forceful persuasion, Rick is able to come face to face with General Beale and has a long and thorough conversation about Mcqueen, about their role, about what they've done, and about how much they, seeing this as the most powerful military on the planet, Rick can say, hopefully, that Beale should think the way he does and not want to waste this kind of potential, even if it's to mainly get his friend home. Beale thinks about this, and he refuses. All of this seems just like some fairy tale product, even though they've seen the car. And the safety and security has been broken of the CRM, which means that in the case of what they're doing here, they're not allowed to leave here alive. Far too many people, far too many risks. They've killed and conquered communities for much less, for becoming threats. And that's all Rick needed to hear. And with that, Rick Mcqueen and all the Commonwealth and everything, they take the CRM down. And that includes Dawn and Milton, who they would have never known. So, kind of a lowbrow finish for them, but hey, what else could I do? With this, Rick has the Commonwealth, the CRM, everyone he's been with so far, including Mcqueen, and the Clarks, and that whole family and stuff. So, with that, and with everybody's help, they are able to dig into Mcqueen and give him every single upgrade possible. This is the test of a lifetime. Every single person involved works on Mcqueen. His speed, his design, his mechanics, everything. This is the ultimate makeover for Mcqueen. And by the end of it, they are able to get his speed, and I'm not even joking with you, to 200,000 miles per hour. Now, for like the probably over 50% of you that just process that in your heads, it's unbelievable, right? No car in the entirety of the Cars universe could go that fast. But, sad to say, it's not enough. The speed factor might be a lot, and it could very well prove lightning fast enough to, I don't know, circulate a portal and, like, maybe be able to just rush through. And Mcqueen thinks about this as, like, he's like revving all left, right, and centers. He's getting all excited. But every single person involved, mainly Mercer and then Rick, tells him, no, do not do anything. Because just because he is faster now, what if he revs himself so much and either shakes himself up so much that he explodes on impact, or just, kills himself, or he goes through a different kind of portal and it's not regulated enough, he could die. And even if he does get the portal back home with his speed alone, he could still end up killing himself or, like, collapse the universe on top of each other. They don't know. Universal creation's never, like, portal creation's never been something that they've done. But the Commonwealth and the CRM have a solution. A treadmill. Now, this is no ordinary treadmill. This is a treadmill in The Walking Dead based to be like the one that Lightning was on in the training center in Cars 3. But that never happened because Lightning was sucked into The Walking Dead before that happened. So, that means that this would be a first for Lightning, and it obviously wouldn't be the exact same treadmill, but Mercer would talk to him about it and say that every single person, especially the two big armies of the Commonwealth and the CRM, have worked on this the most that they've worked on anything, kind of including Mcqueen himself. The treadmill here is based to keep him able to go the top speed that he's able to, and they will be able to regulate his home portal, hopefully, safely. If they regulate the speed that he was going whenever he crashed, or faster, they should be able to get that portal up even faster than when he arrived here in the first place. But Lightning is still unsure about this, and is like, what if I accidentally break the treadmill or go off of it? The same thing will happen. And Mercer, it's not likely that that would happen if Lightning stayed on the treadmill, but just in case, they have one more backup plan. And Mercer gets a hard coil of wire red rope and ties it around the back end of Lightning. And he tells Lightning this should secure him. This rope was specifically as another backup plan for this procedure, because he can honor a promise that Rick made. Because Mercer was just that good, So he would obviously have seen to any kind of backup plan he could help out with, especially with the commandants of the army of the Commonwealth and the partnership of the CRM. So this should work out in their favor. Lightning is still unsure, but Rick tells him, you can't be unsure. From day one, when I rescued you, you became and are the best working piece of equipment and technology and car that I have ever met in my life. And you're more than just a piece of technology or a car. You're my friend. The one main friend that I've had since the beginning. And if there's anything that you can do, it's get you home with this. And he tells Mcqueen to go for it. But Glenn is another one who's unsure about this, and it could either turn out very badly for Mcqueen or put them all in danger. But with Mercer and Eugene even speaking up about like possible backups in case it does go wrong, or like figuring it out if something does happen, that's all that anybody needed to hear, the majority vote. So Rick yells to Mcqueen at the top of his lungs to do it. Get this done. And Mcqueen, he feels like that would be a nice callback to Doc Hudson cheering him on at the end of the first movie. So he doesn't need told twice. Mcqueen revs his engine, and instantly he goes to 100 miles. Is the speed meter on the treadmill and his own showing past 100 already, and it's like 2 seconds in, and this surprises everybody. He is so light with the speed. And they tell him to slightly slow down, but still good enough accelerate. And then 500. Then it goes to 1,000. But everyone knows they're not seeing anything yet, and he's still on the thing. Everything's going good, but they tell him to go faster because this isn't working and they need to do it faster. They didn't upgrade him to 200,000 for nothing. So Lightning again doesn't need told twice, and he revs his engine even harder. And with that, it reaches 10,000. And he only continues to go faster. The speed meter gets to 50,000. And while everyone else is paying attention to the speed, Daryl and Carol see something forming in the area in front of them. A streak of blue lightning and an outline of a blue circle begins to form, but it's very, 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 very small. So it's not noticeable to everyone yet, but they notice it because we all know how smart Daryl and Carol were. They got their freaking own spin-off, for Christ's sake. Meanwhile, at the track of where lightning last was, it's empty. Everyone had thought Mcqueen just vanished or died. So everyone sadly mourned his loss and went home. The people of Radiator Springs took it the worst, Sally and Mater being the main two. Now, they didn't know what to do. They resumed their lives, but they just couldn't. They couldn't live with the fact that lightning had vanished without a trace, just left them, or possibly died. And with that, they've just tried to move on until they see something right in front of them. And a few of the townspeople gather around. A streak of blue lightning strikes down in the area in front of them. But it doesn't seem to hurt them, or it doesn't seem like there's a storm. Meanwhile, in Rick's world, Rick yells to Mcqueen with all his might, saying, "Go the fastest you've ever gone! Let this work!" And lightning reaches 100,000 miles per hour. And with one final push, one final touch, one final voice from everybody, lightning reaches 200,000 miles per hour. And with that, the streaks of blue lightning strike all around them. But it doesn't destroy anything, and it doesn't destroy any of them. Instead, it creates something, and the lightning begins to circulate and form in one specific area, right in front of the treadmill where Mcqueen's at. And soon enough, a blue portal forms and makes itself known right in front of them. After that, the Commonwealth, the CRM, and everybody around has to gather and try and figure stuff out, make calculations, do that stuff to make sure that the portal stays for as long as it can, if this truly is the portal to send Mcqueen home. Mercer walks up to Mcqueen and he unlatches Mcqueen from the treadmill. And then he asks him to go right near the portal and asks him if that is his home. Mcqueen gets a little close and gets a good long look. And sure enough, it is. It is his home. He revs all the way around the entire place. He's so happy. He can finally go home. It has been 7 years since he had been home. Everyone must have thought he was dead. Wait until they see him now. He is so happy right now. But then he has a moment of realization, and tears begin to form in his eyes. He's leaving Rick and everybody here. He tells them all that he could not thank them enough for everything that they've done. Rick, Glenn, Dale, everybody who helped him, even the ones who aren't here anymore. He only wishes that more of them could have been here to see this moment, especially Rick's late wife, Lori, and says that he will never, ever forget what they did for him, how they changed him, how they fixed him, how they, really made him something better than any version of him he could ever have imagined. And he turns to show them all the newest and last sticker that he had gotten. The gold python from Rick was put as a sticker right next to his lightning bolt. And that would be the ultimate memory of who saved him so long ago. And he begins to turn and go into the portal to head home for the last time. But from behind him, Lightning hears a voice telling him to wait. And it's Rick, who steps up to Mcqueen and with tears in his eyes. Before he can say anything, he just looks down with more tears forming. This is obviously a very, very strong emotional moment for Rick. He saved him. It's his friend, and he was Lightning's guardian, friend, protector. But finally, Rick has the motivation to speak and says that he is not going to miss Lightning because he's going with him. And every single person just whats and surprise fits everybody. Morgan, Daryl, Jesse, Carl, and Glenn. Every single one of them, everywhere in the area is like, what? And Rick should have known that this was coming. And he's still sticking to his resolve. And he decides to tell everybody what he means by this. From day one, after he got out of that hospital, he thought that he would never find his family. He thought that he was just going to be alone. He didn't know about the world until Morgan told him about it. And he had to traverse through just to get to Atlanta to try and find his family. But when he found Mcqueen and he took him in, it didn't just help that he was going to fix him and make him a better version of himself and, help to not only fix their world, but eventually his too. It also changed a part of who Rick, who himself was. It changed him. And he can't just let that go. They have done so much here. They've pretty much ruled and fixed this world. So for Rick to leave, it's not like it's going to result in something truly awful. And Rick knows this, and he looks at everybody. He does not expect this to be the end of him being in this world, but he refuses to let the car that he fixed, he helped, go away like that. He wants to go with, and he wants to see the world for himself. He wants to see a world outside of their own, free from all of this destruction. He wants to experiment with it and get to feel something else, especially for his friend. For now, this is goodbye. He says goodbye to Morgan, to Daryl, to Glenn, to Sam, to Ron, to Judith, to Carl, and to Jesse and himself's kid, Thunder, who still has the lightning bolt tattoo on his face, and who's the direct kid named after a part of lightning. So, yeah. Then he talks to Jesse. Jesse is still very apprehensive and getting very emotional about this, and asks Rick if she and her kids, their kids, will ever see him again. And Rick says, like the promise that he made to Lightning to get him home, he swears to everybody and to her, his love, this: he will come back. And this world is free except of walkers, so they have nothing to worry about. He will return one day, be it from this world making him come back, or Lightning finding out a way to make himself come back with Rick the other way. He will come back, but this is goodbye for now. And after that, the portal begins to dissipate, so they know they don't have long. Rick walks alongside Lightning, and they both go into the portal with one last tearful goodbye, into Radiator Springs. And the portal closes from both ends. When everybody in Radiator Springs gathered around and saw that this portal that formed, the lightning and everything formed, Lightning McQueen coming through a portal, they could not believe what they were seeing. Lightning is alive, looking better than ever. And they are so busy congratulating the fact that Lightning is alive and looking so much different and better than any version of him that they had ever seen, that they get terrified when they see Rick. Because, you know, Lightning was the first car to see a human. But Lightning explains every single thing that happened since that day on that track, and Rick saving his life, being to another world, and finally getting home to everyone he loved. And they are all amazed. So much so, they allow Rick to be in Radiator Springs with McQueen and all of them. Because, look, Rick saved McQueen's life. So for them not to let him in after all this, that would have been a major plot twist. So Rick gets to be with Lightning, his friend, in Radiator Springs and live peacefully. Meanwhile, in France, of the Cars world, a green portal appears, and a man steps out of it. A very, quote-unquote, familiar man. A man with a safari hat and a shotgun pelted to one of his arms. And so the story of Rick Grimes saving Lightning McQueen and finding him instead of the horse is seemingly finished. And this, the end of the story, is not actually the end. Sort of like The Ones Who Live for The Walking Dead. This, at the end, whenever I thought of this and thought of the beginning and ending sequences for the story, which, by this point, I think that every single one of you will agree that this goes down as, on this channel, the best story of all time. The beginning, I really put a lot of attention in to introducing McQueen into The Walking Dead, but the ending, as I got into the middle section and got near the ending, I finally realized that the beginning and ending, especially the ending, would be the two biggest parts of the entire story. And this, the ending sequence, if it wasn't plainly freaking obvious, is not the end. This is the true entrance, like some other What If YouTubers, into me making my What If stories a true Omniverse connected. Now keep in mind, it's not going to be every single one of them, especially not now, but this is the true entrance into my stories being connected in some way, shape, or form. Someone joked and said that this was like Nick's cinematic universe. And they're right in a way. But I more or less want to keep it in a way that it's like portal creation and stuff like that. Now, if you obviously got the twist on who this specific mystery character was at the ending sequence with the green portal, then it should be no big surprise that I kind of just threw in a character from a what if that no portal creation was needed. But it was more or less a teaser, but I will be teasing more multiverse stories and teasing the true Omniverse of Nick, which by the time you're watching this, I waited until now to change the picture of my channel. Now you'll notice it's Rick and Goku like one of my old pictures, but it's the Omniverse picture in the background instead of space to truly show. I figured just go with the same picture, but truly show that it's the Omniverse of Nick. I could have kept the Troy picture, but I really thought that it was needed that I put two true omniversal characters in. Now, even though I won't be teasing more multiverse stories for a while, whenever I get into more characters and I actually connect them into a universe, you might be asking, why didn't you do this with John Cena, Jason Voorhees, or Jigsaw? Number one, many of them could have fit into that world literally by nature. Number two, I literally did not think that far at the time. I wasn't like that smart into thinking of multiverse stuff at the time. And I really did not know where my channel would go at that point in time. But whenever I started watching other stuff and getting more in-depth with my what-if creation, I realized that so much more could be done here. And once I got into the Lightning McQueen story and I got that beginning sequence, that was truly the real putting on point, especially near the middle of Omniverse creation. Hence, the Omniverse of Nick, because I really think that it will fit. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. Won't it eventually get confusing and just become distorted and basically just collapse in on itself if you're really going to combine multiple universes into one, like the MCU, especially what they did and where it's gone now? You're right on a level, but I'm not going to do what the MCU did and connect all the universes at once. If I do that and make some sort of endgame or something, because I'm not going to rip off of what they did, not to get in trouble, I'm going to actually do about it smart and go about actual portal creation, like I did with the McQueen story, because it was really the only way I could start up. If I didn't even plan on doing that. It was literally just going to be a story about how McQueen goes. But when I thought about the portal creation at the beginning and end sequences, I'm like, there's got to be more to this to make it, like, bigger. And not just from watching other What If YouTubers, but doing that segment really got me thinking about that. And I guarantee you guys will definitely have agreed with the results as to how the story played out and how the beginning and end tied in to an omniverse of multiple stories conversing in. And I'm not just going to connect my What If stories. I plan to go into canon stories as well. Now, how I'm going to go about What If stories and canon stories with multiple branches of franchises is not known at this time, because it's really depending. But this is not the last you will see of the Rick and McQueen story, or the other Walking Dead people in that world, along with the mystery character who showed up. As I get into other stories that focus on portal creation and make it logical as to how I did the McQueen story, that's whenever I'm going to actually get back to this branch and tease more of what has happened since we last touched on. So you will not see this for quite some time, like a significant amount of time. And as it branches more and more and more and gets bigger, and we get close to, and this will be a long time from now, the end of What Ifs here on the channel, is when you will see not an endgame sort of deal, because once again, don't want to get in trouble, you will see basically what the video will be called, and it will be like a really long movie, possibly like near to, if not just a tiny bit longer to avoid the YouTube time limit. Basically, I planned on calling it the Omniverse of Nick's What If Memoir. So it will basically tie into the true Omniverse of Nick scale and really show what the channel went through and what I branched it. But like I said, I'm going to keep to the original scale of what ifs that don't involve portal creation. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. What about Dragon Ball and their timelines and the MCU and when you get into that stuff? True, I could involve that in that way, but unless the story is so big that it requires that, or it is on a scale that I need to include it in that massive scale like I did with this story, I'm just going to stick to the original scale and go on to that path. But we'll definitely see, because you never know until you start a story, basically. But I truly 110% hope that you guys enjoyed the story for what it's worth and are definitely psyched for more stories and updates in the future as to what this story and future updates and everything will bring. Because I, for one, I never did this before, but once I got to the part where Mcqueen was saying farewell to Rick and to everybody in the Walking Dead world, I actually teared up a little. And now that's the first time that, besides excitement, I showed true emotion. Because it really stuck deep with me, even though I was trying to get the finale out of the way, and it took much longer than I thought it would, especially getting near that part. It might have seemed like I rushed points, but it actually took longer than I thought to get many of the parts out of the way. But once I got to that part, it really hit home with me and actually made me tear up a little, just because of how much feeling and passion I put into that part of the story and the ending sequence. Overall, I truly hope that you guys enjoyed this, because I, for one, think that this story and what will come after will be the best story and franchise for the Omniverse of Nick. With that, the next story, which will be a one-parter, is What If Abraham Lincoln Didn't Get Assassinated? And that will be the closure to the first batch of What Ifs on the batch that I showed you guys some time ago. And then will be the second batch and onward, as I said, and what I've said about the scheduling and the format of the What Ifs. That will still continue as normal, and you will not see this certain franchise or story thing until deep portal creation and story stuff like that is brought into fruition. Which, like I said, unless it's major enough to include, you won't be seeing for some time, and we will skip and go right back to the usual format of What Ifs, which you guys definitely are okay with, considering how many of the What Ifs have gone on the channel before I introduced this factor. But I definitely think that this will boost your guys' opinions on what this channel has become and what it will become. And honestly, I never thought that I would do something like this, but I definitely think that not only does it show how much more different that I am than What If YouTubers before, but it shows that I'm able to bring ideas to the table that others have, but in a much different way, so pretty much what I just said. Either way, that's all I have to say. I really from the bottom of my heart hope that you guys enjoyed the story, because I really enjoyed making this story, especially the beginning and end. And with that, I'll see you guys soon for the one-parter Abraham Lincoln. Further updates and stuff will be posted, and I really hope that you guys enjoy the movie, which will come out soon. See ya!